The Spanish Love Deception by Elena Armas. Chapter 1. I'll be your date to the wedding. Words I had never, not even in my wildest dreams, and trust me, I had a vivid imagination conceived of hearing from that deep and rich tone reached my ears. Looking down at my coffee, I squinted my eyes, trying to search for any signs of noxious substances floating around. That would at least explain what was happening. But nope. Nothing. Just what was left of my Americano. I'll do it if you need someone that badly, the deep voice came again. Eyes growing wide, I lifted my head. I opened my mouth and then snapped it closed again. Rosie. I trailed off, the word leaving me in a whisper. Is he really there? Can you see him? Or did someone spike my coffee without me noticing? Rosie, my best friend and colleague in Intech, the New York City-based engineering consulting company, where we had met and worked, slowly nodded her head. I watched her dark curls bounce with the motion, an expression of disbelief marring her otherwise soft features. She lowered her voice. Nope. He's right there. Her head peeked around me very quickly. Hi. Good morning, she said brightly before her attention returned to my face. Right behind you. Lips parted, I stared at my friend for a long moment. We were standing at the far end of the hallway of the 11th floor of the Intech headquarters. Both our offices were relatively close together, so the moment I had entered the building located in the heart of Manhattan, in the vicinity of Central Park, I had gone straight to her office. My plan had been to grab Rosie and plop down on the upholstered wooden armchairs that served as a waiting sitting area for visiting clients, which were usually unoccupied this early in the morning. But we never made it. I somehow dropped the bomb before we ever sat down. That was how much my predicament needed Rosie's immediate attention. And then he had materialized out of nowhere. Should I repeat that a third time? His question sent a new wave of disbelief rushing down my body, freezing the blood in my veins. He wouldn't. Not because he couldn't, but because what he was saying did not make any freaking sense. Not in our world. One where we. All right, fine, he sighed. You can take me. He paused, sending more of that ice-cold wariness through me. To your sister's wedding. My spine locked up. My shoulders stiffened. I even felt the satin blouse I had tucked into my camel slack stretch with the sudden motion. I can take him. To my sister's wedding. As my date? I blinked, his words echoing inside my head. Then, something unhitched inside of me. The absurdity of whatever this was, whatever perverse joke this man I knew not to trust was trying to pull off, made a snort bubble its way up my throat and reach my lips, leaving me quickly and loudly. As if it had been in a rush to get out. A grunt came from behind me. What's so funny? His voice dropped, turning colder. I'm completely serious. I bit back another burst of laughter. I didn't believe that. Not for a second. The chances of him, I told Rosie, being actually serious are the same chances I have of having Chris Evans pop out of nowhere and confess his undying love for me. I made a show of looking right and left. Non-existent. So, Rosie, you were saying something about Mr. Frenkel, right? There was no Mr. Frenkel. Lena, Rosie said with that fake, toothy smile I knew she wore when she didn't want to be rude. He looks like he's serious, she spoke through her freaky smile. Her gaze inspected the man standing behind me. Yep. I think he might be serious. Nope. He can't be. I shook my head, still refusing to turn around and acknowledge that there was a possibility my friend was right. There couldn't be. There was no way Aaron Blackford, colleague and well-established affliction of mine, would even attempt to offer something like that. No way. An impatient sigh came from behind me. This is getting repetitive, Catalina. A long pause. Then, another noisy exhale left his lips, this one much longer. But I did not turn around. I held my ground. Ignoring me won't make me disappear. You know that. I did. But that doesn't mean I won't keep trying, I muttered under my breath. Rosie leveled me with a look. Then, she peeked around me again, keeping that tithy grin in place. Sorry about that, Aaron. We are not ignoring you. Her grin strained. We are debating something. We are ignoring him though. You don't need to spare his feelings. He doesn't have any. Thanks, Rosie, Aaron told my friend, some of the usual coldness leaving his voice. Not that he'd be nice to anybody. Nice wasn't something Aaron did. I didn't even think he was able to pull off friendly. But he had always been less grim when it came to Rosie. A treatment that had never been for me. Do you think you can tell Catalina to turn around? I'd appreciate talking to her face and not to the back of her head. His tone dropped back to -0 degrees. That is, of course, if this is not one of her jokes that I never seem to understand, much less find funny. Heat rushed up my body, reaching my face. Sure, Rosie complied. I think I can do that. My friend's gaze bounced from that point behind me to my face, her eyebrows raised. Lena, so, Aaron would like you to turn around if this is not one of those jokes that. Thanks, Rosie. I got that, I gritted out between my teeth. Feeling my cheeks burn, I refused to face him. That would mean letting him win whatever game he was playing. Plus, he had just called me unfunny. Him. If you could, tell Aaron that I don't think one can laugh at, or much less understand, jokes when one lacks a sense of humor, please. That would be great. Thanks. Rosie scratched the side of her head, looking pleadingly at me. Don't make me do this, she seemed to ask me with her eyes. I widened mine at her, ignoring her plea and begging her to go along. She released a breath and then looked around me one more time. Aaron, she said, her fake grin getting bigger, Lena thinks that. I heard her, Rosie. Thank you. I was so attuned to him to this that I noticed the slight change in his tone that signaled the switch to the voice he only used with me. The one that was just as dry and cold but that would now come with an extra layer of disdain and distance. The one that would soon lead to a scowl. I didn't even need to turn and take a look at him to know that. It was somehow always there when it came to me and to this thing between us. I'm pretty sure my words are reaching Catalina down there just fine, but if you could tell her that I have work to do and I cannot entertain this much longer, I would appreciate it. Down there? Stupidly large man. My size was average. Average for a Spaniard, sure. But average nonetheless. I was 5'3", almost 4, thank you very much. Rose's green eyes were back on me. So, Aaron has work, and he would appreciate. If I stopped myself when I heard the word sounding high-pitched and squeaky. I cleared my throat and tried again. If he is so busy, then please tell him to feel free to spare me. He can go back to his office and resume whatever workaholic activities he had shockingly paused to stick his nose in something that does not concern him. I watched my friend's mouth open, but the man behind me spoke before a sound could come out of her lips. So, you heard what I said. My offer. Good. A pause. In which I cursed under my breath. Then, what's your answer? Rosie's face filled with shock one more time. My gaze remained on her, and I could picture how the dark brown in my eyes was turning to red with my growing exasperation. My answer? What the hell was he even trying to accomplish? Was this a new, inventive way of playing with my head? My sanity? I have no idea what he's talking about. I heard nothing, I lied. You can tell him that too. Rosie tucked a curl behind her ear, her eyes jumping very briefly to Aaron and then returning to me. I think he's referring to the moment he offered to be your date to your sister's wedding, she explained with a soft voice. You know, right after you told me that things had changed and that you now needed to find someone or anyone, I think you said to go to Spain with you and attend that wedding because, otherwise, you'd die a slow, painful death and… I think I got it, I rushed out, feeling my face burn again from the realization that Aaron had heard all of that. Thanks, Rosie. You can stop with the recap. Or I'd be dying that slow, painful death right about now. I think you used the word desperate, Aaron chipped in. My ears burned, probably flashing about 5 shades of radioactive red. I did not, I breathed out. I did not use that word. You, sort of did, sweetie, my best friend no, former best friend as of right now confirmed. Eyes narrowed, I mouthed, what the hell, traitor? But both of them were right. Fine. So, I said that. Doesn't mean I'm that desperate. That's what truly helpless people would say. But whatever makes you sleep better at night, Catalina. Cursing under my breath for the umpteenth time that morning, I closed my eyes briefly. This is none of your business, Blackford, but I'm not helpless, okay? And I sleep at night just fine. No, actually, I've never slept better. What was one more lie to the pile I was hoisting around, huh? Contrary to what I had just denied, I was truly, helplessly desperate to find someone to be my date to that wedding. But that didn't mean I'd. Sure. Ironically, out of all the damn words Aaron Blackford had said to the back of my head that morning, that one word was what made me break my stance to pretend I remained unaffected. That sure, sounding all condescending and bored and dismissive and just so Aaron. Sure. My blood bubbled. It was so impulsive, such a knee-jerk reaction to that 4-letter word which, uttered by anybody else, would have meant nothing that I didn't even realize my body was turning until it was too late. Because of his unearthly height, I was welcomed by a broad chest covered in a pressed white button-down that made me itch to fist the fabric and wrinkle it with my hands because who pranced through life so sleek and spotless all the damn time? Aaron Blackford, that was who. My gaze trailed up rounded shoulders and a strong neck, reaching the straight line of his jaw. His lips pressed flatly, just like I had known they would. My eyes traveled further up then, reaching his blue ones, blue that reminded me of the depths of the ocean, where everything was cold and deadly, and finding them on me. One of his brows rose. Sure. I hissed. Yes. That head, topped with raven hair, gave one single nod, his gaze not leaving mine. I don't want to waste more time arguing about something you are too stubborn to admit, so yes. Sure. This infuriating blue-eyed man who probably spent more time ironing his clothes than interacting with other human beings was not going to make me lose my temper this early in the morning. Fighting to keep my body under control, I inhaled a long, deep breath. I tucked a lock of chestnut hair behind my ear. If this is such a waste of time, I genuinely don't know what you are still doing here. Please don't stay on my or Rose's account. A non-committal noise left Miss Traitor's mouth. I would have, Aaron admitted in a level tone. But you still haven't answered my question. That wasn't a question, I said, the words tasting sour in my tongue. Whatever you said was not a question. But that's not important because I don't need you, thank you very much. Sure, he repeated, turning my exasperation one notch up. Although I think you do. You think wrong. That brow rose higher. And yet it sounded like you really do need me. Then, you must be experiencing serious hearing issues because, yet again, you heard wrong. I don't need you, Aaron Blackford. I swallowed, willing some of the dryness away. I could write it down for you if you want. Send you an email, too, if that'd help at all. He seemed to think about it for a second, looking uninterested. But I knew better than to believe he'd let it go so easily. Which he proved as soon as he opened his mouth again. Didn't you say the wedding is in a month and you don't have a date? My lips pressed in a tight line. Maybe. I can't recall exactly. I had said that. Word for word. Didn't Rosie suggest that if you perhaps sat in the back and tried not to draw any attention to yourself, nobody would notice you were attending on your own? My friend's head popped into my field of vision. I did. I also suggested to wear a dull color and not the stunning red dress that. Rosie, I interrupted her. Not really helping here. Aaron's eyes didn't waver when he resumed his walk down memory lane. Didn't you follow that by reminding Rosie that you were the mother freaking your word maid of honor and therefore everybody and their mother your words again would notice you anyway? She did, I heard Miss Trator confirm. My head whirled in her direction. What? She shrugged, signing her death sentence. You did, honey. I needed new friends. ASAP. She did, Aaron corroborated, drawing my gaze and attention back to him. And did you not say that your ex-boyfriend is the best man and thinking of standing in the vicinity of him, alone and lame and pathetically single? Those were your words again, made you want to tear off your own skin. I had said that. But I hadn't thought Aaron was listening, otherwise, I would have never admitted it out loud. But he had been right there, apparently. He knew now. He had heard me openly admit that and had just thrown it at my face. And as much as I told myself I didn't care, that I shouldn't care, the pang of hurt was there all the same. It made me feel all the more alone, lame, and pathetic. Swallowing the lump in my throat, I averted my eyes, letting them rest somewhere close to his Adam's apple. I didn't want to see whatever was in his face. Mockery. Pity. I didn't care. I could spare the knowledge of one more person thinking of me that way. His throat was the one that worked then. I knew because it was the only part of him I allowed myself to look at. You are desperate. I exhaled, the air leaving my lips forcefully. One nod, that was all I gave him. And I didn't even understand why I had done it. This wasn't me. I usually fought back until I was the one who drew blood first. Because that was what we did. We didn't spare each other's feelings. This wasn't new. Then, take me. I will be your date to the wedding, Catalina. My gaze drew up very slowly, a strange mix of wariness and embarrassment washing over me. Him witnessing all this was bad enough, but him somehow trying to use it to his advantage. To get the better of me. Unless he wasn't. Unless perhaps there was an explanation, a reason, as to why he was doing this. Offering himself to be my date. Studying his face, I pondered all these options and possible motivations, not coming to any kind of reasonable conclusion. Not finding any possible answer that would help me understand why or what he was trying to accomplish. Only the truth. The reality. We weren't friends. We barely tolerated each other, Aaron Blackford and I. We were spiteful to each other, pointed out each other's mistakes, criticized how differently we worked, thought, and lived. We condemned our differences. At some point in the past, I would have thrown darts at a poster of his face. And I was pretty sure he would have done the same because I wasn't the only one driving along Hate Boulevard. It was a two-way road. Not only that, but it had actually been him, the one causing our fallout. I hadn't started this feud between us. So, why? Why was he pretending to offer me help, and why would I humor him by even considering it? I might be desperate to find a date, but I'm not that desperate, I repeated. Just like I said. His sigh was tired. Impatient. Infuriating. I'll let you think about it. You know you have no other options. Nothing to think about. I cut my hand through the air between us. Then, I smiled my version of Rosie's fake, toothy grin. I'd take a chimpanzee dressed in a tuxedo before taking you. His eyebrows rose, amusement barely entering his eyes. Now, come on, we both know you wouldn't. While there are chimpanzees that would rise up to the occasion, it will be your ex standing there. Your family. You said you need to make an impression, and I will accomplish exactly that. He tilted his head. I'm your best option. I snorted, clapping my hands once. Smug blue-eyed pain in my ass. You are my best nothing, Blackford. And I have plenty of other options, I countered, shrugging a shoulder. I'll find someone on Tinder. Maybe put out an ad in the New York Times. I can find someone. In only a few weeks. Highly unlikely. Rosie has friends. I'll take one of them. That had been my plan all along. It was the reason why I had grabbed Rosie so early in the day. Rookie mistake on my part, I realized. I should have waited to get off work and gotten Rosie to a safe, Aaron-free place to talk. But after yesterday's call with Mama, things had changed. My situation had definitely changed. I needed someone, and I couldn't stress enough that anyone would do. Anyone who wasn't Aaron, of course. Rosie had been born and raised in the city. There had to be someone she knew. Right, Rosie? One of your friends must be available. My friend's head popped in again. Maybe Marty? He loves weddings. I shot a quick glance at her. Wasn't Marty the one who got drunk at your cousin's wedding, stole the mic from the band, and sang My Heart Will Go On until your brother had to drag him off the stage? That would be him. She winced. Yeah, no. I couldn't have that at my sister's wedding. She'd rip his heart out of his chest and serve it as dessert. What about Ryan? Happily engaged. A sigh left my lips. Not surprised. Ryan is a total catch. I know. That's why I tried so many times to get you two together, but you. I cleared my throat loudly, interrupting her. We aren't discussing why I am single. I quickly glanced back at Aaron. His eyes were on me, narrowed. How about Terry? Moved to Chicago. Damn it. I shook my head, closing my eyes for an instant. This was useless. Then, I'll hire an actor. Pay him to act as my date. That's probably expensive, Aaron said flatly. And actors aren't exactly lying around, waiting for single people to hire and parade them as their plus ones. I pinned him with an exasperated look. I'll get a professional escort. His lips pressed in that tight, almost hermetic way they did when he was extremely irritated. You'd take a male prostitute to your sister's wedding before taking me. I said, an escort, Blackford. Poor Dios, I muttered, watching his eyebrows bunch and turn into the scowl. I'm not looking for that kind of service. I just need a companion. That's all they do. They escort you to events. That's not what they do, Catalina. His voice was deep and icy, covering me in his frosty judgment. Haven't you watched any romantic comedies ever? I watched the scowl deepen. Not even The Wedding Date. No answer, just more of that Arctic staring. Do you even watch movies? Or do you just work? There was a possibility that he didn't even own a television. His expression didn't change. God, I don't have time for this. For him. You know what? Not important. I don't care. I threw my hands up and then clasped them together. Thank you for this. Whatever it was. Great input. But I don't need you. I think you do. I blinked at him. I think you are annoying. Catalina, he started, making my irritation grow with the way he uttered my name. You are delusional if you think you can find someone in such a short amount of time. Once more, Aaron Blackford wasn't wrong. I probably was a little delusional. And he didn't even know about the lie. My lie. Not that he'd ever do. But that didn't change the facts. I needed someone, anyone, but not him, not Aaron, to fly to Spain with me for Isabel's wedding. Because, A, I was the bride's sister and maid of honor. B, my ex, Daniel, was the groom's brother and best man. And as of yesterday, I had learned that he was happily engaged. Something that my family had been hiding from me. C, if you didn't count the few and pretty unsuccessful dates I had gone on, I had been technically single for roughly 6 years. Ever since I had left Spain and moved to the States, which had happened shortly after my one and only relationship exploded in my face. Something that every single attendee, because there were no secrets in families like mine and much less in small towns like the one I had come from, knew about and pitied me for. And, D, there was my lie. The lie. The one I had sort of fed my mother and consequently the whole Martin clan, because privacy and boundaries did not exist when it came to us. Hell, by now, my lie was probably on the announcements page of the local newspaper. Catalina Martin, finally, not single. Her family is happy to announce that she will bring her American boyfriend to the wedding. Everyone is invited to come and witness the most magical event of the decade. Because that was what I had done. Right after the news of Daniel's engagement had slipped past my mother's lips and reached my ears through the speaker of my phone, I had said that I'd be bringing someone too. No, not just someone. I'd said, lied, deceived, falsely announced that I'd be bringing my boyfriend. Who technically did not exist. Yet. Okay, fine, or ever. Because Aaron was right. Finding a date in such a short amount of time was perhaps a little optimistic. Believing I'd find someone to pretend to be my made-up boyfriend was probably delusional. But accepting that Aaron was my only choice and taking him up on his offer. That was straight-up insanity. I see it's finally seeping in. Aaron's words brought me back to the present, and I found his blue eyes aimed at me. I'll let you come to terms with it on your own. Just let me know when you do. My lips pursed. And when I felt my cheeks burn again, because how lame was I for him, Aaron Blackford, who had never even liked me a tiny little bit, to pity me enough to offer himself to be my date. I crossed my arms over my chest and averted my eyes from those two icy and ruthless spots. Oh, and, Catalina. Yeah? The word left my lips weakly. Ah, pathetic. Try not to be late to our 10 o'clock meeting. It's not cute anymore. My gaze shot to him, a huff stuck in my throat. Jerk. I swore right then and there that one day, I'd find a ladder high enough, climb it, and chuck something really hard at his infuriating face. 1 year and 8 months. That was how long I had endured him. I had been counting, biding my time. Then, with nothing more than a nod, he turned around, and I watched him walk away. Dismissed until further notice. Okay, that was. Rose's voice trailed off, not ending the statement. Maddening? Insulting? Bizarre? I offered, bringing my hands to my face. Unexpected, she countered. And interesting. Looking at her between my fingers, I watched the corners of her lips tug up. Your friendship has been revoked, Rosalind Graham. She chuckled. You know you don't mean that. I didn't, she'd never get rid of me. So. Rosie linked her arm with mine and ushered me down the hallway. What are you going to do? A shaky exhale left my mouth, taking all my energy with it. I don't have the slightest idea. But I knew something for sure. I was not taking Aaron Blackford up on his offer. He wasn't my only option, and he surely wasn't my best one either. Hell, he wasn't my anything. Especially not my date to my sister's wedding. Chapter 2. I wasn't late to our meeting. Ever since that day a year and 8 months ago, I was never late. Why? Aaron Blackford. One time. I had been late one single time in Aaron's presence, and yet he kept flaunting that fact every chance he got. He never chalked it up to me being Spanish or a woman. Both unjustified stereotypes when it came to being notoriously unpunctual. Aaron didn't do nonsense. He pointed out facts, he stated verifiable truths. He had been disciplined to do that, just like every other engineer in the consulting company where we worked, me included. And technically, I had been late. That one time all those months ago. It was true that I had missed the first 15 minutes of an important presentation. It was also true that it had been Aaron leading it during his first week in Tech, and it was again true that I had made a miserably loud entrance that might have involved accidentally knocking over a coffee pitcher on Aaron's stack of dossiers for the presentation. Fine, partly on his pants too. Not the best way to make an impression on a new colleague, but tough shit. Things like that happened all the time. Tiny, unintentional, unexpected accidents like those were common. People got over them and went on with their lives. But not Aaron. Instead, week after week and month after month ever since that day, he had barked stuff like, "Try not to be late to our 10 o'clock meeting. It's not cute anymore," at me. Instead, every single time he entered a conference room and found me sitting there, painfully early, he checked the watch on his wrist and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Instead, he moved coffee pitchers out of my reach with a warning tilt of his head in my direction. That was what Aaron Blackford did instead of letting go of that incident. "Good morning, Lena." Hector's kind voice reached me from the door. I could tell he was smiling before I took in his face, just like he always did. "Buenos dias, Hector," I told him in the mother tongue we shared. The man that I considered like an uncle after he welcomed me into the close circle of his family placed a hand on my shoulder and squeezed lightly. "Doing good, Mija?" "Can't complain." I returned the smile. "You coming over to the next barbecue?" "It's next month, and Lourdes keeps telling me to remind you. She's preparing ceviche this time, and you are the only one that will eat it." He laughed. It was true, no one in the Diaz family was a big fan of the fish-based Mexican dish. Which, to this day, I still couldn't understand. "Stop asking dumb questions, old man." I waved my hand in the air with a chuckle. "Of course I'll be there." Hector was taking his usual place to my right when our 3 remaining colleagues in attendance poured into the room, mumbling their good mornings. Lifting my gaze off Hector's easy smile, my eyes tracked down the men walking around the table to assemble into our 10 o'clock formation. Across from me appeared Aaron, eyebrows raised and gaze quickly meeting mine. I watched his lips tip down as he took a chair out. Rolling my eyes, I moved on to Gerald, whose bald head glinted under the fluorescent light as he folded his rather chubby frame into the chair. Last but not least, there was Kabir, who had been recently promoted to the position everyone in this room held, team leader of the solutions division of the company, which pretty much encompassed all disciplines but civil engineering, which was a beast on its own. "Good morning, everyone," Kabir started with the enthusiasm only someone who had been on the job for a month would have. "This week, it's my turn to lead and protocol the meeting, so if you could, please say present when I call your name." An exasperated grunt I was extremely familiar with filled the room. Glancing at the blue-eyed man across the table, I found the irritated face that went with the sound. "Of course, Kabir," I said with a smile even though I agreed with the scowling man. "Please call away." Ocean eyes pinned me with an icy look. Meeting his stare, I heard Kabir go through each of our names, obtaining confirmation from both Hector and Gerald, an unnecessarily cheery present from me, and another grunt from Mr. Grumps. "All right, thanks," Kabir said. "Next point in the agenda is Project status updates. Who would like to start? He was met with silence. Intech provided engineering services for any entity that did not have the ability or manpower to design or engineer plans for their own projects. Sometimes, they outsourced a team of 5 or 6 people, and other times, only one person was needed. So, all 5 team leaders in our division were currently working and supervising several different projects for several different clients, and all projects never stopped moving forward, eating away milestones and encountering all kinds of issues and drawbacks. We had conference calls with the clients and stakeholders on a daily basis. The status of each project changed so briskly and in such a complex manner that there was no way every other team leader could catch up in only a few minutes. That was why Kabir's question had been met with silence. And why this meeting wasn't completely necessary. Kabir shifted in his seat uncomfortably. Okay, I can start. Yeah, I'll go first. He shuffled through a folder he had brought with him. This week, we are presenting to Teleco the new budget we've been developing for them. As you know, it is a startup that's working on a cloud service to enhance mobile data on public transportation. Well, the resources available are rather limited and I absently listened to my colleague while my gaze roamed around the meeting room. Hector nodded his head, although I suspected he was paying as much attention as I was. Gerald, on the other hand, was openly checking his phone. Rude. So rude. But I didn't expect anything else from him. Then, there was him. Aaron Blackford, who I realized had been staring at me before my eyes met his. His arm reached out in my direction, his gaze holding mine. I knew what he was about to do. I knew. The long fingers attached to that massive palm spread out as they met the object in front of me. The coffee pitcher. I narrowed my eyes, watching how his hand curled around the pitcher's handle. He dragged it all the way across the surface of the oak desk. Very slowly. Then, he nodded his head. Infuriating blue-eyed grudge holder. I gave him a tight, closed-lip smile because the other option was launching myself across the room and pouring all the contents of the goddamn pitcher on him. Again. But this time, intentionally. Trying to distract myself from that thought, I averted my eyes and furiously scribbled a to-do list on my planner. Ask Isa if the bouquet she ordered for Mama was peonies or lilies. Order either a peony or lily bouquet for Tia Carmen. If we didn't, she'd be giving me, Isa, my sister and bride and Mama the stink eye until the day she or any of us kicked the bucket. Send Papa my flight details, so he knows when to pick me up from the airport. Tell Isa to remind Papa that he has my flight details, so he picks me up from the airport. I brought the pen to my lips, this awful feeling I was forgetting something important making me uneasy. Chewing on my pen, I scrambled my mind for whatever it was I was missing. Then, a voice I was terribly and unfortunately doomed to never forget thundered in my head. You are delusional if you think you can find someone in such a short amount of time. My eyes bounced back to the man sitting across from me, meeting his gaze again. As if I had been caught doing something wrong, like thinking of him, I felt the heat in my cheeks and returned my attention to the list. Find a boyfriend. I scratched that. Find a fake boyfriend. Doesn't need to be a real one. And that's all I have to report. Kabir's words registered somewhere in the back of my head. I continued working on my list. Find a fake boyfriend. Doesn't need to be a real one. And also, not him. Surely, I had other options. Not the escort though. A quick Google search had confirmed that Aaron had been right. Again. Apparently, I had been lied to by Hollywood. New York seemed to be filled with men and women offering a wide range of varied and different kinds of services that were not limited to escorting. I grimaced and then chewed harder on the pen. Not that I'd ever admit that to Aaron. I'd rather give up chocolate for a full year than admit to Aaron that he was right. But I was desperate at this point. He had nailed that down too. I needed to find someone who would pretend to be in a serious, committed relationship with me in front of my whole family. And that didn't only include the wedding day, but also the 2 days of celebratory events that preceded that. Which meant, I was screwed. And that would be Lena. My name broke into my brain, making everything else vanish. I dropped my pen on the table and cleared my throat. Yes, here. I tried to reinsert myself in the conversation. Listening. I'm listening. Isn't that what someone who wasn't listening would say? My gaze shot across the room, meeting a pair of blue eyes on the verge of showing amusement if the man behind them was capable of human emotions. I straightened my back and turned a page of my planner. I was writing down something for a call I have with a client later and lost track of the conversation. I lied. Something important. Aaron hummed, nodding his head. Thankfully, he let it go. Let's recap a little bit. Just so we are all clear on where we stand, Kabir offered in a gentle voice. He'd be getting a muffin tomorrow. Thank you, Kabir. I gave him a bright smile. To which he blushed and reciprocated with a wobbly one. I heard an impatient exhale coming from across the room. Now, he would not be getting a muffin tomorrow. Or ever. So, Kabir finally said, Jeff wanted to attend today's meeting to tell you personally, but you know how busy the schedule of a head of division is. Lots of parallel appointments. He will forward you all the info you need anyway, but I thought it would be a good idea to give you a heads up before. I blinked. What the hell are we talking about? Thank you again for that, Kabir. You are welcome, Lena. He nodded. I think that communication between all 5 of us is key to accomplish. Kabir. Aaron's voice filled the room. Your point. Kabir's eyes jumped to him, and he appeared a little startled. Yes, thanks, Aaron. Then, he had to clear his throat twice before he could continue. Intech will host an open day in a few weeks. A big group of people will attend, mostly potential clients who are curious about what we offer but also some of the biggest projects we are working on. Jeff mentioned that all attendants are pretty high in management, too, which makes sense because this is an initiative to expand and strengthen our network and to do it face to face. He wants Intech to show off. To look good. Modern. To demonstrate that we are up to date with the current markets. But at the same time, show all prospective and current clients that we are not all about working. He chuckled nervously. That's why Open Day will last from 8 a.m., when the attendants will be welcomed here at our headquarters, until midnight. Midnight? I murmured, barely able to conceal my surprise. Yes. Kabir nodded enthusiastically. Isn't it refreshing? It will be a full-blown event. All kinds of workshops on new technologies, knowledge exchange sessions, activities to get to know our clients and their needs. And of course, we'll have breakfast, lunch, and dinner catered. Oh, and after-work drinks too. You know, to lighten things up. My eyes had gradually widened as Kabir delivered his explanation. That. Hector started. That sounds different. It did. And it sounded like a complex event to plan in only a few weeks. Yes, Gerald answered, sounding suspiciously smug. It will definitely put Intech ahead in the game. Kabir nodded as his gaze met mine. Absolutely. And Jeff wants you to be in charge of everything, Lena. How amazing is that? I blinked, resting my back against the seat. He wants me to organize it. All of it. Yes. My colleague smiled at me, like he was giving me good news. And host it too. Out of the 5 of us, you are our most attractive option. Blinking very slowly, I watched his lips fall down, probably because of the expression coating my face. Attractive. Taking a deep breath, I tried to steady myself. Well, I'm flattered to be considered the most attractive option, I lied, willing myself not to focus on how my blood had started swelling. But I hardly have the time or the experience to organize something like this. But Jeff insisted, Kabir countered back. And it's important for InTech to have someone like you representing the company. I should ask what someone like me was supposed to mean, but I didn't think I wanted to hear the answer. My throat dried up, making it harder for me to swallow. Wouldn't any of us accomplish the same objective? Shouldn't someone with experience in what sounds like a public relations affair throw together an event this important? Kabir deflected, not answering my question. Jeff said you would be fine with the organization. That we don't need to spend extra resources hiring someone. Plus, you are. He trailed off, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. Social. Perky. Clenching my fist under the table, I tried my best to hide my inner turmoil. Sure, I gritted out. That was every person's dream, being referred to as perky by their boss. But I also have a job to do. I also have projects that I'm working on the clock for. How is this event more important than my own clients and current responsibilities? I remained silent for a long moment, waiting for my colleague's support. Any kind of support. And nothing, just the usual loaded silence that followed these kinds of situations. I shifted in my chair, feeling my cheeks heat up with frustration. Kabir, I said as calmly as I could, I know Jeff might have suggested that I be in charge of this, but you guys understand that this doesn't even make sense, right? I wouldn't even know where to start. This wasn't a thing I had been hired or was paid for. But no one was going to admit that, even when their support would make a difference. That would lead to the real reason why I had been given this task. I'm already covering for two of my best team members, Linda and Patricia. I don't have hours in the week as it is. I hated complaining and fishing for some more at this point, any kind of understanding, but what else could I do? Gerald snorted, making my head swivel in his direction. Well, that's a drawback of hiring women in their 30s. I scoffed, not wanting to believe that he had just said that. But he had. I opened my mouth, but Hector stopped me from saying anything. All right, how about we all help you? Hector suggested. I looked at him, finding him with a resigned expression. We could maybe all pitch in with something. I loved the man, but his soft heart and lack of confrontational spirit weren't helping all that much. He was only tiptoeing around the real issue. This is not high school, Hector, Gerald snapped back. We are professionals, and we won't be pitching in with anything. Shaking his greasy, bald head, he followed that with another snort. Hector's mouth clamped shut. Kabir spoke again. I'll forward you the list of people Jeff put together, Lena. I shook my head again, feeling my cheeks heat up further, biting my tongue so I wouldn't tell my colleague something I'd regret. Oh, Kabir added, Jeff also had a few ideas for the catering. That's in a separate email that I will forward to you too. But he wants you to do a little research on that. Maybe even think of a theme. He said you'd know what to do. My lips parted with a silent curse word that would make my abuela take me to church by the ear. I'd know what to do. How would I know? Reaching for my pen and holding it with both hands so I could squeeze some of the growing frustration away, I took a deep breath. I'm going to talk to Jeff myself, I said through pressed teeth that formed a tight smile. I'd usually not bother him, but... Would you just stop wasting our time already? Gerald said, making the blood in my face drop to my feet. You don't have to take this to our boss. Gerald's chubby finger waved through the air. Stop making excuses and just do it. You can smile and be extra friendly for a whole day, can't you? The words extra and friendly echoed in my head as I stared at him with wide eyes. The sweaty man, crammed into a dress shirt designed for someone who had a class he'd never achieve, would take any chance he could get to bring anyone down. Even more so if that happened to be a woman. I knew. Gerald, I gentled my voice and increased the pressure on my pen, praying it wouldn't break and give away how outraged I really felt. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss issues like this one. So, I'm sorry, but you are going to have to listen to me do exactly. Sweetheart, Gerald interrupted me, a sneer breaking across his face. Think of it as a party. Women know about those, don't they? Just prepare some activities, get some food delivered here, put on nice clothes, and crack some jokes. You are young and cute, you won't even have to use your brain all that much. They'll be eating right out of your hand. He chuckled. I'm sure you know how to do that, don't you? I choked on my own words. The air that was supposed to be getting in and out of my lungs was stuck somewhere in between. Not able to control what my body was doing, I felt my legs straighten, bringing me up. My chair screeched back, the noise loud and sudden. Smacking both hands on the surface of the desk, I felt my head blank for a second, and I saw red. Literally. In that precise moment, I understood where the expression had come from. I saw fucking red, as if I had slipped on a pair of glasses with crimson lenses. Somewhere to my right, I heard Hector exhaling heavily, muttering under his breath. Then, I heard nothing. Only my heart hammering in my chest. There it was. The truth. The real reason why I, among the 4 other people sitting in this room, had been handpicked to do this damn thing. I was a woman, the only woman in the division, leading a team, and I had the goods, no matter how generous my curves were or not. Perky, cute, female. I was the attractive option, apparently. I was being showcased to our clients as the golden token that proved that Intech was not stuck in the past. Lena. I willed my voice to remain firm and calm, hating that it hadn't. Hating that I wanted to turn around and let my legs carry me out of the room. Not sweetheart. My name is Lena. I sat back on my chair very slowly, clearing my throat and taking one extra moment to rein it in. I have this. I need to have this. Next time, make sure to use my name, please. And address me with the decency and professionalism you do with everyone else. My voice reached my ears in a way I didn't like one bit. Making me feel that weak version of myself that I didn't want to be. But at least I had managed to get it all out without flipping or running away. Thanks. Sensing how my eyes were starting to feel glassy out of pure outrage and frustration, I blinked a few times, willing that and everything else away from my face. Wishing that the lump in my throat had nothing to do with embarrassment, even when it did. Because how could I not feel embarrassed when I had snapped like that? When even after what had happened all that time ago, even being that this wasn't the first time I'd had to deal with this kind of crap, I still didn't know how. Gerald rolled his eyes. Don't take it so seriously, Lena. He shot me a condescending look. I was just joking around. Right, guys? He looked over at our colleagues, searching the room for their support. He didn't find any. Out of the corner of my eye, I watched Hector deflating in his chair. Gerald. He said, sounding tired and discouraged. Come on, man. Keeping my eyes on Gerald and trying to stop my chest from heaving with building helplessness, I refused to look at the other 2 men, Kabir and Aaron, who remained silent. They probably thought they were not taking any side, but they were. Their silence was doing exactly that. Oh, come on, what? Gerald scoffed. It's not like I said anything that's not true. The girl doesn't even need to try. Before I could muster the courage to stop him, the last person in the room I had expected to speak beat me to it. We are done here. My head snapped in his direction then, finding him looking at Gerald with something so thick and chilling that I could almost feel the air in the room drop a couple of degrees. Shaking my head, I snagged my gaze off Aaron. He could have said anything in the last 10 minutes, and he had chosen not to. He could remain silent for all I cared. Gerald's chair scraped against the floor, allowing him to stand up. "Yes, we are certainly done," he said flatly, gathering his things. "I don't have time for this either. She knows what to do anyway." And with that little pearl, Gerald walked to the door and left the room. My heart was still hammering in my chest, pummeling in my temples. Kabir followed suit, standing up and looking at me apologetically. "I am not taking his side, okay?" His eyes moved in Aaron's direction quickly, returning to me just as fast. "This whole thing came from Jeff. He wants you to do this. Don't think too much about it. Take it as a compliment." Not bothering to answer, I watched him leave the room. The man who had almost taken me in and treated me as one more of the Diaz clan looked at me and shook his head. He mouthed, "Que pendejo," which plucked a weak smile out of me because even if that wasn't something we would ever say in Spain, I knew exactly what he meant. And Hector was right. What a total asshat Gerald was. And then there was Aaron, who hadn't even bothered to look at me yet. His long fingers methodically gathered his things, and his even longer legs pushed the chair back, making it possible for him to straighten to his full height. While I glanced at him, still out of sorts by everything that had just gone down, I watched how his gaze bounced from his hands to me. His eyes, which I could tell had sobered up and returned to that aloof semblance, remained on me for a heartbeat and then dismissed me just as quickly. Just like he always did. My gaze followed his oddly large and sturdy figure walk to the door and into the hallway, the hammering in my chest somehow speeding up and settling down, all at once. "Let's go, Mija," Hector said, now standing and looking down on me. "I have a bag of chicharrones in my office. Jimena slipped it into my laptop bag the other day, and I've been saving it." He followed that with a wink. Standing from my chair, I laughed lightly. Hector's little girl was getting a bear hug from me the next time I saw her. "You need to raise that girl's weekly allowance." I followed him out, trying my best to return the smile. Although I couldn't help but notice that after only a few steps, the corners of my lips wavered, breaking into something that didn't quite reach my eyes. Chapter 3. This wasn't how I had pictured my evening going. It was late, Inteca's headquarters had mostly emptied, I had at least 4 or 5 hours of work ahead of me, and my stomach was rumbling so loudly that I suspected it was about to start eating itself. "Estoy jodida," I said under my breath, realizing how screwed I really was. 1. Because the last thing I had eaten was a sad green salad that clearly turned out to be a big mistake as much as it had seemed the most sensible idea, having the wedding a total of 4 weeks away. 2. I didn't have any snacks at hand and no change for the vending machine downstairs. And 3. The PowerPoint slide on my laptop screen was still blinking at me, half empty. My hands fell on my keyboard, hesitating over the keys for a full minute. A text pinged from my phone, drawing my attention. Rose's name flashed on the screen. I unlocked it, and an image immediately popped open. It was a photo of a luscious flat white, topped by a beautiful milk foam rosette. Beside it, there was a triple chocolate brownie that shamelessly glinted under the light. "Rosie, you in?" She didn't need to specify the plan or send me the address. That feast could only belong to around the corner, our favorite coffee shop in the city. My mouth started immediately salivating at the thought of being in that caffeinated safe haven on Madison Avenue. Muffling a groan, I wrote back. "Lena, I'd love to, but I'm stuck at work." 3 dots jumped on the screen. "Rosie, you sure? I saved you a seat." Before I could type back a reply, another text came through. "Rosie, I got the last brownie, but I'll share. Only if you get here quickly. I'm not made of steel." I sighed. Definitely better than the reality of working extra time on a Wednesday evening, but "Lena, I can't. I'm working on the open day stuff I told you about. I'm deleting that photo, by the way. Too tempting. Rosie, oh no. You didn't tell me more than the fact that you were stuck with it. When's it taking place? Lena, right after I'm back from Spain. Asterisk bride emoji asterisk asterisk skull emoji asterisk. Rosie, I still don't get why you have to do it. Aren't you swamped with work? Yep. That was exactly what I should have been doing, the job I was paid to do. Not organizing an open doors day that served as an excuse to show around a bunch of suits that I'd have to feed, babysit, and be extra nice to. Whatever the hell that meant. But complaining wouldn't get me anywhere. Lena, asterisk unamused emoji asterisk it is what it is. Rosie, yeah, well, I don't like Jeff all that much right now. Lena, I thought you said he was a silver fox. Asterisk smirking emoji asterisk. Rosie, I said, objectively. And he can look good for a 50-year-old and still be a jerk. You know I seem to find those particularly attractive. Lena, you kinda do, Rosie. That Ted was a total ass face. Happy you two are not a thing anymore. Rosie, asterisk poo emoji asterisk. The text stopped coming long enough for me to think our conversation was done. Good. I needed to work on this crappy. My phone pinged again. Rosie, sorry, the owner's husband just showed up, and I got distracted. Swoon. Rosie, he is so handsome. He brings her flowers once a week. Asterisk crying emoji asterisk. Lena, Rosalind, I'm trying to work here. Snap a photo and show me tomorrow. Rosie, sorry. Did you talk to Aaron, by the way? Asterisk thinking face emoji asterisk is he still waiting? I wasn't proud to admit that my stomach had dropped at the unexpected mention of something I hadn't let myself think about. Liar. These past 2 days had felt like waiting for a bomb to drop when I least expected it. No, ever since Monday, Aaron hadn't said anything about the whole I'll be your date to the wedding nonsense. Neither had Rosie because we had barely seen each other with how busy both our schedules were. Lena, I have no idea what you mean. Is he waiting for something? Rosie. Lena, something like a heart transplant. I heard he doesn't have one. Rosie, funny. You should keep the jokes for when you two talk. Lena, we won't. Rosie, that's right. You two are too busy staring at each other intently. Asterisk fire emoji asterisk. An unwanted blush rushed to my cheeks. Lena, what's that supposed to mean? Rosie, you know what it means. Lena, that I want to light him up in a pyre like a witch. Then, okay. Rosie, he's probably working late too. Lena, so? Rosie, so, you could always go to his office and glare at him in that way I'm sure he loves. Whoa. What the heck? I moved uncomfortably in my chair as I stared at my phone screen in horror. Lena, WTF are you talking about? Did you eat too much chocolate again? You know it makes you trippy. Asterisk shocked emoji asterisk. Rosie, deflect all you want. Lena, not deflecting, just genuinely concerned about your health right now. Rosie, asterisk I roll emoji asterisk. This was new. My friend had never directly addressed whatever nonsense she thought she saw. She still dropped a comment here and there every once in a while. Simmering tension, she had said one time. To which I had snorted so hard that a little bit of water came out my nose. That was how ridiculous I thought her observations were. In my humble opinion, all those soapy shows she watched were starting to mess up her perception of reality. Hell, and I was the Spanish one out of the two. I had grown up watching soap operas with my abuela. But I surely wasn't living in one. There wasn't simmering tension between Aaron Blackford and me. I did not glare at him in a way he loved. Aaron didn't love anything he couldn't do that without a heart. Lena, all right, I have work to do, so I'll let you get back to your coffee, but stop raiding the pastry counter. I'm concerned. Rosie, okay. I'll stop for now. Asterisk heart emoji asterisk good luck. Lena, asterisk heart emoji asterisk fire emoji asterisk. Locking my phone and placing it face down on the table, I took a deep, energizing breath. Time to get this show going. The image of the chocolate brownie popped in my head. Assaulting me. No, Lena. Thinking of brownies or any food wasn't going to help. I needed to make myself believe that I wasn't hungry. I'm not hungry, I said out loud, putting my chestnut hair in a bun. My stomach is full. Packed with all kinds of delicious food. Like tacos. Or pizza. Or brownies. Coffee and... My stomach grumbled, ignoring my visualization exercise and invading my mind with memories of around the corner. The delicious scent of roasted coffee beans. The welcome sensory attack that involved taking a bite of a brownie that included 3 sorts of chocolate. The sound of the coffee machine steaming milk. Another complaint rose from my noisy stomach. Sighing, I reluctantly kicked out all those images off my mind and rolled up the sleeves of the thin cardigan I had to wear in the building, thanks to the AC being tuned up to the max in summer. Okay, stomach, work with me here, I muttered to myself, as if the words would maybe make some kind of difference. I'll take us to around the corner tomorrow. Now, you need to stay quiet and let me work. Okay. The word echoed in my office, as if it had been my stomach answering. But I wasn't that lucky. That was odd. The same deep voice came again. But I guess it goes with your personality. Not needing to lift my head to know who was behind that rich tone, I closed my eyes. Damn you, Rosalind Graham. You summoned this evil entity into my office, and you'll pay for this in chocolate. Cursing under my breath because, of course, it had to be him hearing me rally myself, I schooled my face into a neutral expression and looked up from my desk. Odd. I like to think of it as endearing. No, he answered quickly. Way too quickly. It's a little disturbing when you say more than a couple of words. And you are having a full conversation with yourself. I grabbed the first thing I found lying around in my desk, a highlighter. I breathed in and then out. I'm sorry, Blackford. But I don't have time to pick apart my quirks right now, I said, holding my highlighter in the air. Do you need anything? I took him in as he stood under the threshold of my office door, his laptop under one of his arms, one of his dark eyebrows raised. What's around the corner? He queried, starting in my direction. Exhaling slowly, I ignored his question and watched his long legs closing the distance to my desk. Then, I had to watch him walk around it and stop somewhere to my left. I swiveled my office chair, fully facing him. Sorry, but is there anything I can help you with? His gaze fell behind me, on my laptop screen, his big body bending down. My eyes shot to his face, probably looking at him in one of the ways Rosie had pointed out earlier, glaring only without whatever crap she'd read between lines that didn't even exist. His brows drew in. Aaron placed his left hand on my desk and bent further down. Excuse me. I told to his round and kind of huge shoulder. Jesus, what is he, a giant? Realizing how very close his body was to my face and how much larger it seemed up close, I leaned back in my chair. Hello? The word came out wobblier than I would have preferred. What are you doing? He hummed, the soft noise sounding as close as he was. Right in my face. Blackford, I said very slowly, watching how his eyes scanned the PowerPoint slide on my screen. It displayed a draft of the schedule I was assembling for Inteca's open day. I knew what he was doing. But I didn't know why. Or why he was ignoring me, besides because he was trying to be the biggest pain in my ass. "Blackford, I'm talking to you." Lost in thought, he hummed again, that damn noise sounding all hushed and masculine. And annoying, I reminded myself. I swallowed the lump that had just magically appeared in my throat. Then, he finally spoke. "Is that all you've got?" He absently placed his laptop on my desk, right beside mine. My eyes narrowed. 8 a.m. meet and greet. One bulky arm flew in front of my face, pointing at my screen. I plastered my body to the backrest of my chair, watching his biceps flex under the fabric of the plain button-down he wore. Aaron continued reading out loud from my screen, pointing with his finger at every item. 9 a.m. An introduction to Inteca's business strategies. My eyes traveled all the way up to his shoulder. 10 a.m. coffee break, until 11 a.m. That will require large amounts of coffee. 11 a.m. pre-lunch activities. Not specified. I surprised myself, noticing how his arm filled out the sleeve perfectly and completely, his muscles snuggled into the thin fabric and not leaving much space for imagination. Noon. Lunch break, until 2 p.m. quite the banquet. Oh, and there's another coffee break at 3 p.m. That arm I had been focused on halted in the air and then dropped. Flushed, I reminded myself that I wasn't here to gawk at him. Or the muscles I noticed beneath his boring clothes. This is worse than I thought. Why didn't you say anything? I snapped out my trance, looking up at him. Excuse me, what? Aaron tilted his head, and then something seemed to catch his attention. My gaze followed his hand across my desk. An event like this one, he said. Then, he picked up one of the pens I had scattered around. You have never planned one. And you don't seem to know how. He dropped it in my cactus-shaped pencil cup. I have some experience with workshops, I muttered as I followed his fingers, repeating the action with a second pen. But just for colleagues, never for prospective clients. Then a third one. Excuse me, what do you think you are doing? Okay, he answered simply, grabbing my favorite pencil, one that was pink, topped with a feather in the same bright color. He looked at it strangely, his brows arching up. It's not ideal, but it's a start. He pointed at me with the pencil. This? Seriously? I snagged it out of his hand. It cheers me up. I dropped it in the cup. Does it offend your tastes, Mr. Robot? Aaron didn't answer. Instead, his hands went for a couple of folders I had piled up. Okay, fine, they had been rather dropped down somewhere to my right. I know my way around events like this one, he said, picking them up and squaring them on a corner of my desk. I organized a couple before coming to work for Intech. He followed that up with going for my planner, which had been lying upside down somewhere in the mess that I was starting to realize was my working space. He held it in his paw-sized hands. We just need to work fast, there's not much time to put everything together. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We? I ripped my planner out of his hold. There's no we here, I scoffed. And would you please leave my stuff alone? What are you even trying to accomplish? His furtive hand moved again, going around the back of my chair. Aaron was almost sandwiching me between the desk and my chair as his head hovered above mine, his eyes roaming around my things. I waited for my answer, watching his profile and trying really hard not to acknowledge the warmth I felt radiating off his body. There's no way you can focus, your desk is all cluttered, he finally told me in a matter-of-fact tone. So, I'm fixing it. My mouth was hanging open. I could focus just fine until you got here. Can I see the attendee list Jeff drafted? His fingers flew over the keys of my laptop, opening a window. All the while, I felt my body growing, warm, uncomfortable. But at least he had stopped touching all my things. Oh, here it is. He seemed to scan the document as I just stared at his profile, starting to feel overwhelmed by his proximity. Jesus. All right, he continued, that's not a lot of people, so at least the catering will be relatively easy to get sorted. As for the outline you prepared, that won't work. Dropping my hands on my lap, I felt dread spreading in my belly, making me wonder how in the world I was going to pull this off. I didn't ask for your opinion, but thanks for letting me know, I said weakly, reaching for my laptop and bringing it closer. Now, if you don't mind, I'll get back to it. Aaron looked down just as I glanced up at him. He searched my face for a brief moment that seemed to stretch into a full and very uncomfortable minute. Stepping from behind me, he moved to my other side. He leaned on the table with strong forearms, which I might have looked at a second too long, and turned on his own laptop. Aaron, I said for what I hoped was the last damn time tonight, you don't need to help me. If that's what you are trying to do here. That last part, one muttered. I rolled my chair closer to my desk as I watched him punch in his password, trying hard not to focus on those infuriating broad shoulders that were right in my line of vision as he leaned on the wooden surface. Poor El Amor de Dios. I needed to stop, checking him out. My starved brain was clearly struggling to behave normally. And it was his fault. I needed him gone. ASAP. At a normal distance, he was extremely annoying, and now, he was right freaking here. Being extra difficult. I have something we can use. Aaron's fingers flew over the pad of his laptop as he looked for the document I guessed he was referring to. Before leaving my former employer, they had me put together a list. A manual of sorts. It should be somewhere here. Hold on. Aaron kept typing and clicking as I grew more and more irritated by the second. With myself, with him. With just everything. Aaron, I said as a PDF document finally blinked open on his screen. I softened my voice, thinking maybe being as nice as I could ever be when it came to him was the way to go about this. It's late, and you don't have to do this. You have already pointed me in the right direction. Now, you can go. I pointed at the door. Thank you. The fingers I was still watching gracefully tapped on the keys one more time. It includes a little bit of everything workshop examples, key concepts for activities and group dynamics, and even objectives that should be kept in mind. We can go through it. We. That word again. I can do this on my own, Blackford. I can help. You might be able to, but you don't have to. I have no idea why you have this impulse to fly in with your red cape like a nerdy Clark Kent and save the day, but no, thanks. You might look a little like him, but I'm not a damsel in distress. The worst part was that I actually needed the help. What I had trouble accepting was that Aaron was the one willing to provide it. He straightened to his full length. A nerdy Clark Kent. His brows furrowed. Is that supposed to be a compliment? My mouth snapped closed. No. I rolled my eyes even though he might have been a little right. He sort of looked like the man behind Superman's secret identity. Not the one with the cape, the one who wore a suit, had a 9-to-5 job, and was kind of hot for a guy working in an office. Not that I'd ever admit that out loud. Not even to Rosie. Aaron studied my face for a couple of seconds. I think I'm going to take it as a compliment, he said as one of the corners of his lips bent up just the tiniest little bit. Smug Clark Kent look-alike. Well, it's not. I reached for my mouse, clicking to open a random folder. Thor or Captain America. That would have been a compliment. But you are not a Chris. Plus, no one cares about Superman anymore, Mr. Kent. Aaron seemed to think about my statement for an instant. It sounds like you still care though. As I ignored that, he proceeded to walk behind me. Then, I watched him cross the office to the desk that belonged to one of the guys I shared the space with but who had obviously left hours ago. He grabbed his chair with one hand and rolled it in my direction. My arms crossed in front of my chest as he placed that chair beside mine and let his large body fall on it, making it squeak and look rather frail. "What are you doing?" I asked him. "You asked me that question already." He pinned me with a bored look. "What does it look like I'm doing?" "I don't need your help, Blackford." He sighed. "I think I'm having another déjà vu." "You," I stuttered. Then scoffed again. Catalina," he said, and I hated how my name sounded on his lips in that precise moment. "You need the help. So, I'm saving us both some time because we both know you'd never ask." He wasn't wrong. I would never ask Aaron for anything, not when I knew exactly what he thought about me. Personally, professionally, it didn't matter. I had been well aware of what he thought of me all this time. I had heard him myself all those months ago even if he didn't know that. So, no, I refused to accept anything from him. As much as that turned me into a grudge holder too. Just like he was. I'd live with it. Aaron leaned back and placed his hands on the chair's armrests. The shirt strained with the motion, the change in the tension of the fabric too flattering enough for my eyes not to unconsciously drift there. Jesus. My eyes fluttered closed for a second. I was hungry, tired from dealing with all this, betrayed by my own two eyes, and honestly simply confused at this point. "Stop being so stubborn," he said. Stubborn. Why? Because I hadn't asked for his help and I was supposed to take it when he decided to offer it. Now, I was pissed. That was probably why I opened my mouth without thinking. "That's why you didn't speak up during the meeting where all this was dumped on me and then some." Because I didn't ask for help. Because I am too stubborn to ever accept it. Aaron's head reared back just slightly. He was probably shocked by my admission. I immediately regretted saying anything. I did. But it had somehow slipped out, as if the words had been squeezed out of me. Something flashed through his otherwise serious expression. "I didn't realize you wanted me to step in." Of course not. No one had. Not even Hector, who I almost considered family. Didn't I know that by now? Yes, I was more than familiar with the fact that when it came to these situations, there were two groups of people. Those who believed that not saying anything made them stand in neutral ground and those who picked a side. And more often than not, it was the wrong one. Sure, it wasn't always as harmless as condescending and disrespectful comments like those Gerald had made. Sometimes, it was far, far worse than just that. I knew that. I had experienced that firsthand a long time ago. I shook my head, pushing the memories away. Would that have made a difference, Aaron? If I had asked you to intervene? I asked him, as if he held the solution in his hands when he really didn't. I watched him, feeling my heart race with trepidation. Or if I told you I was exhausted from having to ask, would you step in then? Aaron studied me in silence, searching my face almost gingerly. My cheeks heated up under his scrutiny, making me regret more and more that I had spoken. Forget I said anything, okay? I averted my eyes, feeling disappointed and mad at myself for putting Aaron, out of all people, on the line when he didn't owe me anything. Not a single thing. I'm stuck with this anyway. It doesn't matter how or why. Or that it wouldn't be the last time. Aaron straightened, leaning his body toward me just the splinter of a hair. He took a deep breath as I seemed to hold mine, waiting for him to say whatever was brewing in his mind. You've never needed anyone to fight your battles, Catalina. That's one of the things I respect the most about you. His words did something to my chest. Something that created a kind of pressure I wasn't comfortable with. Aaron never said stuff like that. Not to anyone, and particularly not to me. I opened my mouth to tell him that it didn't matter, that I didn't care, that we could just drop it, but he held up a hand, stopping me. On the other hand, I never pegged you for someone who would cower and not give their best when faced with a challenge. Whether it's unfairly imposed or not, he said, turning away and facing his laptop. So, what's it going to be? My jaw clamped closed. I wasn't cowering. I was not scared of this thing. I knew I could do it. I was just exhausted. It was hard, finding the motivation when something was this discouraging. I'm not. What is it going to be, Catalina? His fingers moved on the laptop pad with practice. Whining or working? I am not whining, I huffed. Clark Kent look-alike jerk. Then, we work, he fired back. I took a good look at him, taking in how his jaw bunched up with determination. Perhaps some irritation too. There's no we here, I breathed out. He shook his head, and I saw the ghost of a smile graced his lips for a fragment of a second. I swear to God. He looked up, as if he were asking the heavens for patience. You are taking the help. That's it. He peeked down at his watch, exhaling. I don't have the whole day to convince you. Scowl back in place, he returned to the Aaron I knew. We've wasted enough time already. This scowling Aaron I felt more comfortable with. He didn't go around, saying stupid stuff, like that he respected me. Now, it was my turn to scowl, as I was painfully aware of how I wasn't kicking Aaron out of my office anymore. I'm as stubborn as you are, he murmured, typing something in his laptop. You know I am. Returning my attention to my computer screen, I decided to allow this strange truce to settle between us. Just for the sake of Inteka's reputation. For my own mental health, too, because he was driving me completely crazy. We'd be two scowling idiots who would tolerate each other for an evening, I guessed. Fine. I'll let you help me if you are so set on it, I told him, trying not to focus on that warm ball of emotion forming in my belly. One that felt a lot like gratitude. He peeked at me quickly, something unreadable in his eyes. We'll need to start from scratch. Open a blank template. Looking away, I tried to focus on my screen. We had been in silence for a couple of minutes when out of the corner of my eye, I perceived movement. Quickly after, he placed something on my desk. Right between us. Here, I heard him say from my side. Looking down, my gaze found something wrapped in wax paper. It was a square, about 3 or 4 inches long. What's this? I asked him, my eyes jumping to his profile. A granola bar, he answered without looking at me, typing on his keyboard. You are hungry. Eat it. I watched my hands move to the snack of their own accord. Once unwrapped, I inspected it closely. Homemade. It had to be, judging by the way roasted oats, dried fruits, and nuts were assembled together. I heard Aaron's long sigh. If you ask me if it's poisoned, I swear. No, I murmured. Then, I shook my head, feeling that weird pressure in my chest again. So, I took the snack to my mouth, bit into it, and holy granola bars. I moaned in delight. For Christ's sake, the man to my right muttered under his breath. Gobbling all the nutty and sugary amazingness down, I shrugged. Sorry, it was a moan-worthy bite. I watched his head shake as he was focused on the document on his screen. As I studied his profile, an odd and unfamiliar feeling settled in. And it had nothing to do with my appreciation for Aaron's unexpected baking skills. It was something else, something warm and fuzzy that I had gotten a whiff of a few minutes earlier, but now, I wanted to bend my lips into a smile. I was grateful. Aaron Blackford, scowling Clark Kent lookalike, was in my office, helping me and feeding me homemade snacks, and I was glad. Thankful even. Thank you. The fugitive words escaped my lips. He turned to face me, and I saw him relax for an instant. Then, his eyes jumped to my screen. He scoffed, "You still haven't opened a blank template?" Oi. The Spanish words slipped out. You don't have to be so bossy. Not everyone has super speed like you, Mr. Kent. His eyebrows rose, and he looked unimpressed. Quite the contrary. Some even have the opposite superpower. Ha! I rolled my eyes. Funny. His gaze shifted back to his screen. Blank template. And make it today, if that's not too much to ask. This was going to be a long night. Chapter 4. Mama, I said for the 100th time. Mama, escuchame, por favor. It wouldn't really matter if I asked her to please listen to me 1,000 more times. That wasn't something my mother excelled at, much less ever practiced. Listening was reserved for those whose vocal cords took breaks. A long and loud sigh left my lips as my mother's voice traveled from my phone to my ear in heavy spurts of Spanish. Mada, I repeated. So if you decide to go with that other dress, you know which one I'm talking about, my mother asked in Spanish, not really giving me a window to answer. The one that is all flimsy and silky and falls to your ankles. Well, as your mother, I need to tell you that it's not flattering. I'm sorry, Lena, but you are short, and the cut of the dress makes you look even shorter. And green is not your color either. I don't think that's a color the madrina of the wedding should wear. I know, Mama. But I already told you. You'll look like a frog but in heels. Gee, thanks, Mother. I chuckled and shook my head. It doesn't matter because I'm wearing the red dress. A gasp came through the line. Why didn't you tell me this before? You let me talk for half an hour about all your other options. I told you as soon as it came up. You just... Well, I must have let myself get carried away, Carino. I opened my mouth to confirm that, but she didn't give me the chance. Perfect, she cut in. That is such a beautiful dress, Lena. It's classy and flirty. Flirty? What was that supposed to mean? Your boobs will be entering the banquet before you. Oh. So, that was what she meant. But the color does really flatter your skin, body shape, and face. Not like the frog dress. Thanks, I muttered. I don't think I'll ever wear green again. Good, she said far too quickly for taking it as a good-hearted comment. So, what's this boyfriend of yours going to wear? Are you going to match? Papa got a tie in the same shade of baby blue I'll be wearing. A tiny groan slipped out of my mouth. Mama, you know that Ise hates that. She specifically told us not to match. My sister had been very insistent no matching couples. I even had to fight her over not adding that instruction on the invites. It had cost me a lot of energy and patience to convince her that she didn't want to be that kind of bride. Well, given that I gave birth to the bride and that I already bought that tie for Papa, I think your sister is going to have to make an exception. Leave it to her to be stubborn. I certainly was, my sister probably even more, but our mother. The woman had created the term bullheaded as she opened her eyes to the world the day she was born. I think she'll have to, I admitted under my breath. Reaching for my planner, I scribbled on my to-do list to call Ise to warn her. I have an online voucher you can use, I think, Mama commented while I unlocked my laptop and absently checked my inbox. Although maybe it does not work outside Spain. But it should, shouldn't it? You are my daughter, and you should be able to use my vouchers, no matter where you are in the world. Isn't that what the internet is supposed to be for? I clicked on an email notification for a new series meeting I had received. Yeah, sure. A quick scan of the contents of the description told me I should have probably waited for my mother to hang up before opening it. Yeah, sure, the internet is for that. Or yeah, sure, you'll use my voucher. I leaned back on my seat, reading through the information attached. Lena? What are we even talking about? Yes, Mama. Well, you'll have to check the voucher yourself. You know I am not good with this internet thing. Of course, I said, still not knowing what I was agreeing to. Unless he has a tie already? He. All my attention returned to the conversation. Does he? She insisted when I didn't answer. Your new boyfriend. Small beads of sweat formed on my forehead at the prospect of discussing this. Him. The boyfriend I didn't have, but my family believed I did. Because I had told them. Lied to them. All of a sudden, my lips were magically sewn together. I waited for my mother to conveniently change the topic in that chaotic and speedy way she always did while my mind went on a panicky frenzy. What am I supposed to say anyway? No, Mama. He can't have a tie because he doesn't even exist. I made him up, you see. All in an attempt to look a little less pathetic and lonely. Perhaps I could hang up. Or pretend to be busy and terminate the call. But that would fill me with remorse, and frankly, I didn't think I was able to take on any more of that. Also, my mother wasn't stupid. She'd know something was up. This was the woman whose womb I had come out of. More seconds ticked away as nothing came out of my mouth, and I couldn't believe that for the first time in probably ever, the Mortine matriarch was waiting for my answer in silence. Shit. A few more seconds ticked away. Shit, shit, shit. Confess, a little voice in my head said. But I shook my head, focusing on one of the little droplets of sweat trailing down my clammy back. Lena, she finally said, her voice unsure. Worried. Did something happen? I was a horrible, lying human being who had unquestionably put that concern I could hear in her voice. No. Clearing my throat, I ignored the heaviness that felt a lot like shame settle in my stomach. I'm okay. I heard her sigh. It was one of those sighs that smacked into you, making me feel bad about myself. As if I could see her looking at me with eyes filled with defeat and a little sorrow, shaking her head. I hated it. Lena, you know you can talk to me if something happened. My guilt deepened, souring my stomach. I felt awful. Stupid too. But what could I even do besides keep lying or coming clean? Did you guys break up? You know, it would make sense because you have never talked about him before. Not until the other day at least. There was a pause, in which I could hear my heart drumming in my ears. Your cousin Charo said something yesterday, you know. Of course Charo knew. Anything Mama knew, the rest of the family knew. So, she said that, she continued when I didn't say anything, you don't have any photos of him on Facebook. I closed my eyes. Nobody posts anything on Facebook anymore, Mama, I told her in a weak voice while I kept battling with myself. And Princeton? Whatever it is that you young people use now. No photos there either. I could picture Charo scouting all my social profiles, searching for this imaginary man and rubbing her hands when she hadn't found any. Charo said that if it's not Princeton official, then it's not serious. My heartbeat hammered louder in my chest. It's called Instagram. Fine. She sighed again. But if you broke up with him or if he ended things, I don't care who did what, you can talk to us about it. To Papa and to me. I know how much you have struggled with this dating thing ever since, you know, since Daniel. That last comment was a knife to the chest. It turned that heavy sensation into something ugly and painful. Something that made me think of the reason why I'd lied, why I struggled as my mother had put it, and why I was in this predicament in the first place. You have never brought anybody home in all these years you've been away. Never talked about a man you were seeing. And never talked about this one before you told us you were dating him and that you'd bring him to the wedding. So, if you are alone again. A very familiar and very sharp pang pierced my chest at her words. That's okay. Is it? If it was really okay, I could tell my mother. I had the chance to end this lying circus, bury all that regret somewhere deep and dark, and breathe. I could tell her that, yes, I was no longer in a relationship, and consequently, I was no longer taking my non-existent boyfriend home. That I'd attend the wedding alone. And that it was okay. She had said it herself. And maybe she was right. I just needed to believe she was. Taking a deep breath, I felt a surge of courage and made up my mind. I'll come clean. Attending alone wouldn't be fun. The pity looks and whispers of a past I didn't want to think of would certainly suck. And that was putting it lightly. But I had no options. Aaron's scowling face popped up in my mind. Unannounced. Definitely unwelcome. No. I kicked it out. He hadn't even mentioned it again since Monday. It had been 4 days. Not that if he had, it would have changed anything. I was on my own. But I had no reason to believe he had been serious. And it was okay, Mama had said so. I opened my mouth to follow up with my decision of growing the hell up and to stop acting like a compulsive liar for something I should have the maturity to face alone, but of course, luck wasn't on my side. Because my mother's next words immediately killed whatever I was about to say. You know, the way her voice sounded should have tipped me on what was about to come. Every person is different. We all have our own pace to put back together our lives after going through something like that. Some people need more time than others. And if you haven't managed to get there yet, then there's nothing to be ashamed of. Daniel is engaged while you are not. But that isn't important. You can come to the wedding alone, Lena. My stomach dropped to my feet at the thought. I'm not saying Daniel needed to put his life back together in the first place because, well, he jumped off that boat, unscathed. And wasn't that the damn truth? Something that, on top of everything, would make things even worse. He had merrily continued his life while I had gotten stuck. And everybody there would know. Every single person attending that wedding would know. As if reading my mind, my mother uttered my thoughts. Everybody knows, Carino. And everybody understands. You went through a lot. Everybody understands. No, she was wrong. Everybody thought they understood. Nobody did. They didn't realize that all those pobrecita, poor little Lenas, accompanied by all those pitiful looks and nods, as if they got why I had been scarred and not able to find somebody else, were the reasons why I had lied to my family. Why I wanted to crawl out of my skin at the prospect of showing up alone when Daniel, my first love, my ex, the groom's brother and best man, being there with his fiancée would only reinforce their assumptions of me. Single and alone after fleeing the country, heartbroken. Stuck. I was over him, I truly was. But, man, all that had happened had messed me up. I realized that now, not because it had suddenly hit me that I had been single for years, but because I had lied, and what was worse was, I had just made up my mind not to go back on my lie. Everybody understands. You went through a lot. A lot was a very gentle way to put it. Nope. I couldn't. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't be that Lena in front of my whole family, the whole damn town. Daniel. Lena. My mother said my name in that way only a mother could. Are you still there? Of course. My voice sounded wobbly and heavy with everything I was feeling, and I hated that it had. I exhaled through my nose, straightening in my chair. Nothing happened with my boyfriend, I lied. Lies, lies, and more lies. Lena Martin, professional liar, deceiver. And I am bringing him, just like I said I would. I forced out a laugh, but it sounded all wrong. If you'd just let me talk before jumping to silly conclusions and sermonizing me, I could have told you. Nothing came through the speaker of the phone. Only silence. My mother wasn't stupid. I didn't think any mother was. And if I believed for a second that I was out of the storm, I was probably wrong. Okay, she said oddly softly. So, you are still together? Yes, I lied again. And he'll come to the wedding with you? To Spain? Correct. A pause, making me realize my hands were sweating so much that the phone would have slipped if I hadn't been gripping it as tightly as I was. He's in New York too, you said. Yep. She hummed and then added, American. Raised and born. What's his name again? My breath got stuck somewhere along my throat. Shit. I hadn't given them a name, had I? I didn't think I had, but... My mind raced through my options very quickly. Desperately. I needed a name. What an easy, manageable thing. A name. A simple name. A name of a man who didn't exist or I still had to find. Lena, are you there? My mother chimed. She laughed, somehow sounding nervous. Have you forgotten your boyfriend's name? Don't be silly, I told her, hearing my distress in my voice. A shadow caught my eye, distracting me. My gaze shot to my office door, and exactly how he had wedged himself into my life 1 year and 8 months ago with horrifyingly bad timing. Aaron Blackford walked through the threshold and placed himself in the eye of the storm. Lena? I thought I heard my mother say. In 2 strides, he was in front of me, across my desk, letting a stack of papers drop on its surface. What is he doing? We didn't visit each other's offices. We never needed, wanted, or bothered to. That icy blue gaze of his fell on me. It was followed by a frown, as if he were wondering why I looked like a woman currently dealing with a life-threatening crisis. Which was exactly what I was doing. Getting caught in a lie was far worse than lying. After only a couple of seconds, his expression morphed into an appalled one. I could see the judgment in his eyes. Out of every single person who could have walked into my office right now, it had to be him. Why, Lord? Why? Aaron, I heard myself say in a pained voice. I was vaguely aware when my mother somehow repeated his name, Aaron. Sigh, I murmured, my gaze locked with his. What in the world does he want? Okay, Mama said. Okay. My eyes widened. Q? Aaron, who had caught the Spanish words, put 2 and 2 together with an ease that shouldn't have surprised me. Personal call at work, he queried, shaking his head. My mother, who was still on the line, asked in Spanish, Is that him, the voice I'm hearing? This Aaron you are dating? My whole body locked up. Eyes wide and mouth agape, I stared at him as my mother's words resonated inside my clearly empty skull because what in the world had I done? Lena, she pressed on. Aaron's frown deepened, and he sighed with resignation as he stood right there. Not leaving. Why isn't he leaving? Sigh, I answered, not realizing she'd take that word as confirmation. But she would, I knew she would do exactly that, wouldn't she? No, I added, trying to backpedal. But then Aaron scared and shook his head again, and whatever had been about to leave my lips scattered. Oh God, why is it so warm in my office? No sir, Mama. Aaron mouthed, your mother? Como que no sabes, came at the same time. I I trailed off, not really knowing who I was talking to. The scowling man or my mother. I felt like I was flying on autopilot while my plane approached the ground at a breakneck speed, and I couldn't do anything to stop it from crashing. None of my controls were responding. "Hey, Hija," my mother said with a laugh. "What is it? Yes or no? Is that Aaron?" I wanted to scream. All of a sudden, I had this powerful urge to cry or open the window and shove the phone out and onto New York's merciless traffic. I wanted to break something too. With my bare hands. While I stomped my feet with frustration. All at once. I wanted to do all those things. Curiosity filled Aaron's blue eyes. He tilted his head, watching me as I struggled to even take a decent breath. I covered my phone with my other hand and addressed the man in front of me in a broken, defeated voice. "What do you want?" He waved one hand in front of him. "No, please, don't let me or work get in between you and your personal call." He crossed his arms in front of his stupidly wide chest and brought a fist under his chin. "I'll just wait here until you are done." If smoke could physically leave my ears, a black cloud would have been trailing up and circling over my head. My mother, who was still on the line, spoke. "You sound busy, so I'll let you go." I kept my eyes on Aaron, and before I could even process her words, she added, "Wait until Abuela hears about you dating someone from work. You know what she'll say?" My dumb brain must have been still flying on autopilot because it didn't skip a beat. "You know no come don't kaga." Aaron's lips puckered lightly. "SOS." I heard my mother chuckle. "I'll let you get back to work. You'll tell us about this man you are dating when you two come for the wedding then, okay?" No, I wanted to tell her. What I'll do is die, choked in my own web of lies. "Of course, Mama," I said instead. "I love you. Tell Papa I love him too." "Love you too, Cielo," my mother said right before hanging up. Filling my lungs with much-needed air, I glared at the man who had just complicated my life tenfold and dropped my phone on the desk as if it were burning my palm. "So, your mother." I nodded my head, incapable of speaking. It was better that way. God knew what would come out of my treacherous mouth. "All good at home?" Sighing, I nodded again. "What does it mean?" he asked me with what might be genuine curiosity. "What you said in Spanish at the end." My head was still swirling with that horrible, catastrophic phone call. With what I had done and how big I had messed up. I didn't have time to play Google Translate with Aaron, who, on top of everything, was the last person I wanted to chat with at the moment. Jesus, how did he manage to do that? He showed up, and in the span of a few minutes just. I shook my head. "Why do you even care?" I snapped. I watched him flinch. Only slightly, but I was almost sure he had. Immediately feeling like a jerk, I brought my hands to my face as I tried to calm myself. "Sorry," I whispered. "I'm a little stressed." "What do you want, Aaron?" I asked him, softening my voice and fixing my eyes somewhere on my desk. Anywhere but on him. I didn't want to face him and give him a chance to see me this unsettled. I hated the idea of him seeing me at my lowest. If it wouldn't be completely inappropriate, I would drop to the floor, crawl under my desk, and hide from him. Given that I refused to look at him, I could only notice the difference in his tone when he said, "I printed out some more documents you can use for one of the workshops we outlined." His voice was almost gentle. For someone like Aaron, that was. "I left them on your desk." "Oh." My gaze tracked down the wooden surface, finding them, and I felt like an even bigger jerk. That emotion churned in my gut, turning into something way too close to helplessness for me to feel any better. "Thanks," I muttered, massaging my temples with my fingers and closing my eyes. "You could have just sent them by email. Maybe that way, all this could have been avoided. You highlight everything by hand. I did. When something required my full focus, I needed to print it on paper and then review it with a highlighter in hand. But how, oh hell. It didn't matter that Aaron had somehow noticed. He probably had, because it was a waste of paper or bad for the environment anyway. And that didn't change that I was still a jerk for snapping at him like that. You are right, I do. That was. I trailed off, keeping my gaze on the desk. That was nice of you. I'll go through them over the weekend. Still not lifting my head to look at him, I reached for the thin stack and placed it in front of me. A long moment passed where neither of us spoke. I could tell he was still standing there, all statuesque, not moving and just looking down at me. But he didn't say anything, not giving me an excuse to look up. So, I kept my eyes trained on the papers he had so nicely printed out for me. That long moment seemed to stretch into a painfully awkward amount of time, but right before I was about to lose the weird battle and look up, I sensed him leave. Then, I waited a full minute until I was sure he was long gone. And I let it all out. My head fell on my desk with a muffled thud. No, not on the desk. My head had fallen on the stack of papers that Aaron had come to deliver very nicely right before I put my foot in my mouth and somehow told my mother that the name of my made-up boyfriend was Aaron. A groan slipped out of me. It was ugly and miserable. Just like I was. I softly bumped my head against the surface of my desk. Estúpida. Bang. Idiota. Tonta. Boba. Why mentirosa? Bang, bang, bang. That was the worst of all. Not only was I an idiot, but I was also a lying idiot. The realization pushed another groan out of me. Whoa, came from the door. It was Rose's voice. Good. I needed someone I trusted to retrieve me from this madness I had gotten myself into and register me into the closest mental facility. I couldn't be trusted to adult properly. Is everything okay, Lena? Nope. Nothing about what I had just done was okay. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Wait. Rosie shoved her hand between us, making the universal sign to hold your horses. You told your mom what? Gobbling down the rest of my pastrami panini, I shot her a look. You know what I saved, I told her, not caring that my mouth was still full. I just want to hear that last part again. Rosie leaned back on her chair, her emerald eyes wide with shock. You know what? How about you start from the beginning again? I must be missing something because this whole thing sounds a little too much, even for you. Narrowing my eyes at her, I gave her a fake, toothy smile that I was sure showcased some of the contents of my lunch. I didn't care that anybody in the co-working space on the 15th floor, where we were having lunch, could see me. At this time, there weren't many people left on this floor anyway. Leave it to a company in New York City to dedicate this much space and money because the decor was right out of hipsterland to a co-working and shared space for a bunch of workaholics who didn't make use of it outside of their lunch break. No more than a couple of tables to my right were occupied by now the ones closest to the impressive floor-to-ceiling windows, of course. Don't look at me like that. My friend pouted across from me. And please, I love you, but that's not a nice look. I can see some letters hanging out of your mouth. I rolled my eyes, chewing and finally washing down my mouthful. Contrary to what I had hoped, food had done nothing to appease my mood. This pounding ball of anxiety was still asking to be fed. I should have ordered a second panini. On any other day, I would have. But the wedding would be in no time, and I was trying to watch what I ate. Yes, and something else you should have done. Told me about all of this before. Her voice was soft, just how all things Rosie were, but the weight behind those words prickled at my skin all the same. You know, like from the moment you decided to make up a boyfriend. I deserved it. I had known Rosie would sweetly kick my ass as soon as she found out that I had kept from her all that me lying to my family about being in a relationship business. I'm sorry. I reached my hand out across the table, taking hers. I'm so sorry, Rosalind Graham. I should never have kept this from you. No, you shouldn't have done that. She pouted some more. In my defense, I was going to tell you on Monday, but we were interrupted by you-know-who. I wouldn't say his name out loud, as he often appeared out of thin air when I did. I squeezed her hand. To make it up to you, I will ask my abuela to light a few candles to one of her saints, so you are rewarded with many children. Rosie sighed, pretending to think about it for a moment. Fine, I accept your apology. She squeezed back. But instead of children, I'd much rather get introduced to one of your cousins maybe. I reared back, shock etched on my face. One of my what? As I watched the light blush rise in her cheeks, my surprise only grew when she said, the one who surfs and has a Belgian shepherd. He is kind of dreamy. Dreamy? None of my savage cousins could ever be considered dreamy. Rose's cheeks turned a darker shade of red. How the hell is my friend acquainted with one of the members of the Motin clan? Unless... Lucas. I sputtered, immediately remembering that I had shown her a few of his Instagram stories. But it had all been because of Tucko, his dog. Not because of him. Lucas, the one with the bust head. My friend nodded casually, shrugging her shoulders. You are too good for Lucas, I hissed. I'll let you take part in the kidnapping of his dog though. Tucko is also too good for him. Tucko. Rosie giggled. That's such an adorable name. Rosie, no. I retrieved my hand and reached for my bottle of water. No. No, what? Her smile was still there. Hanging onto her lips as she thought of my cousin, I supposed, in ways that... No. You. Yikes, woman. He is a barbarian, a brute. He has no manners. Stop daydreaming of my cousin. I took a cleansing gulp of water. Stop, or I'll be forced to tell you some horror stories from our childhood, and in the process, I'll probably ruin the male specimen for you. My friend's shoulders fell. If you must, not that it would help my case anyway. I don't think I need extra assistance for that. She paused, sighing sadly. Making me want to reach out again and tell her that her prince would eventually show up. She just needed to stop picking up only the assholes. My relatives included. But before that, we can actually talk about your horror story. Oh. That. I already told you everything about it. My gaze fell to my hands as I played with the label on the bottle. I gave you a play-by-play recap. From the moment I blurted out to my parents that I was dating a man who doesn't exist to the moment I somehow made my mom believe his name was Aaron because of a certain blue-eyed jerk who had appeared out of thin air. I scratched harder, ripping the label completely off the plastic surface. What else do you want to know? Okay, those are the facts. But what's on your mind? Right now? I asked, to which she nodded. That we should have picked up dessert. Lena. Rosie placed both arms on the table and leaned on them. You know what I am asking. She glanced at me sharply, which, when it came to Rosie, meant patiently but without a smile. Or a smaller than usual one. What are you going to do about all of this? What the hell do I know? Shrugging, I let my gaze roam around the co-working space, taking in the chipped, old barn tables and the hanging ferns adorning the red brick wall to my left. Ignore this until my plane touches Spanish ground and I have to explain why my boyfriend is not with me. Sweetie, are you sure you want to do that? No. I shook my head. Yes. Bringing both hands to my temples, I tried to massage away the start of a headache. I don't know. Rosie seemed to take that in for a long moment. What if you actually consider him for this? My hands dropped from my temples to the wooden surface, and my stomach plunged to my feet. Consider who? I knew exactly who. I just couldn't believe she was even suggesting it. She humored me by replying, Aaron. Oh, Lucifer's favorite son. I don't see how I should consider him for anything. Watching how Rosie clasped her hands together on the table, as if she were readying herself for a business negotiation, I narrowed my eyes at her. I don't think Aaron is all that bad, she had the nerve to say. All I gave her was a very dramatic gasp. My friend rolled her eyes, not buying my bullshit. Okay, so he's a little dry, and he takes things a little too seriously, she pointed out, as if using the word little would make him any better. But he has his good traits. Good traits? I snorted. Like what? His stainless steel interior. The joke bounced right off. Ah, that meant serious business. Would it be that bad to actually talk to him about what he offered you? Because he was the one who offered himself, by the way. Yes, it would. Because I still hadn't figured out why he had done that in the first place. You know what I think of him, Rosie, I told her with a no-nonsense expression. You know what happened. What he said. My friend sighed. That was a long time ago, Lena. It was, I admitted, averting my gaze. But that doesn't mean I've forgotten. It doesn't mean that just because it happened a handful of months ago, it's now somehow been written off. It happened over a year ago. 20 months, I corrected her far too quickly to hide that I had somehow kept count. That's closer to 2 years, I muttered, looking down at the crumpled paper sheet that had wrapped my lunch. That's my point, Lena, Rosie remarked softly. I have seen you give second, third, and fourth chances to people who have messed up far more. Some even repeatedly. She was right, but I was my mother's daughter and therefore stubborn as a mule. It's not the same. Why not? Because. Her green eyes turned harder, she was not letting this go. So, she was going to make me say it. We were going to talk about it. Fine. How about because he told our boss that he would rather work with anyone else in tech? On his second day of work. I felt my blood rushing to my face at the memory. Key on anyone. Even Gerald, for crying out loud. I hadn't overheard Aaron mention Gerald in particular, but I was sure I had heard everything else. Anyone but her, Jeff. Just not her. I don't think I could take it. Is she even capable of taking on this project? She looks young and inexperienced. Aaron had told that to our boss on the phone. I had happened to walk past his office. I had accidentally overheard, and I hadn't forgotten. It was all etched in my memory. He had known me for 2 days, Rosie. 2. I gestured with my index and middle fingers. And he was new. He came here and discredited me to our boss, indirectly kicked me out of a project, and put in question my professionalism, and for what? Because he didn't like me after the 2 minutes we talked? Because I looked young? Because I smile and laugh and I'm not a cyborg? I've worked hard. I've worked my ass off, getting to where I am. You know what comments like that can do. I felt my voice pitch high. Same went for the pressure of my blood now pumping into my temples. Making an effort to calm myself, I released a shaky breath. Rosie nodded, looking at me with the understanding only a good friend would. But there was something else there too. And I was under the impression I wouldn't like whatever she had to say next. I get it. I do, I swear. She smiled. Okay, that was good. I needed her to be on my side. And I knew she was. I watched her walk around the table and take a seat beside me. Then, she turned and faced me. Oh. This wasn't all that good anymore. Rosie placed a hand on my back and continued, I hate to remind you of this, but you didn't even want to be on the green solar project. Remember how much you complained about that client? Of course I'd had to go and find a best friend who had a borderline photographic memory. Of course she remembered that I had been glad to be relocated to a different project. And, she continued, as you very well said, Aaron didn't know you. Exactly. He hadn't bothered to do that before he decided to label me as a hindrance and talk shit about me to our boss. I crossed my arms in front of my chest. What's your point, Rosalind? My point is that, sure, he judged you based on only a couple of days, she patted my back. But you can come across a little informal. Relaxed. Spontaneous. Sometimes loud. My scoff was heard all the way in Spain. Excuse me. I gasped loudly. Damn it. I love you, sweetie. My friend smiled warmly. But it's true. I opened my mouth, but she didn't give me the chance to speak. You are one of the hardest workers here, and you are amazing at your job while you manage to create a light and fun working atmosphere. That's why you are a team leader. Okay, I like this direction far better, I muttered. Keep going. But Aaron didn't have a way of knowing that. My eyes widened. Are you defending him? Shall I remind you that we as friends should hate each other's enemies and nemesis? Do you need me to print a copy of the best friend quote for you? Lena, her head swiveled, looking frustrated. Be serious for a minute. I sobered up immediately, deflating in my chair. Okay, fine. Sorry. Go ahead. I just think you were hurt, understandably so, and that bothered you enough to write him off this long. Yes, I had been outraged and hurt too. Something I despised was people making judgments based on shallow impressions. And that was exactly what Aaron had done. Especially after I had gone out of my way and tried to welcome him in the division with the best and warmest intention. I couldn't believe I had shown up in his office with a stupid welcome gift, a mug with a funny quote about being an engineer. To this day, I didn't know what had come over me. I hadn't done that for anyone else. And what had Aaron done? He had just looked at it in horror and gaped at me like I had grown a second head as I cracked jokes like a total awkward dumbass. So, to overhear him say that kind of stuff about me not more than 2 days after that, it had just made me feel small and all the more pathetic. Like I was being shoved aside after not measuring up to the real adults. I'm going to take your silence as confirmation of what I said, Rosie told me, squeezing my shoulder. You were hurt, and that's okay, sweetie. But is it reason enough to hate him forever? I wanted to say yes, but at this point, I didn't even know anymore. So, I resorted to something else. It's not like he has been trying to be my friend or anything. He has been a constant pain in my ass all this time. Except for that life-saving homemade granola bar, fine. And those papers he'd printed out for me when he didn't have to, sure. And maybe for the fact that he'd stayed late, working with me on open day last Wednesday. Fine, okay, except for those 3 occasions, he had been a constant pain in my ass. You have been too, she countered. You two are equally bad. Actually, it's even cute how you two have been looking for excuses to trip each other and… Oh, hell no, I cut her off, turning in my seat to fully face her. Let me stop you right there before you launch yourself into this weird shit about looks and whatnot. My friend had the nerve to cackle. I gaped at her. I don't know you anymore. She recovered, pinning me with a look. You are oblivious, sweetie. I'm not. And you seem to need a reminder, so here's how things are. I pointed in the air with my index finger. Since I overheard him saying those ugly and prejudiced things about me, to our boss no less, his name has been on my blacklist. And you know how seriously I take that. That shit is carved on stone. I punched my palm with my other hand to be clear. Have I forgiven Zayn Malik? Rosie shook her head, snickering. Oh, Lord knows you haven't. Exactly. In the same way that I haven't forgotten what David Benioff and D.B. Weiss did to us on May 19, 2019. I waved my index finger between us. Didn't Daenerys Stormborn of the House Targaryen, first of her name, deserve better than that? I paused, just to let it seep in. Didn't we, Rosie? Okay, I'm going to take your side on that one, she admitted. But. No buts, I stopped her, holding a hand in the air. Aaron Blackford is on my blacklist, and he will stay there. Full stop. I watched my friend take in my words, mulling over what I had just said. Or more like passionately stated whatever. Rosie deflated with a sigh. I just want what's best for you. She gave me one of those sad smiles that made me think she might be disappointed in me. I know. Like the hugger I was, I launched myself at her, wrapping my arms around her and giving her a good squeeze. Frankly, it probably wasn't her who needed it the most. This whole thing was draining the life out of me. But that's not Aaron Blackford. Squeezing once more, I let myself enjoy the embrace, my eyelids falling shut for a second or two. Much to my dismay, when my eyes opened back up, they tracked a large and towering figure that could only be one man. Damn it, Rosie, I whispered with my arms still around her, making eye contact with the approaching man. We have summoned him again. I watched Aaron Blackford close the distance with quick strides. His long legs stopped right in front of us. We were still hugging, so I peered at him over Rosie's shoulder. Aaron took our embrace in, looking somewhere between appalled and engrossed. I couldn't be sure because he did a good job at hiding whatever he was thinking behind that infamous frown. What? Who have we summoned? I heard Rosie say as we disentangled our arms from each other under Aaron's attentive gaze. Oh. Him, my friend whispered back. Aaron had definitely heard that, but he didn't react. He limited himself to standing in front of us. Hello, Blackford. I forced a tight-lipped smile. Fancy seeing you here. Catalina, he answered. Rosie. He looked at his watch and then back at us all more, me with one of his eyebrows up. Still on lunch break, I see. Break police have arrived, I muttered under my breath. His other brow joined the one that was almost touching his hairline. If you are here to impart any of your lessons on how to become a working robot, I don't have the time. Okay, he replied simply. Then, he turned toward my friend. But it's Rosie who I have a message for. Oh. I frowned, feeling something tug in my stomach. Oh, my friend echoed. Hector is looking for you, Rosie. Something about a project falling through because someone he called Handbreaker had a fit, he explained. I've never seen Hector so worked up. My friend sprang up. Oliver Handbreaker. It's one of our clients. He shakes hands so hard, you can literally feel your bones grinding together. She shook her head. That's not important now. Oh crap. She picked up the few things she had: the corporate badge, office keys, and wallet. Oh no, no, no. A panicky look took over her face. That means the conference call is over. I had meant to be downstairs by now, but with this whole mess with Lena and... I pinched her arm, stopping her before she said too much. Aaron perked up, if his eyes narrowing slightly could count as perking up. Rosie continued, about Lena's cat. Another pinch. I didn't have a cat, and she knew this. Neighbor's cat. Rosie looked everywhere but at Aaron or me, her cheeks turning pink. Her neighbor Brian, yeah. Yes, that's it. Brian's cat. Mr. Cat. She shook her head. Aaron's eyes narrowed further and then jumped to me. He searched my face as my friend stuttered through her obvious lie. Lena is taking care of Mr. Cat this week because Brian's grandma is sick and he's out of town. You know how much Lena loves to help. I nodded my head slowly, as if Rose's gibberish had made any sense. Aren't you allergic to cats? Aaron asked, shocking the hell out of me. I am. I blinked. How do you? I cleared my throat. I don't care. I shook my head. It's a hairless cat. His hands slipped in his pants pockets, taking a moment to assess that. A hairless cat. Like in Friends, I said, trying to sound as casual as I could. Rachel's cat. ASPHYNX. I watched Aaron's face, not a sign showing that he knew what I was talking about. You live in New York, and you are American, yet you haven't watched Friends. Nothing there. Ever? Oh, never mind. Aaron stayed silent, and I pretended he hadn't caught us in a blatant lie. Okay, phew, my friend said, gifting us with a wide and toothy grin. The fake one. I really need to go talk to Hector. She looked at me apologetically. I stood up, too, scared of being left behind to explain more about Mr. Cat. Thank you, Aaron, for coming to get me. That was very. She glanced at me quickly. Very kind of you. I rolled my eyes. Rosie elbowed me softly. Wasn't it, Lena? She probably thought she was being clever. She wasn't. The kindest, I said with a clipped tone. Right. I'll talk to you later. Rosie rushed toward the staircase, leaving us behind. An awkward silence surrounded Aaron and me. He cleared his throat. Catalina. What's that, Rosie? I cut him off, pretending my friend was calling for me. Coward, I thought. But after everything that had gone down today and having to relive our rocky start during my conversation with Rosie, the last thing I wanted to do was talk to Aaron. Oh, you are holding the elevator door for me, you say? I shot after my friend, not paying attention to how Aaron's lips had pressed in a flat line as I left him behind. I'll be right there. Then, I turned one last time, quickly glancing over my shoulder. Sorry, Blackford, I gotta go. You can send me an email maybe? Yes. Okay, bye. When I turned my back to him, Rosie came into view. She was repeatedly pressing on the call button for the elevator. Rosalind Graham. I called after her, willing my head not to turn and check on the pair of blue eyes I was sure was drilling holes in my back. Chapter 5. You knew the universe didn't like you all that much when, after an exhausting week that had been crowned with a catastrophic Friday, it started pouring down the minute you stepped out of the office. Mikego Ian Lalesh, I cursed under my breath, looking out through the glass of Inteca's massive entrance door and taking in the dark clouds crowding the sky, rain falling from it almost violently. Pulling up my phone, I checked the weather app and discovered that the summer storm would probably hover over Manhattan for a couple more hours. Perfect, just perfect. It was already past 8 in the evening, so staying in the office to wait out the rain wasn't an option. I needed my bed. No, what I really needed was a can of Pringles and a pint of Ben and Jerry's. But that wasn't a rendezvous I would be having today. Instead, I'd probably trick my stomach with whatever leftover veggies I had in the fridge. A thunder rumbled somewhere nearby, returning me to the ugly present. The rainfall increased, now gusts of wind veering the falling water from one side to the other. Still in the safety of Inteca's entrance hall, I extracted from my bag the light cardigan I wore in the chilly building and covered my head with it in hopes that it would somehow act as a barrier between the rain and me. Thankfully, the bag I had grabbed that morning, even if not the prettiest, was waterproof. Looking down at my beautiful and brand new suede loafers which, contrary to my bag, were gorgeous and unfortunately not resistant to water, I took in their pristine state one last time. Farewell $300 shoes, I told them with a sigh. And with that, I pushed the glass door and stepped out into the dark and wet evening as I held my cardigan over my head. It took me about 5 seconds under the rain to know that by the time I got to the sea line, I'd be completely and absolutely drenched. Fantastic, I thought as I speed walked under the unforgiving downpour. I only have a 4 to 5 minute commute to the part of Brooklyn I live in anyway. Time I'd spend soaked to my bones. As I turned the corner of the building, another thunder roared somewhere above me, the rainfall increasing and turning my pace slower and clumsier, while more water fell heavily on top of my useless cardigan umbrella. A gust of wind stuck half my hair to my cheek with a wet smack. Trying to get the wet locks out of my face with my elbow, I kept hopping around, realizing quickly how bad of an idea that was. My right foot slipped on a puddle, sliding forward, as my other leg remained rooted to the sidewalk. My hands, still holding the cardigan, whirled in the air as I fought to keep my balance. Please, 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 universe. My eyes closed, not wanting to bear witness to my own fate. Please, universe, don't let this horrible week end this way. My foot drifted 1 more inch as I held my breath before coming to a miraculous stop. I opened my eyes. My legs were close to doing a split, but I was still standing. Before I could fully straighten and resume my way under the rain, I noticed a car pulling up a short distance in front of me. I knew someone who owned a vehicle in the same midnight blue. Keep walking, Catalina, I told myself as I restarted my graceless hopping. Out of the corner of my eye, I watched the passenger window roll down. Without moving any closer to the vehicle I strongly suspected belonged to someone I was in no mood to interact with, I turned my body and zeroed in on the driver's outline as I still held the stupid and wet piece of garment above me. God freaking damn it. Aaron was sitting inside. His body was leaning toward the co-pilot's door, and while I could see his lips moving, I couldn't make out what he was saying with the noise of the traffic, the wind, and the rain hitting the pavement with the characteristic force of a storm. What? I shouted in his direction, not moving an inch. Aaron waved his hand, probably indicating that I come closer. I stood there, squinting my eyes at him, wet as a drowned rat. He aggressively waved his pointer at me. Oh, hell no. I watched his scowl take over his expression as he mouthed a couple of words that looked a lot like impossible and stubborn. I can't hear you. I howled over the rain, still rooted to the spot. His lips moved around what I assumed was something like "for fuck's sake." Unless he was telling me how much he wanted a milkshake. Which, judging by his scowl, I would not put any money on. Rolling my eyes, I stepped closer. Very slowly. Almost ridiculously so, just so I wouldn't slip and slide across the sidewalk again. Not in front of him of all people in New York City. Get in the car, Catalina. I heard Aaron's exasperation clinging to his voice, even over the furious and relentless rain. Just like I had suspected, he hadn't wanted a milkshake. Catalina, he said as that blue gaze fell back on me, get in. It's Lena. After close to 2 years of him exclusively using my full name, I knew correcting him was of no use. But I was frustrated. Irritated. Tired. Soaked too. And I hated my full name. Papa, being the history nerd he was, had named both his daughters after 2 distinguished Spanish monarchs, Isabel and Catalina. My name being the one that never came back in trend in my country. And what for? His lips parted in disbelief. What for? He repeated my words. Then, he shook his head as he exhaled through his nose. For an improvised trip to Disneyland. What would it be otherwise? For a long moment, I looked inside Aaron Blackford's car with what I knew was an expression of genuine confusion. Catalina, I watched his face go from exasperation to something that bordered resignation. I am driving you home. He stretched his arm and opened the door closest to me, as if it were a done deal before you catch pneumonia or almost break your neck. Again. Again. That last part he had added very slowly. Blood rushed to my cheeks. Oh, thank you, I gritted through my teeth. I tried to push down how embarrassed I was and plastered a fake smile on my face. But there's no need. I stood in front of the open door, my wet hair sticking to my face again. I finally dropped the stupid cardigan and started squeezing water off it. I can manage myself. This is just rain. If I've survived this long without breaking my neck, I think I can get home on my own today too. Plus, I'm not in a rush. Also, I have been avoiding you since you walked out of my office earlier today. As I uselessly twisted some more water off my cardigan, I watched his eyebrows knit, regaining his earlier expression as he processed my words. What about the cat? What cat? His head tilted. Mr. Cat. The water must have been seeping through my skull because it took me an extra second to pin down what he was talking about. Your neighbor's fearless cat that you are not allergic to, he said slowly as my eyes widened. Ryan's. I averted my eyes. Brian. My neighbor's name is Brian. Not important. Ignoring that last remark, I couldn't help but notice a line of cars forming behind Aaron's. Get in the car. Come on. No need, really. One more car piled up. Mr. Cat will survive a little longer without me. Aaron's mouth opened, but before he could say anything, the blaring sound of a horn startled me, making me give a little jump and almost collide against the car's open door. Por el amor de Dios! I squealed. Turning my head with my heart in my throat, I discovered it was one of New York City's infamous yellow taxis. After a few years of living and working in the city, I had learned my lesson when it came to angry drivers. Or pissed New Yorkers in general. They'd let you know how they felt exactly when they felt it. Proving my point, a trail of ugly-sounding words was thrown in our direction. I turned back just in time to watch Aaron curse under his breath. He looked just as furious as the taxi driver. Another nerve-wracking honking noise, this time much longer, blared in my ears, making me jump again. Catalina, now. Aaron's tone was severe. I blinked at him for a second too long, a little dazed by everything going on around me. Please. And before I could even process that word that had slipped out of him, a yellow blur was driving past us, gifting us with a ragey, assholes, and blaring his horn with something close to devotion. Those two words, Aaron's please and that assholes, propelled my legs into the safety of Aaron's car. With impressive speed, I found myself letting my body fall onto the leather seat with a wet thud and smacking the door shut. Silence instantly engulfed us, the only sounds the muffled rattle of the rain against the shell of Aaron's car and the dull roar of the engine moving us forward and into the chaos that was New York's traffic. Thank you, I croaked, feeling extremely uncomfortable as I fastened my belt. Aaron kept his eyes on the road. Thank you, he answered, delivering that you with sarcasm, for not making me get out and carry you inside myself. The visual of what he had just said caught me completely off guard. My eyes widened before then quickly narrowing at him. And how in the world did you think that would be a good idea? I was wondering myself, believe me. That answer did not make any sense. And for some reason, it made my cheeks heat up. Again. Turning my head away from him and focusing on the almost lawless array of moving cars ahead of us, I shifted awkwardly in my seat. Then, I stopped abruptly, noticing my soaked clothes made weird squishy noises against the leather. So. I started as I slid to the edge, stretching the seat belt along with me. More noises followed. This is a very nice car. I cleared my throat. Is it an air freshener that makes it smell all new and leathery? I knew it wasn't, the interior was in pristine condition. No. Moving my ass further up to the very end with yet another squishy sound, I cleared my throat. Straightening my back, I opened my mouth, but nothing came out, not when my mind was stuck on the fact that my soaked clothes were probably ruining the most likely expensive fabric underneath them. This was a bad idea. I should never have climbed in his car. I should have walked. Catalina, I heard Aaron from my left side, have you ever been inside a moving vehicle before? My eyebrows wrinkled. What? Of course. Why do you ask? I queried from my position at the edge of the co-pilot seat. My knees were touching the dashboard. He slid me a glance, his eyes assessing my stance. Oh. Well, just so you know, I added quickly, this is how I always sit. I love watching everything from up close. I pretended to be engrossed by the traffic. I love rush hour. It's so. We came to a sudden halt, and my head and whole body were pushed forward. So much that my eyes closed on instinct. I could already taste the flavor of the PVC that covered the refined lines of the dashboard. The elegant details in the wood too. Although it never did. Something stopped me midway. Jesus, I heard being muttered. One eye opened, taking in the delivery truck crossed in front of us. Then, my other eye popped open, too, and my gaze slid down, finding the explanation as to why my face wasn't tattooed on the polished surface of Aaron's dashboard. A hand. A big one, all 5 fingers splayed across my collarbone and, well, chest. Before I could blink, I was being pushed back, an array of squeaks accompanying the motion. Right until my whole back was flush against the seat rest. Stay right there, came the order from my left as his fingers heated my skin across my drenched blouse. If you are worried about the seat, it's just water. It will dry off. Aaron's words weren't reassuring. They couldn't be when he sounded just as angry as a few minutes ago. If not a little more. He retrieved his hand, the movement brisk and stiff. I swallowed, grabbing onto the seat belt that now rested where his palm had been. I don't want to ruin it. You won't. Okay, I said, stealing a quick glance at him. His gaze was on the road, shooting daggers at whoever had been responsible for that little mishap. Thanks. Then, we were moving again. The car was filled with silence while Aaron's attention remained on his task and mine took the chance to scatter. I surprised myself, thinking of Rose's words. I don't think Aaron is all that bad, she had said earlier today. But why had that thought waited to seep in until right now? To sound so loud and clear in my head? It wasn't like Mr. Sunshine here was being any nicer than he usually was. Although he had sort of just saved me from the rain. And a good blow to the head. Silently sighing, I cursed myself for what I was about to do. Thank you for printing out those papers for me, by the way, I said quietly, fighting the impulse to take it back immediately. But I didn't. I could be diplomatic. At least, right now. It was very nice of you, Aaron. That last part had me wincing, the admission feeling funny on my tongue. I turned to look at him, taking in his hard profile. I watched the tight line of his jaw relax a little. You are welcome, Catalina. He kept his gaze on the road. Whoa. Look at us. That was very civil. Before I could delve any more into that, a shiver crawled all the way down my back, making me shudder. I hugged my middle in hopes of getting warmer inside the wet clusterfuck that was my clothing. Aaron's hand shot to the console, changing the temperature setting and switching on the heating of my seat. I immediately felt the pleasant hot air brushing my ankles and arms, my legs growing gradually warmer. Better. Much. Thank you. I faced him with a small smile. His head turned, and he searched my face with a skeptical expression. It was almost as if he were waiting for me to add something. I rolled my eyes. Don't let all these thank yous get to your head, Blackford. I wouldn't dare. He lifted one of his hands from the wheel, and I saw there was a hint of humor in his voice. Just wondering if I should enjoy it or if I should ask if you are okay. That's a good question, but I don't think it's one I can answer. I shrugged my shoulders, fighting the snappy comeback rising to my tongue. I sighed. Honestly, I am soaked to my bones, and I'm hungry and tired. So, I'd enjoy it if I were you. That bad of a day. That tiny pinch of humor was gone. Sensing the start of another shudder, I burrowed myself in the heated fabric of the seat. More like a bad week. Aaron hummed in response. It was a deep sound, a little like a rumble. This might not surprise you, but I have been close to murdering a few people this week, I confessed, taking the truce I had imposed as a green light for venting to him. And you are not even at the top of the list. A very light and very subdued snort came from him. Truce and all, I guessed I was allowed to admit that I liked it. It made my lips bend in a smile. He trailed off, considering something. I don't know how to take that either. Should I be offended or grateful? You can be both, Blackford. Plus, there's time until the day is over. You can still claim your rightful place as the number one person who awakens my most murderous side. We stopped at a light. Aaron's head turned slowly, and I was caught off guard by how light his expression was. His ocean eyes were clear and his face more relaxed than I'd ever seen it. We stared at each other for 2 or 3 long seconds. Another shiver curled at the nape of my neck. I blamed the wet clothes. Without missing a beat and as if he had eyes on the side of his head, he turned to the road as the light changed to green. I'll need directions from this point on. Puzzled by the implications of his request, my head spun in the other direction. I took in the layout of the wide avenue we were driving through. Oh, I murmured. We are in Brooklyn. I had been so distracted that I had forgotten about telling Aaron where I lived. Although he wasn't too off track. Or at all. You live in this part of the city, right? North Central Brooklyn. Yeah, I blurted. Bed-Stuy. I confirmed with a nod of my head. How did you know? You complain. What? I blinked at his explanation. He continued, this way okay, or should I turn? Clearing my throat, I stumbled over my words. Yes, stay on Humboldt Street, and I'll let you know when to turn. Okay. I gripped my seatbelt, feeling a little too warm all of a sudden. So, I complain? I mumbled. About the commute, Aaron answered calmly. I opened my mouth, but he continued, you have mentioned that it takes you 4 to 5 minutes to get to the part of Brooklyn you live in. He paused thoughtfully. You rant about it almost every day. My lips clipped shut. I did complain but not to him. I pretty much vented to everybody else. Yeah, half the time, Aaron was somewhere around, but I never thought he was interested in what I had to say if it didn't concern work. Or if it concerned me. He shocked me by asking, who's made the top besides me then? The list with the people you might have wanted to murder this week. Huh? I trailed off, surprised that he was interested enough to ask. I want to know my competition, he said, sending my head swiveling in his direction. It's only fair. Was that a joke? Oh my God, it was, wasn't it? Studying his profile, I felt myself smiling warily. Let me see. I could play this game. All right, so Jeff, I counted with my fingers, my cousin Charo a second finger, and Gerald. Yes, definitely him too. I let my hands drop to my lap. Hey, look at that, you didn't even make the top 3, Blackford. Congratulations. Frankly, I was genuinely surprised myself. I watched how his brows furrowed. What's the problem with your cousin? Oh, nothing. I waved my hand in the air, thinking of what Mama had said. What that Sherlock Holmes wannabe had said about not finding photographic evidence of my made-up boyfriend. Just some family drama. Aaron seemed to consider that for a long moment, in which we drove in silence. I used the time to look out the passenger window, watching the blurry streets of Brooklyn through the droplets running down the glass. "Gerald is a prick," came from the man in the driver's seat. Eyes wide, I looked over at him. His profile was hard, serious. And I didn't think I'd ever heard Aaron curse. One day, he'll get what he deserves. I'm shocked that hasn't happened yet, if I'm being honest. If it were up to me. He shook his head. If it were up to you, what? What would you do? I watched a muscle jump in his jaw. He didn't answer, so I averted my gaze, letting it fall back onto the passing traffic. This conversation was pointless. And I was too drained of energy to attempt to have it anyway. It's all right. It's not like it's my first rodeo with him. What does that mean? Aaron's voice had a strange edge. Trying not to pay attention to that, I answered as honestly as I could without getting into too much detail. I didn't want Aaron's pity or compassion. He hasn't been exactly pleasant and agreeable ever since I got promoted to team leader. I shrugged, clasping my hands in my lap. It's like he can't compute why someone like me has the same position he does. Someone like you. Yeah. I exhaled heavily through my mouth, my breath fogging up the glass of the window for a couple of seconds. A woman. At first, I thought it was because I was the youngest team leader and he was skeptical about me. It would be fair. Then, it also crossed my mind that he might have an issue with me being a foreigner. I know a few of the guys used to make fun of my accent. I once overheard Tim call me Sofia Vergara in a mocking way. Which, honestly, I took it as a compliment. Having half the curves or the wit that woman has wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Not that I'm unhappy with my body. I'm okay with being, the way I am. Normal. Plain. And I was. Everything about me was pretty standard where I came from. Brown eyes and brown hair. On the shorter side. Not thin, but not fat. White hips but rather small bust. We were millions of women that fit that description. So, I was average. Not a big deal. It wouldn't hurt, losing a couple of pounds for the wedding, but I don't think whatever I'm doing is working. A sound came from my side, making me realize that I had not only overshared, but I had also rambled my way out of the topic at hand with Aaron, who didn't even compute small talk. Anyway, I cleared my throat. Gerald doesn't like me being where I am, and it has nothing to do with me not being an American or me being younger than him. But that's how the world works, and it will work that way until it doesn't anymore. More silence followed my words. I peeked at him, curious to know what it was that he was thinking that kept him from lecturing me or telling me that I was whining, or if he did not care what I had to say. But he only looked mad. Again. His jaw was all bunched up, and his brows furrowed. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the intersection that signaled my street. "Oh, take the next right, please," I instructed Aaron, taking my eyes off him. "It's at the end of that street." Aaron followed my directions in silence, still looking like he was bothered by something I had said. Thankfully, my block came into view before I was tempted to ask. "There." I pointed with my finger. "The building on the right. The one with the dark red front door." Aaron pulled up and stationed the car on a free spot that had somehow been magically waiting right in front of my door. My gaze followed his right hand as he killed the engine. Silence engulfed the confined space of the vehicle. Swallowing hard, I looked around. I tried to focus on the characteristics of the brownstones of this borough of Brooklyn, the few trees scattered along the street, the pizzeria on the corner where I usually picked up dinner when I was feeling lazy. Or just hungry. I focused on everything, except the way in which the silence pressed on me, the more I waited inside the car. Fumbling with my seat belt and feeling the tops of my ears heat for no reason, I opened my mouth. "All right, I'm going to." "Have you thought about my offer?" Aaron said. My fingers froze on my seat belt. My head lifted very slowly until I was facing him. For the first time since I had placed my drenched ass inside, I let myself really look at Aaron. Study all of him. His profile was lit by the dim glow coming from the few lamps perched on my street. The storm had somehow died, but the sky was still dark and angry, as if this were just a short pause and the worst was yet to come. We found ourselves pretty much in the dark, so I couldn't be sure if his eyes were the deep shade of blue that usually told me he was serious and all business, which I hoped wasn't the case, or that lighter blue that preceded a battle. The only thing I could notice was how his shoulders seemed tense. A little wider than usual. They almost dwarfed the otherwise spacious interior of the car. Hell, looking at him now, his whole body seemed to do exactly that. Even the distance between his seat and the steering wheel was overly wide to accommodate his long legs. So much that I bet a person could easily fit in there. By the time I found myself wondering what he would say if I jumped on his lap to test my theory, Aaron cleared his throat. Probably twice. "Catalina." He drew my attention back to his face. "Do you?" I trailed off, a little shaken by the fact that my mind had taken me to Aaron's lap. "I am ridiculous. Do you want to pee or something?" Aaron frowned and rearranged his body in his seat, angling it toward me. "No." He looked at me weirdly. "I'll probably regret asking this, but why do you think I want to?" "You are parked in my street. In front of my building. I thought maybe you needed to use the bathroom. And I hoped it wouldn't be number 2, honestly." I watched his chest inflate with a deep breath and then release all the air out. "No, I don't need to use the bathroom." His gaze studied me, as if he couldn't figure out why I was there, inside his car. And in the meantime, I wondered exactly the same thing. My fingers finally made work of the seatbelt, snapping it free as I felt his eyes boring holes into my side. "So, what's your answer?" My whole body froze. "My answer?" "To my offer. Have you thought about it? And please, damn it, that word again, stop pretending you don't remember. I know you do." My heart tripped, tumbling down for a horrifying second. "I'm not pretending," I murmured, doing exactly what he had asked me not to. But in my defense, I needed to win some time to figure this out. How to deal with the situation. And more importantly, to figure out why. Why was he offering? Why was he insisting? Why was he going through the hassle? Why did he think he could be the one to help me? Why did he sound like he meant it? Why? Just why? Expecting a sarcastic comment, or a roll of his blue eyes at me playing dumb, or even him to retract his words because I was being difficult on purpose and he never had patience for that, I braced myself. But of all the things I expected him to go with, he went with the only one I wasn't ready for. A defeated sigh left his lips. I blinked. "Your sister's wedding. I'll be your date," Aaron said. As if he'd be willing to repeat himself as much as he possibly could as long as I gave him an answer. Or as if he were offering something simple. Something that would obtain a straightforward answer that didn't require much consideration. Something like, "Would you like dessert, Lena?" "Why, yes, of course. I'll have the cheesecake, thank you." But Aaron's offer was everything but simple and as far away from cheesecake as one could get. "Aaron," I shot him a look. "You can't be serious. What makes you think I'm not? How about everything?" "Well, for one, you are you. And I am me. This is us, Aaron." "You just can't be," I repeated. Because he couldn't be. "I'm perfectly serious, Catalina." I blinked. Again. Then, I laughed bitterly. Is this a joke, Blackford? I know you struggle with that, and let me tell you, you shouldn't go around making jokes without a real feel of what's funny and what's not. So, I'm going to help you here. I looked at him straight in the eye. This is not funny, Aaron. He frowned. Not joking. I kept staring at him for a long moment. Nope. No. He couldn't not be joking. He couldn't be serious either. Bringing my hands to my tangled and wet hair, I shoved it back a little too briskly. I was ready to get out of here. And yet, I remained rooted to the place. Did you come up with any other options? A better option than me? Both his questions hit the mark I assumed he'd aimed at because I felt my shoulders fall in defeat. Do you even have any other options? No, I did not. And the fact that he was being so blunt about it didn't feel all that great either. My cheeks heated, and I remained silent. I'm going to take that as a no, he said. You have no one. And that felt a little like a kick to the stomach. I tried really hard to keep the hurt off my face, I did. Because I didn't want Aaron Blackford to get a glimpse of how pathetic and silly his words had made me feel. How lonely I must be when my only option was a colleague who didn't even like me all that much in the first place. But he wasn't wrong. And as much as it hurt to admit it, at the end of the day, I had no one else. Just Aaron Blackford. He and only he completed my list of options. In a world where I'd consider taking him to Spain as my made-up boyfriend, that was. Unless. Oh my God. Holy shit. Did he understand what happened back in my office? That I accidentally told my mother that my boyfriend's name was Aaron? No. I shook my head. No way. Impossible. I don't understand why you are doing this, I told him with what I was sure was the most sincerity I had ever spoken to him. He sighed, the air leaving his body almost softly. And I don't understand why it's so hard to believe that I would. Aaron, a bitter chuckle left my lips. We don't like each other. And it's okay because we couldn't be any more different. Incompatible. And if we barely managed to share a space for more than a handful of minutes without bickering or wanting to bite each other's heads off, why in the world would you believe this was a good idea? We can get along just fine. I bit back another laugh. Okay, that was actually funny. Good job, Blackford. Not joking. He scowled. And I am your only option, he shot back. Maldita sea. He was still right about that. My back leaned against the closed passenger door as he continued delivering blows. Do you want to attend that wedding alone? Because I'm the one who can fix that. Ah, he truly believed I was that desperate and resourceless. Yes, a voice said in my head. Because you are both those things. I shook my head, desperation inflating inside my chest and pushing me to consider this crazy alternative that involved him. Okay, I said very slowly. Let's say I entertain this ridiculous idea. If I accept your offer and let you do this, what's in it for you? I crossed my arms, noticing how my still wet clothes were sticking to my skin. I know you, and I know you don't do stuff just for the sake of it. You must have motivation. A reason. A goal. You must want something in exchange, otherwise, you would never help me. You are not that kind of person. At least, not with me. Aaron's head reared back, almost unnoticeably, but I was sure I had seen it. He was quiet for a long moment, and I could almost hear the wheels in his head turning. You could do the same for me, he finally said. The same? You'll need to be more specific, Blackford. Is your sister getting married too? I paused in thought. Do you even have siblings? I don't know, but, well, I guess it doesn't matter if you do or don't. Is there a wedding you want me to go to as your date? No, he answered. And I didn't know if he was talking about having siblings or not. But then he added, not for a wedding, but you could be my date. Be his date. Why did it sound so different when it was him asking me? Why did it sound so freaking different when Aaron was the one needing someone and not me? I stopped myself, feeling self-conscious for a reason I didn't understand. Do you need a date? Like I pointed a finger at him. You. A woman to be your date. I don't intend to show up with a chimpanzee, like you suggested. So, yes, a woman. He paused, that scowl taking shape slowly. You. My lips snapped closed and then opened back up, probably making me look like a fish. So, you want me? I pointed at myself to pretend to be your date? I didn't say that. Don't you have a girlfriend? I interrupted him, the question bursting out of me. No, I don't. I watched his eyes close for a heartbeat, his head shaking once. Not even a casual someone you are seeing? He gave me another shake. A fling? He sighed. No. Let me guess. No time for that. I regretted it as soon as it had left my lips. But frankly, I was curious. So, perhaps, if he answered, I wouldn't regret the question completely. His shoulders shrugged lightly, his back relaxing slightly. Just as if he had accepted that he'd have to give me an answer or I'd press for one. I have time, Catalina. Plenty of time, in fact. Even in the darkness of the car, I saw those ocean blue eyes of his pin me down with an honesty I hadn't been prepared for. I'm simply saving it for someone who's worth it. Well, that was incredibly smug. Sort of conceited too. And shockingly, kind of, sexy. Whoa. I shook my head. Nope. The only S-word Aaron Blackford could ever be thought of was sarcastic. Scornful. Secretive. Stoic. Maybe even sour. But not sexy. Nope. Is that why you don't have a date already? I managed to ask him next, feeling the need to sound indifferent and cold. Because your standards are as high as the sky. Aaron didn't miss a beat. Is that why you have no one to take to that wedding? I wished that were the reason instead of plain stupidity and being a compulsive liar with no instinct of self-preservation. It's complicated. I have reasons. I let my hands drop in my lap, keeping my eyes on the section of the console in front of me. Whoever claims to act without having a reason pushing them to do so is lying. So, what's pushing you to do this? I asked him with my eyes still on the dark and smooth material that adorned the interior of the car. What pushed you to ask me, out of all people, to pretend to be your date? It's a long story. Even if I wasn't looking at him, I heard his exhale. It sounded as tired as I felt. It's a social commitment. I can't promise you it will be fun, but it's for a good cause. He paused for a moment, in which I didn't speak and I limited myself to take in the scarce details he had given me. I'll tell you everything if you accept, of course. My head shot in his direction, and I found Aaron's blue eyes already on me. They were filled with a little challenge. And a little expectation. He was baiting me. Offering me an insight into Aaron Blackford's unknown and presumed to be non-existent personal life. He knew I'd want to know. Well played, Blackford. Why me? I asked him, being drawn to the light like a stupid fly. Why not anyone else? His gaze didn't waver when he answered, because if all these months we have worked together have taught me anything, it's that you are the only woman I know crazy enough to do something like this. You might be my only option too. I wouldn't take that as a compliment because it hadn't been one. He had just called me crazy. But shit. Something about it, about the way he had said it, about this bizarre day and this unexpected turn of events in which I had found out he also needed someone, just like I did, seemed to wear me down. You do know that you'll have to fly to Spain with me for a whole weekend, right? A simple nod. Yes. And in exchange, you want just one night? One single night of me pretending to be your date? He nodded again, and this time, something solidified in his stare. In the way his jaw was clamped and his lips formed a flat line. Determination. I knew that look. I had argued against that look on many occasions. Then, he spoke. Do we have a deal? Have we really lost our minds? We gazed at each other in silence as my lips played with the answer, moving wordlessly until they didn't. Okay. There was a big chance we had really lost our minds, yes. Deal. Something flickered across Aaron's face. Deal, he repeated. Yep, we have definitely lost them. This deal between us was uncharted territory. And the air was suddenly thick with something that made it hard for me to take in a full breath. All right. Okay. Good. I brushed a finger over the surface of the impeccable dashboard. So, we have a deal. I inspected an imaginary dust particle, feeling my anxiety rise with every extra second I spent inside. There's a mountain of details we need to discuss. Namely the fact that he'd need to pretend to be the man I was supposedly dating and not just my wedding date. Or the fact that he'd have to pretend he was in love with me. But we can focus on you first. When is this social commitment I'm helping you with? Tomorrow. I'll pick you up at 7 p.m. My whole body came to a halt. Tomorrow? Aaron shifted in his seat, facing away from me. Yes. Be ready at 7. Sharp, he remarked. I was so out of it that I didn't even roll my eyes at him when he continued shooting orders, evening gown ideally. His right hand went to the car's ignition. Now, go home and rest, Catalina. It's late, and you look like you could use some sleep. His left hand fell heavily on the steering wheel. I'll tell you everything else tomorrow. Somehow, Aaron's words registered only after I closed the front door to my building behind me. And it was only a few seconds later, right after Aaron's car roared to life and faded away, that I allowed myself to really process what it meant. I'd be going on a date tomorrow. A fake date. With Aaron Blackford. And I needed an evening gown. Chapter 6. I was not panicking. Nope. My apartment was a war zone, but I was chill. The clothing explosion. Under control. I looked at myself in the generous mirror placed against one of the walls in my studio apartment with what I promised would be the last outfit I tried on. It was not that I didn't have anything to wear, my problem was far simpler. The root of my predicament, and as of now, the biggest headache of the month, and all things considered, that was saying something, was that I didn't know what I was dressing for. Be ready at 7. Sharp. Evening gown ideally. Why I hadn't pressed for more details, I did not have the slightest idea. Except for the fact that it was a mistake I was unfortunately familiar with. This was how I approached things. I rushed into them. Reason why I'd somehow managed to weave my existence into knots I didn't know how to untangle. Evidence number 1, the lie. Evidence number 2, what the lie had led to. In other words, the deal I had struck with someone I would never, not even in my wildest dreams, know, nightmares have imagined needing. Or being needed by. Aaron Blackford. Loca, I muttered to myself as I unzipped another garment. Was it even an evening gown? Mi he vuelto loca. He perdido la maldita cabeza. Slipping out of it and throwing it onto the bed with the rest of the discarded dresses, I reached for my robe. The fluffy pink one, because I needed all the comfort I could get and I couldn't think of any other way to get it. It was either this or stuffing my mouth with cookies. Taking in the state of my apartment, I massaged my temples. Not having walls separating the living room from the bedroom and kitchen areas was something I usually loved. Something I like to see as an advantage of living in an open studio space, even if limitedly small, since this was still Brooklyn. But inspecting the mess I had made of the entire apartment, I sort of hated not living somewhere roomier. Somewhere with walls that would stop me from wrecking the whole place. There were clothes, shoes, and bags scattered everywhere on the bed, sofa, chairs, floor, coffee table. Nothing had been spared. The usually tidy apartment that I had so carefully decorated in whites and creams with some boho details here and there, like the beautiful woven rug that had cost me more than I'd ever admit, closer resembled a fashion battlefield than a home. I wanted to scream. Tying the belt of my robe tighter, I grabbed my phone from the top of my dresser. 2 hours until 7 sharp, and I was helpless. Outfitless. Because I didn't have any dress that resembled a gown. Because I was dumb. Because I didn't know what I was dressing for and I hadn't asked. I didn't even have Aaron's phone number to text him an SOS and a few hostile emojis to make myself clear. It wasn't like I had ever found pleasure in fraternizing with the enemy, so I had never needed his number. Not until now, apparently. Throwing my phone on top of a discarded pile of garments, I headed for the snug space that was my living room. Grabbing my laptop from the Rounder Crew coffee table I had picked up from a flea market a few weeks ago, I placed the device on my lap and let my body fall onto the sofa. Once settled in the padded cushions, I logged into my corporate email account. It was my last resort. With a little bit of luck, his workaholic ass would be sitting in front of his laptop on a Saturday. And wasn't this deal we had made a little like a business transaction? It had to be. We weren't friends or friendly, so that didn't leave room for more than a purely I scratch your back, you scratch mine kind of deal. A favor between colleagues. With no more time to waste, I opened a new email and started typing. From cmartin@intech.com to ablackford@intech.com. Subject: urgent info needed. Mr. Blackford. I was irritated at myself, yes, but also at him, and I wasn't in a first-name basis kind of mood. As per our last conversation, I'm still waiting for you to disclose the details of our upcoming meeting. I find myself without all sources of information, which will consequently lead to an unsuccessful completion of the contract discussed. I had watched all seasons of Gossip Girl, and I knew the terrible consequences of wearing the wrong thing to a social commitment in New York freaking City. As no doubt you are aware of, it is of utmost importance that you share all info needed at your earliest convenience. Please get back to me ASAP. Warm regards. Lena Martin. Smirking at myself, I hit send and watched my email leave my outbox. Then, I stared at my screen for a long minute, waiting for his answer to pop up in my inbox. By the third time I unsuccessfully refreshed my email, the smirk was long gone. By the fifth, little drops of sweat, which were partly due to the fact that I was clad in a winter robe, started forming in the back of my neck. What if he didn't answer? Or even worse, what if all this wasn't more than a prank? A mean way to mess with my head and make me believe he'd help me. What if he'd carried me? No, Aaron wouldn't do that, a voice in my head said. But why wouldn't he though? I had more than enough evidence compiled to prove that Aaron was very much capable of something like that. Did I even know him at all? He attended social commitments that had to do with good causes, for crying out loud. I did not know him. Fuck. I needed those cookies. I'd indulge. When I returned to my laptop, cookie package in hand and mouthful of sugary and buttery comfort, Aaron's answer was waiting for me. A tiny sigh of relief left my lips. Biting on a new cookie, I clicked on Aaron's email. From ablackford@intech.com to cmartin@intech.com. Subject: urgent info needed. I'll be there in an hour. Best. Aaron. What in the F? A fit of coughs prevented me from finishing that, the mouthful I had been chewing on getting stuck in my throat and not moving anywhere. Aaron was coming to my apartment in 1 hour, which was an hour before we had agreed he'd pick me up. Grabbing some water from the kitchen, I looked around, taking in the chaos. Murder. I shouldn't care, I knew I shouldn't. But Aaron seeing this? Hell no. I'd rather choke on another cookie than give him ammunition against me. I wouldn't hear the end of it. I placed the glass back on the counter, and without losing a second more, I put myself to work. 1 hour. I had 60 minutes, and knowing Aaron, it wouldn't be a second more or less to fix this wardrobe mayhem. And just like that, it took me the whole hour to leave the apartment presentable enough, so when the doorbell rang, not only had I not had any time to change into something that didn't make me look like a human-sized Furby, but my frustration had also only increased. Stupidly punctual man, I muttered under my breath as I stomped toward my apartment door. Always on time. I buzzed him in. Fixing the messy bun atop my head, I tried to cool off. He's helping you. Be nice, I told myself. You need him. A knock on the door. I waited 2 seconds and took a deep breath, readying myself to be as nice as I could manage. Grabbing onto the handle, I arranged my expression into a neutral one and threw the door open. Aaron, I said in a clipped tone. I was about to say something else, but whatever that was vanished. Along with that neutral expression I had been going for. My lips parted, jaw hanging open. I started again, not finding any words. I cleared my throat. Hi. Hello. Whoa. Okay. Aaron stared back at me with a funny look while I simply blinked, hoping that my eyes hadn't grown too big in my face. Although how could they not? How couldn't any pair of eyes not grow 2 sizes bigger at the sight of what was in front of me? Because that wasn't Aaron. No. Nah. Before me was a man I had never seen before. A version of Aaron that was different from the only one I knew. This Aaron was drop-dead gorgeous. And not in an easy-on-the-eyes way. This Aaron was elegant. Classy. Sleek. Attractive in an overwhelming ladies and gents, grab your fans kind of way. Shit, why did he look like that? Where was the Aaron in dull slacks and a boring button-down that I had blacklisted and filed under Do Not Touch? How in the world had it taken me nothing more than a single look at him to stutter like a schoolgirl? Blinking, I found the answer right in front of me. That enormous and lean body that I shouldn't have been noticing this much was clad in a black suit. No, it wasn't a suit. It was a tuxedo. A freaking tuxedo that belonged on a red carpet and not in the door to my apartment in Bed-Stuy, if you asked me. Nothing about him belonged here with me. Not his midnight hair, not the crisp white shirt and bow tie, not that deep blue gaze that surveyed me in my reaction, not the freaking movie star tux, and certainly not those dark brows that were drawing together on his forehead. What the hell are you wearing? I asked in a breath. Is this a joke? What did I tell you about trying to be funny, Aaron? What am I wearing? I watched his eyes leave mine and travel down my neck, looking me up and down a couple of times. Me? Something changed in his expression, as if he couldn't understand what he was seeing. Yeah. Feeling extremely exposed and uncomfortable, I waited for his gaze to return to my face, not knowing what else to say or do. What is that? I whispered loudly for a reason I couldn't understand. I feel the obligation to ask you the same question. Because I wasn't specific. He pointed a long finger in my general direction. But I imagined you were smarter than assuming I'd take you to a slumber party. I swallowed, fully aware my ears were turning red. But I shook my head. This is actually good. This Aaron I could deal with. I knew how to do that. unlike the other version that had punched the breath out of my lungs, that I had no idea what to do with. Fixing my gaze on his face, I squared my shoulders. "Oh, you think I should really change?" I grabbed onto the hem of my pink robe, trying not to think of how ridiculous I was actually feeling and hiding that emotion behind all my bravado instead. "I wouldn't want to show up overdressed to the slumber party you mentioned. Do you think there will be any snacks?" He seemed to consider that for a long moment. "How are you not boiling up inside there? That's a lot of velour for such a tiny person." "Velour? And that's a deep knowledge in fabrics for someone whose wardrobe is made of two different pieces of clothing." An emotion flickered across his face, one I didn't catch on time. He closed his eyes very briefly, inhaling through his nose. He was irritated, his patience slipping away from him. I could tell. "We won't make it. We are doomed." "First," he said, regaining his composure, "you blatantly ogle me." That sent a wave of heat straight to my cheeks. "Busted." "Then, you reprimand me for what I'm wearing. And now, you criticize my sense of style. Are you going to let me in, or do you always keep guests outside your door while you insult them?" "Who said you were a guest?" Inhaling through my nose and not hiding my irritation at him calling me out, I turned around and walked away, leaving him standing before the entrance to my apartment. "You invited yourself over," I said over my shoulder. "I guess you don't mind letting yourself in either, huh, big boy?" "Big boy." I closed my eyes, extremely thankful to be facing the other way. Still not able to believe I had really called Aaron Blackford big boy, I headed for the kitchen area of my studio and opened the fridge. The cool air graced my skin, making me feel only slightly better. I stared into it for a full minute, and when I finally turned, I did with a fake smile. Aaron Blackford and his tuxedo leaned against the narrow island that delimited my kitchen and living room spaces. His blue gaze was somewhere above my knees, still studying my attire, which he seemed to find so outrageously intriguing. It bothered me, I realized. The way he looked at it made me feel inadequate even though I was at home and he was the intruder who had shown up earlier than we had agreed. It was stupid, but it reminded me of how small he had made me feel all those months ago when I overheard him talking to Jeff. Or how he had almost thrown that mug I had gotten him as a welcome gift at my face. Or how all the remarks and jabs that came after that had never stopped bothering me. Rosie had been right, I was incapable of letting it go. I was still holding my grudge like my life depended on it. Like my grudge was a door floating on the ocean and I was out of life jackets. "It seems rather inappropriate for summer." Aaron nodded at my robe. He wasn't wrong. I was boiling up, but I had needed the comfort. I imitated him and leaned on the kitchen counter behind me. "Can I offer you something to drink, Anna Winter? Or would you like to point out any other way in which my robe is outrageous instead?" I watched his lips twitch, fighting a smile. Me, on the other hand, I found none of this remotely funny. "How about water?" He did not move a single muscle besides the corners of his lips, which were still battling against that smile. I retrieved a water bottle and placed it beside him. Then, I grabbed another one for myself. "You could have just emailed me back. You didn't need to show up here this early." "I know." Of course he did. "I did you a favor, coming here ahead of time." "A favor?" My eyes narrowed to thin slits. Doing me a favor would have included showing up with your pockets filled with churros. "I'll try my best to remember that," he said, sounding like he meant it. And just as I was opening my mouth to ask him what that was supposed to mean, he continued, "Why didn't you call me instead of sending that intricate email? It would have saved us both some time, Miss Martine." That last part he added with a scowl. I knew that Mr. Blackford would strike a nerve. "Okay, first of all, I didn't ask you to come here. So, that's on you. I opened the lid of my bottle and took a gulp of water. And secondly, how would I have called you if I don't have your number, smartass? I looked at him over the bottle. Aaron's dark brows knit. You should have it. On our last division's team building event, we passed along all our private phone numbers. I have yours. I have everyone's. I slowly lowered the bottle and screwed the lid on. Well, I don't have yours. I had refused to save Aaron's number because, again, I was a grudge holder. Something that didn't make me feel all that great right now, but that didn't change the truth. Why would I have needed it anyway? I watched him take in my words for a moment, and then he shook his head lightly. Straightening, he leaned away from the kitchen island. What was so important then? He got us back on track. What details do you need disclosed with so much urgency? I can't pick an outfit if I don't know where we are going, Blackford, I pointed out with a shrug. It's like dressing up for Dummies 101. But I told you. One of his eyebrows rose. A social commitment. That's what you said. I placed the bottle on the counter and then brought my hands together. And it wasn't enough information. I need a few more details. An evening gown, the hard-headed, blue-eyed man answered. That should have been enough information to pick a dress. Scoffing, I brought a hand to my fluffy pink chest and clutched my metaphoric pearls. Enough information. I repeated very slowly. A nod. Yes. I sneered, not believing my eyes. He genuinely thought he was right about this. 1- and 2-worded responses are not enough information, Aaron. Especially after seeing that he looked ready to jump into an Upper East Side gala where people air-kissed each other and talked about their vacations in the Hamptons. I certainly didn't have anything like that in my wardrobe. What's so hard to understand about the words evening and gown? His hand absently went to the sleeve of his tux jacket. They are gowns for evening events. Dresses. I blinked. Are you really explaining that to me? I started feeling a new wave of frustration rush to my head. You are just. I continued, fisting my hands, edging very close to really throwing something at him. Ah. Aaron's hands went to his pants pockets as he eyed me, looking all handsome and classy in that goddamn tux. Something must have bubbled all the way to my face because the way he looked at me changed. It's a charity event. A fundraiser that takes place every year, he explained. My lips parted at that crucial piece of information. We will have to drive into Manhattan Park Avenue. No. That sounded fancy. It's a black tie thing, so you'll need to dress up. A formal evening gown. His gaze went up and down my body with doubt, finally settling back on my face. Just like I said. Aaron, I gritted out through my teeth. Mierda. Joda. The Spanish bad words rolled off my tongue. A fundraiser. A charity event. That is so upper-classy. I shook my head, my hair almost coming off my knot. No, it sounds upper. I wipe my ass with dollar bills classy. And no, I don't mean to be judgy here, but, Jesus. Bringing my hands to my head, I started pacing the few feet that comprised my kitchen space. A little heads up would have been nice. You could have told me yesterday, you know. I would have gone shopping this morning, Aaron. I would have prepared, I don't know, a few options for you to choose from. I have no idea what I'm going to do now. I have a couple of formal gowns, but they are not right. It was past 6 in the evening and... You would have done all that for this? His lips parted very briefly, giving him a bewildered air that I was not used to seeing in him. Then, his jaw returned to its former position. For me? I stopped pacing. Yes. I crossed my arms in front of my chest. Why was he so shocked? Of course I would have. Studying his face, I took in the weird way in which he was looking at me. First of all, I would hate to show up to your charity event, I air quoted, looking like a clown. Believe it or not, I do have some sense of self-esteem and the ability to get embarrassed. Aaron's eyes kept shining with that quality that made me nervous. And second of all, I wouldn't want you to retaliate and wear God knows what to my sister's wedding, just to spite me. Or back out on me for some kind of etiquette infringement now that I'm counting on you coming to Spain with me. I trailed off, losing my voice. I kind of need you, you know? That last part had somehow materialized on my tongue. I didn't realize it had left my mouth until it was too late and I wasn't able to take it back. I'd never do that, he answered, catching me by surprise. I won't back out. We have a deal. Feeling exposed by my admission, I averted my eyes. I focused on his hands, which had fallen out of his pockets and rested by his sides. I won't do that, Catalina, I heard him say. Not even if you really pushed me to, and I know that you can. I had the feeling that he had purposely said that with sarcasm. Just enough to bait me into snapping back. But for some reason, I didn't. His words felt sincere. But I just couldn't know if he meant it. It was really hard for me to get past our history. All the jabs, nudges, and shoves. All the small ways we had made sure the other one didn't forget how much we disliked each other. Whatever you say, Blackford. I didn't sound like I believed myself, but it'd have to do. I don't have time for this. Whatever this was, I wasn't sure anymore. I brought my hand to the side of my neck and massaged that spot absently. Just make yourself at home. I'll see what I can find for this fundraiser we are attending. I walked to where he was standing, his large frame blocking the opening that gave way to my living area. Coming to a halt a step before him, I looked up and arched an eyebrow, asking him without words to please move. Aaron's head towered over my short height, staring down at me, his eyes flying all over my face. Down my throat and around my neck. Right where my fingers had massaged my skin a moment ago. His eyes returned to mine with something I didn't recognize in his blue gaze. We stood close, my bare toes almost touching the point of his polished shoes. And I felt my breathing increase its pace at the realization. My chest moved up and down more quickly with every second I was under Aaron's scrutiny. Refusing to look away, I held his stare. Leaning my head back, I couldn't help but notice that he felt larger than ever. As if his frame had expanded a couple of sizes more. Seeming much taller and bigger than me, all clad in that tux that had the power to turn him into someone I was finding hard not to look at. Not to drink up every detail that sparked with this newness he seemed to be carrying around today. Aaron's tongue peeked out and traveled along his bottom lip, driving my gaze to his mouth. His full lips shone under the light of my kitchen. My skin started turning too warm beneath the fabric of my stupid robe. Standing this close, I was feeling too hot, seeing too much of him, noticing way too many things at once. I rolled my gaze up, back to his blue eyes. They were still studying me, that something still locked in. Hidden behind them. A heartbeat passed, and I could have sworn that his body inched in my direction, just the splinter of a hair. But maybe it was just my imagination. It didn't really matter. I was serious. His voice was low and hushed, the quality of it almost raspy, hearing it this closely. Every rational thought was long lost, but I knew what he was talking about. Of course I did. He exhaled softly, and I smelled the mint on his breath. I wouldn't retaliate in any way. I know how important your sister's wedding is. The truth behind his words hit me harder than the lack of distance between our bodies. My lips parted, and my stomach dropped to my feet. I won't go back on my word. I never do. Was Aaron Blackford really reassuring me? Guaranteeing me that no matter what was or had been between us, this was safe ground? That he would keep his word, fair and square? That he wouldn't go back on it. Was he doing all that? It certainly sounded like it. Which told me that either he read minds, which I honestly hoped he didn't, or that perhaps Rosie hadn't been wrong about him. Maybe Aaron wasn't all that bad. Maybe I had been wrong about him. I didn't know what to say to him. What to do with any of this, frankly. And the longer I spent in silence, with him radiating this openness right on me, the more he made me warmer and dizzier, and the harder it was for me to complete thoughts. "Do you understand me, Catalina?" he pressed, that warmth coating my whole body. "No," I wanted to say. "I don't understand a single thing that's going on here." My throat moved, my vocal cords somehow failing at voicing an answer. A strange sound left my lips, making me clear my throat right after. "I should go," I finally managed out. "If you don't mind, I should change. We will be late otherwise." With a motion surprisingly smooth for someone his size, Aaron moved out of my way. He placed his body to one side, still too large and wide for my cramped apartment. Still taking up too much space and still making me feel itchy and tingly. Especially when I walked past him and my robe-clad shoulder brushed his chest. His very hard chest. All the heat I felt in my body rushed back to my face. "Stop." I moved on weak legs, my skin feeling clammy. "I just need to get out of this robe," I assured myself, tugging at the neck. "That is the only reason why I am flushed and warm." Walking to the other end of my studio apartment as I fought the urge to fan myself, I made myself think about something else. Dresses. Not Aaron. Not him in a tux. Or his minty breath. Or his chest. Or any other body part. Not what he said either. But my head started turning, wanting to look back. At him. No. Reaching my wardrobe, I threw the doors open. Rummaging around as I searched for whatever I owned that would rise to the occasion, I slowly regained my focus. I fished the one piece of clothing with the potential to save my ass out of the depths of my wardrobe, grabbed the pair of heels I reserved for special events, a couple of accessories, and headed for the bathroom. On my way, I gave Aaron a sideways glance. He was hovering somewhere close to the velvety blue sofa, dwarfing it, his gaze on the screen of his phone. He didn't even lift his head when I walked in front of him. Good. Better than him snooping around or flaunting his apparently very distracting body around. It had to be the tuxedo. This behavior of mine, this reaction he had caused in me wasn't normal. "I will, get ready in there," I said over my shoulder to the man who seemed to take all the space in my small apartment. "Make yourself at home." Once inside the only wardroom in my apartment, the bathroom, I felt somehow lighter. My skin cooler. It didn't have a lock, so I simply shut the door and hung the dress from the shower bar and started with my makeup and hair. After what seemed like an eternity and at the same time, not nearly enough time, I was finally content with how I looked. The woman who stared back at me from the full-length wall mirror I had cleverly installed in the bathroom was wearing a sleeveless floor-length dress. A color somewhere between onyx and midnight blue. The cut and the fabric were rather simple and definitely not evening gownish enough, but the slit that traveled along the skirt all the way up, stopping above my right knee, gave it a graceful and classy touch. Although the real star of the show was the neckline, which, even if it didn't give an inch of cleavage away, closing around my neck like it did, was embedded with white beads that imitated pearls. It was absolutely beautiful. That was exactly why I had impulsively bought it months ago. And why I hadn't had the chance to wear it yet and forgotten it was even there. My gaze inspected the waves of brown hair falling on my shoulders. Nowhere near perfect, but it would have to do. For a long minute there, I considered putting on red lipstick. But I quickly discarded it, thinking it would be overdoing it. I'd rather reserve that for a real date. Not that it would be happening anytime soon. Dates hadn't been in the cards for a long time. Sighing softly, I felt an uncomfortable twinge in my chest. I hadn't gone on a date in what felt like an eternity. Not that I considered myself unworthy or unattractive enough not to pique someone's interest. I had gone on a few dates here and there shortly after moving to New York. But at some point, I had stopped trying. What was the point when it was clear there was something wrong with me? I might have left Spain, but somehow, I had managed to leave my trust, my willingness to fall in love ever again somewhere across the ocean. Looking at myself in the mirror, I realized I hadn't put effort in my makeup, hair, and clothes for just as long. And now, I wished I hadn't noticed that. Because pitying myself was something I had long ago promised myself I wouldn't do. It was a route I swore I wouldn't take. Then, why was I feeling this way? How had I let myself get here? To the point that for the first time in months, I was putting actual effort in my appearance and my clothes, and I was doing it for something that wasn't even real. A fake date. A deal. A sort of business agreement. Jesus, how had I gotten to the point where I needed to make up a relationship, so I didn't feel like a total failure? My fears rang as true as ever. I was broken. I was. A knock on the door returned me to the present, reminding me of who was waiting for me outside my bedroom. Impatiently, if the pounding on the door was any sign. "How much longer is it going to take you, Catalina?" Aaron's notoriously deep voice carried through the bathroom door. "You've been in there long enough." I looked at the time on the little clock I had on one of the bathroom shelves. 6:45 p.m. Still 15 minutes to spare if we went by the time he had initially agreed to pick me up. I shook my head. Another knock. This one was harder. More impatient. "Catalina." I decided to answer his lack of patience with silence. Someone had to show him that he couldn't always get his way. Plus, I had been promised 15 14 minutes more. Still feeling the crack that had reopened in my chest, I slipped my right foot inside one of my heels and lifted it to the toilet seat. Meticulously, I worked on the strap. Taking my time, I did the same with the left one. I still had a few minutes, and I planned on. A third knock never came. My lockless door flew open, startling the crap out of me and revealing a very restless man. Aaron's simmering blue eyes found mine. I stood in heeled and shaky legs as I felt my chest heave with the aftershock of the intrusion. "Catalina." A speck of relief surfaced in those blue pools of impatience. "Why didn't you answer when I called your name? You've been in here for a whole hour." His palm was still on the doorknob, one of his feet on the tiled floor and his wide shoulders occupying all the space beneath the threshold of the door. His blue eyes searched my face very slowly. Almost painfully so. So much that my breathing didn't get a chance to go back to normal and scattered all over the place. I watched Aaron's eyes traveling down the length of my dress, his expression hardening with every inch he navigated. I could see his jaw cramping down tightly by the time his gaze made its way back to mine. A muscle jumped. Was he mad? It certainly looked like he was. For what reason, I couldn't fathom. But it was right there. His lips pressed in that tight line that screamed something bothered him. A subdued voice in my head told me that he probably regretted ever asking me to come to this thing with him. The attire of someone who didn't even own a proper evening gown was probably not to his standards if he looked so displeased. I ignored the discomfort in the pit of my stomach and snatched the first emotion that I could get a hold of. One that was extremely easy to summon when it came to him. "Aaron Blackford," I hissed, finding my voice. "What in the world is wrong with you?" My chest heaved up and down. "Don't you know how to knock?" I knocked. His tone was hard, matching his expression. Twice. That stupidly deep voice of his reverberated through my bathroom. I could have been naked, you know. Aaron shifted in front of me, not letting go of the knob. His large fingers gripping it in a way that made me wonder if it would give out under the pressure. But you are not, he said, voice still hard. You are definitely not naked. My gaze shot from his hand to his face. Just in time to watch how those two blue eyes jumped to my shoulders, traveled along my neck, and then returned to my eyes. His expression clouded further as we looked at each other for a long moment. My palms started sweating, the longer neither of us said anything. Jesus, what is even happening? My heart raced faster, the more the air filled up with a tension I didn't understand. It was almost suffocating. Much more than earlier in the kitchen. So much that I felt how my guard came down, all kinds of thoughts assaulting my mind with nothing to stop the bruising. Is there? I broke the silence. My voice coming out breathy. Is there anything wrong? He shook his head. Just once. His eyes bounced down my body again very quickly. You found a gown. I did, I admitted, looking down briefly. It's been such a long time since I last went on a date that I forgot it was even there. I watched his expression take on a new edge, making me feel incredibly stupid for saying something like that. Well, that doesn't matter. Not that I'd wear this to any date anyway, I guess. It's the only one I have, so I hope it's okay. I passed my sweaty palms along my thighs, stopping myself at the prospect of messing with the fabric. Aaron's throat worked. It'll do. It'll do? I had no idea what I had been expecting him to say, but I'd be lying if I said that hadn't stung a tiny little bit. Good, I answered, looking away, not letting my shoulders sink. Let's go then. Instructing my mouth to smile, I only looked back at Aaron when it was toothy and big. He remained where he was, not uttering a single word. Come on, I told him, keeping that fake megawatt smile where it was. You don't want to be late, do you? A couple of seconds after, he moved out of the way. Without a stare-off, which I appreciated because I wasn't in the mood to look at him just yet. I stepped out of the bathroom, and I made sure of two things. 1, I didn't brush his chest with my shoulder. And 2, I didn't have any reason to feel hurt by whatever Aaron Blackford said. Chapter 7. We had been driving in silence for the longest 15 minutes of my life when I decided I could not take it any longer. I wasn't in the mood for small talk, and I knew that waiting for Aaron to say something would be like waiting for a brick wall to crack open and reveal the entrance to a wizardly world. But if I didn't say anything to fill in this silence, I'd have to jump out of the moving car. So, a fundraiser. My words fell into the reduced and quiet space, sounding too loud. Aaron nodded, his gaze remaining on the road and both hands on the steering wheel. For a good cause, naturally. Another nod. And it takes place every year. An affirmative grunt. If he didn't start talking, saying anything, I wouldn't jump out of the moving car, I'd be pushing him out. And I needed a question that wouldn't strictly require a yes or no answer. How are the funds going to be raised? He seemed to consider that for a long moment, almost making me believe I'd really have to shove him out. An auction. Finally. What's being auctioned? I fidgeted with the simple gold cuff bracelet that circled my wrist, waiting for an answer that never came. Is it art? I turned the smooth piece of jewelry around. Golf lessons. Another turn. A yacht? I looked at him. Nothing. No answer. Elvis's underwear? That got me a reaction. He sent me a puzzled look and then returned his attention to the road. What? I shrugged one shoulder. I'll have you know that someone auctioned a dirty pair of undies Elvis had worn to a concert in the 70s. I watched Aaron's head shake. Mr. Proper was probably scandalized, but he was still not talking, so I kept filling in the silence. Chill. Nobody bought them. I studied his profile for any reaction. Still nothing. Or bid for them, I corrected myself. I don't know much, if anything, about auctions. More silence. Okay. But the conclusion was that, apparently, no one wanted Elvis's used underwear. I snickered. Which, frankly, it sort of strengthened my faith in society. Not all is lost yet, right? A muscle in his jaw jumped. Who would want to own something like that? And what's even more daunting, what for? To frame it? A grimace bent my lips. Imagine being invited to a home and finding a dirty pair of underwear framed, hanging above the sofa. Or the toilet. Aaron shot me a quick glance, something that looked a lot like wonder filling his eyes. Then, he finally spoke. I never know with you, you know. And that's what he decided to go with. You never know what. Frowning, I watched his head give another light shake. I never know what's going to come out of your mouth. His voice sounded almost thoughtful. You always find a way to catch me completely off guard. And that's not something many people can do. What was I supposed to do with that? Was that a compliment? I had been rambling about Elvis's used underwear hanging in somebody's living room, so I was going to go with no. Not a compliment. Plus, this was Aaron we were talking about, so double no. Well, I have more fun facts for you, if that's what you want, I offered with a smile. Of all kinds, not only underwear related. Of course you do, he muttered. Unless you want to use this precious time to, I don't know, give me some kind of context about tonight. I waited 1, 2, 3 seconds. Once more, he seemed to fall silent when I asked. You could maybe explain to me why I'm here, pretending to be your date. That's a good start. His fingers gripped the steering wheel tighter. It was hard to miss because, well, I had been carefully watching him for the last couple of minutes. And yet, he was still not talking. I frowned, starting to feel frustrated in a way that wasn't very charitable. You said you would tell me everything if I agreed to come. I did say that, didn't I? Yep, I answered, not getting why he was being so privy. Although that was just how Aaron was, wasn't it? It shouldn't have surprised me. I watched his hands move up along the steering wheel, the action tensing the fabric of his tux jacket. As I was unable not to notice how his arms filled the sleeves, my mind wandered away for an instant, this weird sensation I had experienced back in the apartment returning. I was being sidetracked by him. His presence, his proximity, the way he looked. Again. Objectively speaking, it was hard to do much else besides stare at him, dwarfing the car seat like he pretty much did with everything else, especially when he wasn't talking and giving me an excuse not to. But there was nothing objective about the way my eyes involuntarily trailed up his arms, ending at his rounded and wide shoulders. Or the way they made their way up to his profile. Stoic. So stoic and serious. He wasn't smiling, Aaron never did, and I'd never been more aware of that fact. It wasn't just the tux, I realized. So far, I had somehow been able to overlook how attractive Aaron was. Not that I hadn't noticed he was good looking, I had. But I had only needed to remember his dry and sour personality to gloss over that rather quickly. But that did not change the truth. And that was that Aaron had all those things that made my head turn and take a second look. All those things I didn't look for, but for some reason I felt compelled by. All those things I wasn't. Tall, he stood so tall and unmovable. All lean muscles and controlled movements. Every gesture so composed and disciplined. Or the way in which his pale skin and dark hair made his eyes stand out, a deep and intense shade of blue that I had never seen before I met him. Ripping my gaze off him and settling my eyes on my hands again, I cursed myself for allowing my mind to go there. What the hell am I even doing? There were important things to discuss. I didn't have time to think about his stupidly big and apparently alluring tux-clad body. Damn tuxedos. You are playing hard to get, Blackford. But it's all right, I said, realizing Aaron hadn't given me that explanation he owed me. I can guess why I'm here. I'll do that if it helps me to stop thinking crazy, stupid stuff about you. I'm game if you are. More silence. All right, I'll take that as a yes. Let's play. I shifted in my seat, angling my body to my left side. Why am I here? Let's see, am I here to protect you from a crazy ex-girlfriend? Basic, but I had to start somewhere. You look like a man who would attract crazy. He looked at me sideways, his forehead wrinkling. What's that supposed to mean? He shook his head, returning his gaze to the road. You know what? I don't want to know. Okay, fine. I guess that was a no. No crazy exes. I brought my index finger to my chin. If it's not protection you need, I tapped my finger. Am I here to make someone jealous? No, he answered quickly. Are you sure? I wiggled my eyebrows. No former lover you want to get back at? Show the one who got away what she's missing. Rekindle your love story? I said, no exes. His shoulders rose with tension. Okay, I got it. Calm down, Blackford. Don't get your panties in a bunch. I watched his lips twitch. In anger or humor, I didn't know. I don't know, I continued, enjoying myself far too much. If it's not that, then no. Is it unrequited love then? It is, isn't it? I brought my hands together in front of my chest. It's got to be someone unaware of your longing puppy eyes. No, wait. I don't think you are capable of pulling off puppy eyes. I tilted my head, something occurring to me. You know that you can't go around giving women the cold eye if you are interested in them, right? I know puppy eyes was going a bit too far for you, but if there is someone out there who awakens that stone-cold heart of yours. No, he fired back, cutting me off. You are not here for any of that. He inhaled deeply, his chest rising. Then, he puffed out the air. I don't like to play games, Catalina. My hands dropped to my lap. This particular game or games in general? I paused, wondering where his reaction had come from. Or are we talking about sexy games? Like seduction games? My lips snapped shut as soon as I heard my own words. I couldn't believe I had said that. To Aaron. Neither could he, apparently, because he let out a noise that I had the impression was supposed to be a laugh. Although it couldn't have possibly been that, sounding closer to something strangled. You. His head swiveled with disconcertment. Jesus, Catalina. Forehead wrinkling, I opened my mouth to say something, but Aaron spoke first. If I end things with a woman, I end them. His voice went at least an octave down, a rumble in the confined space between us. And if I am interested in someone, I make myself heard. I will find a way for her to know. Sooner or later, she'll know. Aaron didn't look at me, not once. He just spoke with his gaze on the road ahead of us. I wouldn't use you, or anyone else, for something like that. As you said back in your apartment, I'm a big boy. I felt a wave of warmth climb all the way up to my face. Flushed. I was flushed, and my makeup was probably not doing anything to hide the dark shade of red spreading through my cheeks. I looked away. Oh, okay. I fought the urge to touch my face, check if the blush was heating my skin too. I see. I wasn't seeing a single thing. And frankly, I didn't understand why his words were making me feel this way either. Or more importantly, why he had asked for my help if he didn't play games and was a big boy. But where this man was concerned, I hadn't seemed to be understanding much lately. Especially when my body had decided to stop cooperating and was acting up in all these stupid ways that turned my skin warm and flushed. I stared through the window, watching the city lights flick away as we drove. You said you would tell me everything if I accepted to do this. I swallowed, not wanting to sound like I cared as much as I did. If we did this thing for each other. You are right, he said, not adding anything else for a long moment, in which I didn't turn to look at him. I used to play football in college, he admitted, catching me completely by surprise. Very slowly, I gripped the strap of my seat belt while I tried to muffle down the holy shit that had traveled all the way to the tip of my tongue. Okay, so that wasn't an explanation. It wasn't the answer I had expected. But it was the first thing I had ever heard of him that wasn't work-related. In almost 2 years. So, if my ears were not deceiving me, Aaron had just opened up for the first time ever. Because I'd count it as that. Just a tiny little bit, fine, but it was a crack on that hard exterior all the same. And all of a sudden, I wanted to swing a hammer and pummel my way to the other side. Football. The one with the helmets and the melon-like ball. I asked instead, keeping my voice as flat as possible. I wasn't a sports doofus, but I was European. I needed to be sure we were talking about the same sport. Yes, not soccer. The one with the melon. He nodded. I played back home in Seattle, where I went to college. Seattle, I repeated, chewing on this new piece of information he had given me. More. I wanted just a little more. That's Washington up north, right? I know because of Twilight. Forks is supposed to be a few hours away. I kind of regretted mentioning Twilight, but beggars couldn't be choosers, and besides the few places I had visited, my knowledge on American geography was based on books and movies. That's the one, he said, his shoulders relaxing down. Just an inch. Which in Aaron's language meant green light for more questions. So, this thing we are going to tonight, does it have to do with your football days then? Aaron nodded. I'm still invited to some events. Because I played, but mostly because of my family's involvement in the NCAA, he explained, driving us along one of the wide avenues in Manhattan. Once a year, a charity event for an association of animal welfare is hosted here in New York, and a number of personalities attend. Are you one of those personalities? I'd have to Google what the NCAA was later, but I had a feeling there was something he wasn't telling me. Oh my God, Aaron Blackford, are you telling me you come from, like, a long line of football royals? Aaron's brows knit. Catalina. In pure Aaron fashion, that was all the answer I got. Will your family be there tonight then? No, he said, his profile hardening for a heartbeat and confirming my suspicions. I guessed I'd have to Google that too. Tonight's event is for raising money that will eventually go to shelter, rehabilitate, and find homes for rescued animals in New York. I attend whenever I'm able to. It's good to see a few people I've known for most of my life, and it's for a cause I care about. I immediately forgot about whatever it was that he wasn't telling me about his family. Aaron cared about the welfare of animals. About rescuing them and finding them new homes. Right on cue, something fuzzy and warm tingled in my chest. And the feeling got only worse when I found myself picturing Aaron holding a bunch of cute puppies that he cared about and raised money for in his bulky arms. As he knelt on a field. In his football gear. Tight pants. Shoulders that went for miles. Dirt smudged on his cheeks. That warmth turned a little thicker and harder to ignore. That's great, I said, trying to kick those images out of my head. Really nice of you. Aaron's gaze turned to me, and one of his eyebrows went up. He was probably weirded out by how hard I was blushing. Why can't I stop blushing? Do you always bring a fake date to this event? I blurted out without thinking. No. Aaron's lips pressed in a flat line. I've always attended alone. This is the first time I'm bringing a date. A date. A date. My eyebrows wrinkled. A fake date, not a date. I was about to correct him, but he spoke first. "We are almost there." I remained in silence as I processed everything I had just learned. This new depth of Aaron I had discovered. A little peek through that crack he had revealed to me. And all those dangerous mental images I had acquired, which, much to my dismay, would stick with me for a long time. That was something that needed some processing too. "Wait," I let out as he made a turn to the right. "You didn't tell me what's being auctioned. Or why I'm here." The vehicle came to a slow stop in front of one of the numerous skyscrapers on Park Avenue. Looking over, I spotted a parking valet waiting on the sidewalk. Eyes wide, I turned to Aaron. "A freaking valet. Shit." His blue gaze settled on me one last time, and I swore there was something wolfish, something a little wild, about them. "Me." He tilted his head, holding my gaze. "That's what's being auctioned." His voice matched the quality of his eyes, making a shiver trail down my arms. "And that's what you'll be bidding on tonight, Catalina." "Me." Eyes even wider and jaw probably lying somewhere around my high heels, I blinked and watched Aaron throw the driver's door open. He walked around the car as I unsuccessfully tried to gather my wits. He gestured to the valet not to open my door. Aaron did. The humid summer breeze grazed my arms and legs as this blue-eyed man, who I was starting to understand I knew little about, offered his hand. "Miss Martine, if you please." I blinked at him for a long moment. My whole body numb with things I failed to pin down and identify. One of the corners of his lips bent with the start of a smirk. He was clearly enjoying how discombobulated I was. How scattered I must appear. God, he looked as amused as I had ever seen him. "Today better than tomorrow, Catalina." That comment was so Aaron, so like the Aaron I knew and was familiar and comfortable with, the one who was curt and demanding, not the one who was taking me to a fundraiser so I could bid on him in an auction that my hand shot to his, being immediately engulfed in his much larger one. He helped me out of the car, the long skirt of my gown that wasn't really a gown cascading down my legs. Aaron let my hand drop all too quickly, leaving my palm warm from his touch. Then, he held the massive and sumptuous door of the Park Avenue skyscraper open for me. I took one step forward, trying to keep the hammering in my chest under control. "All right." My other foot moved in front of me. So, I'd be fake bidding for my fake date tonight. For my soon-to-be fake boyfriend if our deal was still up after tonight. No big deal, right? Chapter 8. When Aaron had mentioned fundraiser, followed by auction, I had pictured a fancy but frilly room filled with wealthy and uptown old people. Don't ask me why. But I had not expected the spectacular rooftop where we had been welcomed with a flute glass of the tastiest sparkling wine I had ever had the pleasure to drink. And surely, not the trendy and rather extravagant array of people of all ages and backgrounds in attendance. Who knew that the upper spheres of the Big Apple could be so colorful? Not that I had met everybody here. Actually, we had pretty much stuck to those somehow related to the football world. Which seemed natural after Aaron's revelation about his past and his family involvement in it. For the last hour, I had been introduced to a couple of coaches and team coordinators, a sportscaster, and a number of influential people whose positions I wasn't familiar with but that I nodded to like I knew exactly what they did. The only people we had talked to outside the sports bubble were a few entrepreneurs whose corporations, enterprises, and whatnot I had never heard of either. Every time we encountered a new group of people, Aaron introduced me as Catalina Martine, not adding any kind of label before or after my name. Which somehow helped me lose all that tension I had carried with me from the car drive and definitely aided with my newfound intention of trying to enjoy myself. This was my first time at an event like this one, and it would most likely be my last, so the least I could do was have fun. I already said so, but I'm so happy to see you, Aaron. Angela, a lady in her 50s who was clad in a dress that was probably worth 2 or 3 times my month's rent, smiled. especially with someone on your arm. I felt my cheeks heat, so I distracted myself, taking a sip from my fancy flute glass. We had been chatting with her for a few minutes now. And the whole time, I had been silently watching the woman with fascination. Her elegance and poise had me in awe. And unlike more than a few people here, she had kind eyes. The fact that she was the mind behind tonight's event was only the cherry on top. So, tell me, Angela's lips inched higher, you'll be taking part in this year's auction too, I presume? I still haven't gotten the chance to check the final list. Yes, of course, Aaron answered from his post at my side. We hadn't had time to discuss what the deal with this whole me bidding for him was. By the time I had somehow pulled it together, we had been walking out of the elevator and into the party. We'd been quickly jumping from one small group of people to the next, so I hadn't had the chance to interrogate him about it. That's lovely to hear. She took a sip of her drink. I had my doubts, if I may be completely honest. Angela threw her head back and laughed. Last year's auction was intense. Very entertaining, to say the least. Aaron shifted by my side. Glancing at him, I could tell by the way his shoulders tensed that he was slightly uncomfortable with where the conversation was going. That piqued my curiosity. Angela continued, "Good thing you brought someone tonight. I'm sure it will keep the night alive." She turned to me. "Catalina dear, I hope you are ready for some fierce competition." I sensed Aaron shifting some more, which pushed my eyes to bounce from Angela to him. "Fierce competition?" I repeated, thinking of Aaron's words, "and that's what you'll be bidding on tonight, Catalina." Me and piecing together that perhaps that was exactly why I was here. Aaron's grip on his glass grew a little tighter. "Nothing you should worry about." I watched him for a long moment, my curiosity doubling. Then, I turned to Angela, who was smiling with something that looked a lot like mischief. "Oh, but I'm not worried." A smile tugged at my lips, one I was going to bet was very similar to Angela's. "I'm always here for a good, entertaining story." I heard Aaron's resigned sigh from my side. Angela's grin widened. "I think I'm going to leave the honors to do that to Aaron." Then, she leaned and added in a hushed voice, "I'm sure his side of the story is all the more captivating. Especially the part nobody got to see." "Oh?" Before I could press for the details I was dying to hear, Angela's attention was caught by someone behind us. "Oh, there's Michael. If you'll please excuse me, I must go say hi." "Of course." Aaron nodded, body still all stiff, although he was probably glad Angela was moving on to someone else. "It was nice seeing you, Angela." "Yes," I gave her a polite smile. "It was a pleasure meeting you, Angela." "The pleasure was all mine, Catalina." She leaned in and air-kissed my cheek. "Don't let him off the hook too easily." She winked and then walked away in the direction of the section of the rooftop where most people were gathered. A space filled with high tables that looked straight out of a design catalogue and lines of wicker floor lamps that served as the only source of illumination. I turned to look at Aaron, finding that pair of blue eyes already on me. Pushing down the slight blush climbing up my neck, I cleared my throat. "I'm all ears, Blackford." I brought my glass to my lips and finally finished the sparkling wine I had been nursing for the last hour. "I think it's time you fill me in." Aaron seemed to think about his words for a moment. "As I'm sure you have already deducted, tonight's main event is a bachelor auction." "A bachelor auction," I repeated slowly. "Just your run-of-the-mill Saturday night activity, I assume." Aaron sighed. I rolled my index finger in the air. "Keep going. I want to hear the rest." "I don't think there's much else to say." He balanced his glass in his hand. "Well, forgive me, Blackford, but I think there must be plenty. Plus, I want to make sure I understand the concept of tonight's main event correctly." He shot me a glance. I suppressed my smile. Right. So, during this auction of yours then, bachelors are acquired, you say? Correct. By, I assume, single women and men? He nodded. For an amount of money, I pointed out. All in the name of charity, of course. Another nod. I tapped my finger on my chin. I just wonder, no, never mind. It's stupid. Aaron shot me a tired glance. Out with it, Catalina. If people are bidding buying all these bachelors, I watched his eyes narrow, exasperation written all over his face. What happens next? When the bachelor is acquired, what is he acquired for? Aaron's lips pressed in a flat line. I continued, I mean, this is not like bidding for a boat or a Porsche. I guess you cannot take the bachelor for a ride. Okay, that sounded wrong. One could technically take someone for a ride. A certain sort of ride. Not that kind of ride, I rushed out, watching Aaron's expression change. A muscle jumped in his jaw. Not like a ride in a yee-haw kind of way. I said that because one takes cars for a ride. Like, for a spin. But not men, not in that way. At least, I have never taken a man for a spin. I shook my head. I was making it worse, and the more I talked, the more Aaron's lips paled. You know what I mean. No, Aaron answered simply, bringing the glass to his lips and taking a sip. More often than not, I don't know what you mean, Catalina. He brought his hand to his right temple. Whoever offers the highest bid, which will be donated to the cause, gets to go on a date with the man in question. That's what the bachelor is acquired for. Hold up, what? A date. His brows knit. Yes, a date. Like a date. A date. Yes. You know, normally, two people who engage in a social appointment that often involves eating. Sometimes, other kinds of activities. He leveled me with a look. Like going for rides and spins. My lips parted. No, my mouth hung open. Had he just? Ha, hilarious. My cheeks heated. But I didn't have time to be embarrassed. Because that meant. So, do we have to, do it? What exactly? The date thing, I explained, lowering my voice so nobody could hear us. I know I'm only your fake bidder. So, do we have to do it anyway? Like, fake do it? Because you said I'm here to fake bid on you, so I just, Judging by Aaron's expression, there was something from all the things I had just said that he found particularly unpleasant. His throat worked slowly, looking as if he was swallowing something sour. Never mind. We'll figure it out later. I guess it's not important. What was important now was climbing out of this hole I had just dug for myself. So, do you take part in the auction every year? His eyes looked away for a heartbeat and then settled back on me. Ever since I moved to New York. This is my third time. And you, take all these bidders on dates? Okay, that wasn't exactly changing the topic of conversation, but a part of me wanted to know. Kind of. Of course. It's part of the deal. His earlier words came to mind. And you don't go back on your word. Exactly. That confirmation, that part of the deal bit, felt like a punch to the stomach. Back in my apartment, I had thought he'd sounded sincere when he told me that he wouldn't pull out of our deal. And I had felt skeptical in a way, yes, but a part of me had also felt special. For lack of a better word. Like he was doing that for me and I could count on him. Perhaps because he knew how important it was for me, how much I needed him. But now, it seemed I had been wrong. This was the way Aaron was wired. It didn't have anything to do with me. And that made sense. The dumb thing to do had been thinking otherwise. "And what do you do on these dates?" I asked without thinking much of it, just so he wouldn't get a chance to see anything on my face. "Where do you take them?" "Nothing special," he admitted with a sigh. "The bachelor usually picks the activity and puts everything together. So, the 2 times I have participated, I have organized something at one of the animal shelters in the city. Spending some time there, volunteering and helping out, or even taking a few dogs for a walk." That was sweet. Generous and kind, and way more than I would have ever expected from him, if my heart skipping a tiny beat and catching me by surprise was any indication. I looked down, realizing my fingers were playing with the cuff around my wrist again. "That's where you took last year's bidder then?" "Yes." I could feel him silently asking me not to go there. Not to ask what Angela had mentioned earlier. "Oh," I said distractedly. "Speaking of last year, I had to ask what happened during the auction." Aaron's shoulders tensed, his face falling with resignation. "Not much." "Oh yeah?" I feigned surprise. "So, this fierce competition that Angela was talking about, the one I should not be scared of, doesn't ring any bell." I watched his lips twitch and then bend in a pout. A pout. On Aaron's lips. Like no bells whatsoever. I pressed, getting acquainted with that expression of his for the first time ever. "Really none?" Aaron Blackford kept pouting, which in turn made me want to smile as wide as I could go. Not that I would. I suppressed the urge. "Oh, okay." I shrugged. "I'm sure getting mobbed by overexcited bidders is a common occurrence for you then, Blackford." I teased him because how could I not when he looked all mortified and ready to come out of his skin. Plus, he had teased me first anyway. "How did it happen exactly? Did they fling themselves at you? Or was it perhaps something subtler? Like hurling their money at your feet? Then their underwear?" If this man had the ability to blush, I would have bet all my money on those cheeks turning red any moment. "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. You are a big boy anyway." Aaron's eyebrows shot up his forehead. "Yes, we have stated that." He moved one step closer. "I can fend for myself." It didn't sound like that. My voice came out wobblier than I would have liked. Then, he took one more step, and something fluttered in my belly. Luckily he leaned closer, fixating his blue eyes on me. "You are here tonight." The flutter intensified. Which did not make any sense. I should have been, what? What should I have been feeling? "And the highest bid will be yours. Not anyone else's." My heart raced as I looked up at him, feeling overwhelmed in a way that wasn't strictly negative for how close he was standing. Aaron didn't step back. Instead, he continued talking, his voice coming closer and closer. "I will take care of the money. The donation will leave my pocket, not yours, so don't be shy with the bid as long as you beat everyone here. Hurl the money at my feet, if you will. Just make sure it's you." He paused, and I felt my throat drying up. "The one buying me. Understood?" Those last few words seemed to echo in my mind, mingling with the fluttering sensation in my belly, making my skin tingle. I had to literally step back to force myself to process what he had just told me. I didn't think I'd be able to donate more than a few $100s on my own, so it was a good thing Aaron had concocted this plan with his checkbook and not mine. Which led me to consider one of 2 possibilities: Aaron Blackford truly cared about the cause, or he was wealthy enough not to care how much I donated in his name as long as I spared him a date. A date we were supposed to go on after this, if we followed the rules. But one that wouldn't be real. Because this wasn't real. It was all an act. "Well, a deal is a deal, Blackford," I told him with an awkward shrug, shoving away the strange and hazy thought of going on a date with Aaron. To an animal shelter. And seeing him play with a bunch of cute pups. In his football gear with Por el amor de Dios, I have to stop all these mental images. Aaron's mouth opened, but before he could speak, a man approached us. He placed a hand on Aaron's shoulder. The latter turned at the contact and relaxed as soon as he took in the man by his side. I cannot believe my eyes. He patted Aaron's back firmly. Is this Aaron Blackford, gracing us with his company tonight? It must be my lucky day. Aaron snorted. It was a short and light noise, but I had heard it. It certainly isn't mine now that you are here too, he muttered, the right corner of his lips bent with the ghost of a lopsided smile. The man who I assumed was or had been close to Aaron at some point, if his reaction was any indication, shook his head. Oh hell, that hurt. He brought a hand to his chest as the dark skin around his eyes wrinkled. How long has it been since I last saw your nasty face? Not long enough, if you ask me. Aaron's face, one that usually remained expressionless, opened up. His body seemed to loosen up as he faced the other man. How are you, TJ? I could hear the warmth in his voice. The familiarity. I've never been better, TJ, according to what Aaron had called him, nodded. Happy to be back, believe it or not. Damn, I never thought I'd miss the city. A chuckle left me at the exchange, as I was engrossed by this wholly new and different Aaron in front of me. One who was relaxed just enough to almost smile and joked barely with who I assumed was an old friend. But oh, I see you're lonely as has company tonight. Hi. TJ straightened, a toothy grin taking over his face. He was probably around Aaron's age, give or take. His frame was just as wide and almost as tall. His brown eyes took me in with an interest that caught me by surprise. I didn't think it was interest in me, nope. He seemed to mirror my own fascination with Aaron having someone by his side. Aren't you going to introduce me, Big A? Where are your manners? He elbowed Aaron in the ribs. Aaron didn't even flinch at the friendly shove, remaining the immovable wall that he usually was. He was Big A after all, a nickname I'd make sure to query about later. Those lips that I had seen pouting just a few minutes ago opened, but they did too late. Fine. I can introduce myself to the lady, Aaron's friend said, not giving him a chance to do so himself. He stretched out his hand. Tyrod James. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I heard a noise coming from Aaron. Something very close to his earlier snort. TJ for those lucky enough to call me a friend. His grin widened. Taking his hand, I shook it with a light laugh. It's very nice to meet you. I'm Catalina Martin, but please, call me Lena. TJ's warm palm held my hand, head slanted. And what brings you here, Lena? I shot Aaron a quick glance, hesitating as to what to say. Then, my gaze returned to TJ, who waited for an answer that should have come far more easily than this. Smiling awkwardly and not having any idea what to say, I gave Aaron another sideways glance and opened my mouth. Aaron intervened. Finally. TJ and I were teammates in Seattle. He turned toward his friend. Catalina is here with me tonight. TJ's eye stayed on me as he still waited in silence, clearly wanting me to elaborate on Aaron's introduction. All right, the whole Catalina is with me was vague and redundant, but I could definitely go with that. I cleared my throat. Yes, we came here together, Aaron and I. I waved my hand between us. He picked me up and then drove us here. In his car. Together. I nodded my head, seeing TJ's eyes light up with amusement, which made me uncomfortable. Which, in turn, made me itch to fill in the silence. I have a driver's license. But New York's traffic is scary. So, I have never dared driving in the city myself. Unnecessary, Lena. What am I doing? So, it's a really good thing Aaron picked me up. He doesn't look like he's scared of the traffic. Actually, it's him who can be a little scary sometimes. I chuckled, but it died off quickly. Not that I'm scared of him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten in his car. Shut up, Lena. Shut up. I felt Aaron's laser eyes boring holes into my profile. TJ's too, but in a much less hostile way and a much more absorbed one. So, yeah, long story short, we came here together. Cringing internally, I reminded myself that this was what I deserved for lying in the first place. Aaron's friend chuckled, bringing both his hands to the pockets of his maroon tuxedo. TJ's eyes jumped between us, his gaze bouncing a couple of times from Aaron to me and then right back. Whatever he found, it was enough for him to nod his head with something that looked a lot like trouble. TJ hummed, shrugging his shoulders. Well, Aaron can be a scary motherfucker. He winked. Me, on the other hand? Just charm. I can tell. I smiled, just glad TJ had taken over. As I'm sure you already know, there is a bachelor auction going on tonight, and not only am I a bachelor myself. TJ held both hands up, mischief written all over his face. Then, he peered at Aaron, as did I, and found him shooting daggers at him. But I have also signed up for the auction. And while I'm sure I'll be expensive, I can promise you, I am worth your. TJ, Aaron cut off his friend. That won't be necessary. Aaron's body somehow shifted closer to me, my shoulder almost brushing his arm. That kernel that had been planted back in my apartment, that awareness of Aaron's body, the way his proximity was really hard to ignore, all of a sudden sprouted. I looked up at Aaron, finding his eyes already on me as his head leaned down. You can stop pitching yourself, he told his friend as his gaze snared mine. Then, I felt the ghost of a touch on the small of my back. Or so I thought, because it was gone far too quickly to be sure it had been real. Catalina is bidding on me tonight. I blinked. Trapped by Aaron's eyes and how close his words had fallen, almost gracing the skin of my left temple. You seem very sure of that, I heard TJ say, my eyes still locked with Aaron's. At least for someone who sounded more like her driver than her date. Aaron tore his gaze off me, landing on his friend. And I did the same. Something passed between the two men, and for a heartbeat, I felt like I should intervene. Then, TJ threw back his head and laughed, breaking whatever tension had seemed to take shape around us. I'm just joking, Big A. Another cackle. You should see your face. For a second there, I thought you were actually going to tackle me to the floor or something. You know that's not my style. I'd never go after a friend's girl. I'm not. My mouth open to correct TJ, telling him I wasn't Aaron's girl. But the lines delimiting our deal were blurry, and I had no idea if I'd be inserting my foot in my mouth. I was his fake date and fake bidder, but did that mean I was his fake girl too? Damn, we definitely needed to talk this out before Spain. This test run was proving to be far more challenging than what I had expected. He wasn't going to tackle you, TJ. Aaron's body seemed to relax with a sigh, somehow shifting and angling toward me. His chest brushed my arm just lightly, making me feel the warmth of his body. I see that's something that hasn't changed, Aaron muttered. How hilarious you think you are. Come on, I intervened. He was just teasing you. Just how I would have if I wasn't still feeling all tingly and weird and I could focus on something besides the point where my shoulder grazed Aaron's chest. It was harmless fun. See? Listen to your girl. I was just pushing your buttons. TJ's smile persisted, lighting up his whole face. Just like old times. A question popped up in my head then. Why had TJ felt the need to push Aaron like that? Was this how they were with each other? It must have been. Aaron had gotten territorial in a matter of seconds right out of nowhere. Oh, speaking of old times, TJ said, his face somehow taking a somber quality. I heard about Coach, and I'm sorry, man. I know you guys don't talk, but he is still your. It's okay, Aaron cut his friend off. I could feel the tension emanating off his body. The shift. I could sense how uncomfortable and on guard he was all of a sudden. Thanks, but there's nothing you have to be sorry for. I looked up at him, finding him pinning his friend with a warning in his eyes. All right, TJ complied, his face taking on a somber edge. I'm sure I don't need to tell you because you have lived through it yourself, but time doesn't wait for you to make amends, man. Time waits for nobody. TJ stared back at his friend with something I failed to identify. An emotion that I wanted to understand where it was coming from. How and why did it affect Aaron, and what did it have to do with that man TJ had called coach? I convinced my pops to come tonight. I signed him up for the auction. That mischievous smile was back. It's time he gets out there and starts living his life again. He's very excited. Before Aaron or I could say anything Aaron because he still looked a little lost himself and me because I was trying to understand why TJ turned to me. So, Lena, if you get tired of his boring face, just know there are not one, but two James men available on the stage. I'll make sure to remember that. I smiled at him, trying to lighten my tone. Although I think I have my hands full with this one. I felt Aaron's eyes on me, warming up my face. Why did I say that? Which reminds me, TJ said. The auction will be starting soon, and I was sent to steal this ugly bastard away. So, if you don't mind, Lena, we should get going. Oh, of course. I let my gaze roam around, realizing how most of the people had shifted closer to the stage, which was at one of the ends of the rooftop. A wave of nervousness washed over me. You guys should go. My smile turned tight. I can spare the company for a little while. I lowered my voice. I'm sure you know how chatty he can get. I pointed at Aaron. So, my ears can use the break. TJ cackled again. Are you sure you want to spend your money on him, Lena? I'm telling you. Aaron glared at his friend. Quit it already, would you? Okay. I was just saying, man. TJ's hands went up. I chuckled, but it came out a little strangled because Aaron had eaten the distance that separated us, my arm fully coming in contact with his chest, and all of a sudden, I didn't want him to go. My eyes landed on Aaron, who was looking down at me with an apology shining in the blue of his eyes. I must have looked and sounded as nervous as I felt if Aaron was feeling bad for leaving me to myself for a little while. I shook my head, telling myself to stop being silly. Yes, I think I'm sure, TJ, I answered TJ's initial question while I searched Aaron's face. Go. I'll be fine on my own. He seemed to hesitate, not moving from my side, and I felt bad for making him feel like he needed to babysit me. Don't be silly, Big A. I'm fine, and you have to go. I absently patted Aaron's chest, my palm freezing on the spot. Aaron looked down at my hand very slowly, just as electricity shot up my arm. I retrieved my hand immediately, not having the slightest idea why I had done that besides the fact that the touch had come naturally to me. Aaron had felt bad for leaving me alone, probably because I had looked like someone had kicked my puppy and I had automatically tried to comfort him with physical contact. A friendly pat. But we weren't friends, and I shouldn't forget that. I cleared my throat. Go, seriously. I lifted my empty glass in the air, feeling my cheeks heat for the umpteenth time tonight. I'll busy myself with getting a refill. I can stay a little longer, explain to you how the bidding works. His voice was oddly gentle. It made me uncomfortable. Get you another drink too. The urge to touch him again to reassure him I'd be fine was back. I suppressed it. I think I can figure it out on my own, I told him softly. It couldn't be all that complex. What if I still want to tell you about it? My urge to antagonize him to attempt to get us back to how we were supposed to be somehow pushed me to rise on my tiptoes. I leaned in, so only he could hear me. I'll figure it out. And if I don't, I swear, I will try not to spend all your money on something stupid, like a yacht or Elvis's used underpants. But I make no promises, Blackford. I leaned back, expecting to find him rolling his eyes or scoffing. Anything that would indicate I had succeeded and this was still us, the Aaron and Lena I was comfortable with. Instead, I was welcomed by blue eyes that were full of something that churned and made me uneasy. He hid it with a blink. Okay. That was the only answer he gave me. No snarky comeback. No scolding comment about how unfunny and inappropriate it would be to spend his money on a boat. No appalled glance after mentioning Elvis's knickers. Nothing, except okay. Okay then. All right, let's go, TJ said, encouraging Aaron to take a step away from me. I'll see you later, Lena. He winked. Yeah, I mumbled and then shook my head and tried to look like I wasn't as confused as I felt. Were those flocks of bidders, guys? I cheered with my fist in the air. TJ openly laughed, and Aaron remained looking at me with something I hoped was not regret after asking me to do this whole fake date thing for him. Both men proceeded to turn and then walked away side by side, the sight too enticing for me not to follow them with my gaze. So, I stood there and watched them. I saw how TJ leaned into my fake date's side and said something probably just for him. Aaron's head never turned, his step never ceased, his only reaction was a shake of his raven head. Then, he shoved TJ away with a force I was sure would have sent anybody else flying. Another one of TJ's cackles resonated in the air. And I found myself grinning as I watched them stride off. Thinking about how seeing Aaron around all these people who belonged to a life I hadn't had the slightest clue existed, one that he had kept well guarded, just like he did everything else, was as outlandish as it was fascinating. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. My hand rose of its own accord, catching me by surprise. 1,500 for the lady in the beautiful midnight blue gown. Angela, who had been in charge of conducting the auction for the last hour, called from behind the microphone stand with a rather shocked smile. My throat dried up, making it impossible for me to swallow my own audacity. I was a despicable human being because I had just bid a dizzying amount of money on someone. A man. A bachelor, no less. One that wasn't Aaron. The seemingly sweet and old man I had just bid on gave an enthusiastic cheer from the center of the stage, relief taking over his wrinkled face. He bowed in my direction. As much as I felt horrible and guilty and honestly a little terrified, I couldn't help but smile at the man in return. Willing my eyes to stay put and not to jump to Aaron, who was a few feet to the left of the stage, waiting for his turn to be auctioned, I tried to shake off the deserved sense of guilt that had settled between my shoulders. Chill. I needed to chill, someone else would bid higher. The old man just needed a little push to get this going. And that was exactly what I had done. Or what I had found myself doing after the 5 minutes of awkward and heartbreaking silence following that sweet-looking man stepping on the stage. I had recognized that smile immediately. It had been the same playing on TJ's lips. Ladies and gentlemen, 1,600 for Patrick James. Angela's voice came through the speakers. No hands rose in the air. Not even one. Damn it. Who I had assumed was TJ's pops, Patrick, stood on the stage with his grey hair, suspenders, and back a little curved with age, looking completely out of place when compared with every other man who had been up for grabs or bids, whatever that night. He smiled, satisfied enough with just being there. With just having one bidder, which happened to be me. And that was bad, bad, bad. Because I was here to bid on Aaron. Not for a man that, according to Angela's introduction, was a widower who was looking for a second chance, not in love, but in living life. Jesus, I'd take him on a date if I had to. I hadn't been able to stand there and do nothing when a man who reminded me so much of my pastor Wheelo for some damn reason, a man I knew was TJ's pops, waited for someone, for anybody, to bid on him. This was a fundraiser, for Christ's sake. Weren't people supposed to be donating their money? That was what I had done. Only perhaps I had technically bid with money that wasn't mine. I grimaced. Don't look at Aaron, Lena. Don't. I'd pay for the donation with my own funds. The most pressing issue was, could I bid for 2 bachelors? Shit. I really hoped so. Angela continued pitching the sweet man on the stage. Mr. James has an affinity for candlelit dinners, and he is a believer of fulfilling his own destiny. Patrick's head nodded. No hands were visible. Murder, murder, murder. I couldn't look at Aaron. Not even when I could feel both his eyes boring holes in my profile. I'd bet he was fuming. But I'd apologize later. I'd explain. He is a sailing aficionado, an activity he picked up ever since his grandson bought him a beautiful sailboat. One that he intends on putting to good use on his date. Out of the corner of my eye, I tracked down around 5 women who were in the mood for a sailing date placing their bids. Relief filled me so instantly that I felt about 10 pounds lighter. My gaze searched for Aaron then. And it didn't take me any time to find him. My eyes seemed to know exactly where he was standing. My breath caught for a second. Stupid, stupid tuxedo. I had been so wrapped up in what was happening that he, looking all imposing and striking on top of that stage, caught me completely off guard. The auction for Patrick continued in the background, my eyes making their way to Aaron's. They were narrowed. Probably assessing what the hell that had been. Other than that, he looked fine. Neutrally stoic. Just like he usually did. Except for the distracting tucks that hung off his body like a glove. Finding a little comfort in the fact that Aaron didn't seem to be completely furious, I shrugged my shoulders and mouthed, "I'm sorry, okay." Aaron's eyes narrowed further, and then his head shook lightly. "You're not," I watched his lips enunciate. I huffed. I mouthed back. "I was very, very sorry," and he shook his head again, disbelief in his eyes. "You're not." Aggravated by the words Aaron had mouthed twice even though he had every right to and I had sort of anticipated it, I threw both my hands up with irritation. Jesus, this man. 1900 for the lady in midnight blue. Angela's voice reached my ears. Wait, what? No. I flinched, then dropped my hands to my sides, and stuck them there. Looking at Angela for confirmation of what I had done, even if this time accidentally, I found her pointing in my direction. Shit. Returning my gaze to Aaron, I watched him roll his eyes, lips pressed into a thin line. Grimacing, I sent him a tight smile that I hoped communicated how really sorry I was and hoped Patrick had another one of those boats. Because I needed somebody else to bid on the old widower man. Angela announced the next sum, not obtaining an immediate answer. The guilt returned, together with a pinch of embarrassment. Which pushed me to pin Aaron with a serious look as I mouthed again, sorry, very slowly and methodically. Making sure he understood the sentiment behind it. Aaron's eyes held mine, one of those deadpan expressions in place. I swear. I made my lips form the silent words in a very exaggerated manner. Then, I curled my lips into a sad face, keeping the rest of my body still just so I wouldn't accidentally bid on any more bachelors. I am really sorry, I mouthed like a total idiot. And I was. Sorry, that was. Although a bit of an idiot too. A few heads turned and sent me a fair share of weird glances, but I didn't let that deter me, and I kept my lips bent down. Telling Aaron with my eyes that I was sorry. Although, if you asked me, it was on him for bringing me of all people to do something that I was clearly not qualified for. The sight must have been truly something, because before I knew what was happening, Aaron's shoulders shook a couple of times, his stance broke, and one of his hands went to the back of his neck as his head dipped. I couldn't see his face, so I had no clue of what was going on. All money was on him, bursting in frustration and anger and turning into the Hulk. And just when I was about to really start worrying, he lifted back that raven-haired head of his and revealed something I would never have bet on. The biggest, widest, and handsomest smile was splitting his expression, wrinkling the corners of his eyes, transforming him into a man my eyes couldn't take in fast enough. A man I had never seen before. One who was beginning to make it really, really hard for me to hate. My own face lit up at the sight. I felt my cheeks tense with my answering grin, one just as big, just as wide, just as unexpected. And then Aaron started laughing. His head tilted back, and his shoulders shook with laughter. And he was doing it on a stage, in front of all these people and in front of me, as if he didn't have a care in the world. Neither did I, apparently. Because in that moment, the only thing I could focus on, think of, care about was Aaron's unexpected and glorious smile and laughter. So much that my fingers itched to pull out my phone and snap a photo so I had proof that this had happened. So I could revisit the moment in which Aaron Blackford, someone who had the power to irritate me with nothing but a word, had fucking lit up the place with a smile he had kept locked up from me ever since I met him whenever I wanted. And how messed up was that? Or furthermore, how messed up was it that I didn't even care about it being messed up in the first place? Before I could recover from it, the effect of something as mundane as a smile, but that was so rare in the man my eyes couldn't stop looking at, he was striding toward the center of the stage. Angela's voice left the speakers. Lovely. I'm sure Patrick and his lucky bidder, the lady with the blue fan, will enjoy whatever he has prepared. Too caught up in my fake date who knew how to really smile, I hadn't noticed someone bidding for Patrick. And last but not least, we have Aaron Blackford. Ladies, gentlemen, let's start at 1500. And remember, Angela's eyes widened, and then she chuckled. Oh, I guess I don't need to remind you to please place your bids on our last bachelor tonight if you want to contribute to the cause. Looking around, I found the reason why. More than 10 different people had their arms already in the air. I love seeing your involvement, Angela continued with a knowing smirk. 1500 for the lady in red. Turning, I located this involved with the cause lady in red. She was in the first row of people, and she looked about 20 years older than me, give or take. And while I didn't want to be judgmental or superficial, only by looking at her, I could imagine how generous her donation would be. My gaze shot back to the stage, clashing against Aaron's. That grin had been wiped off, his features now hard and empty. I felt a pang of disappointment I had no time to inspect. I had one job tonight, and I was failing at it. For the second time. Readying myself, I released a breath. I couldn't let myself be distracted by something as wonderfully shocking yet pointless as Aaron's ability to smile or laugh. 1700. Angela announced, and I gestured with my hand to place my bid. Too late. For the lady in red. Lady in red had beaten me and around another 5 or 6 hands to it again. A quick look at Aaron's tense shoulders told me he felt as unhappy about it as I was. I squared back my shoulders, focusing on Angela and her next words. Wonderful, she said into the microphone. Let's raise this up, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Blackford is after all in high demand. How about 19 hun? My hand shot up in the air, keeping an eye on Lady in Red, whose bid had been faster than mine. Again. Angela chuckled and pointed at Lady in Red again, acknowledging her bid. To my shock and surprise, Lady in Red turned in my direction with a smug smile on her face. My eyes narrowed. Oh, hell no. This wasn't about charity. This had just gotten personal. Angela announced the next amount, and I launched my hand in the air with impressive speed, so much that I almost pulled a muscle, but Angela's next words made up for possible injuries. For the lovely lady in midnight blue. Angela smiled from behind the stand. I returned it, feeling a weird burn in the pit of my stomach, matching the one on my shoulder. Next bid was called, and it was mine again. Ha! Suck that, lady in red. As if she had heard me, her head whirled around. Her eyes narrowed to very thin slits, and her lips pursed. The woman whipped her blonde hair back and dismissed me. I knew in that moment that I had been right to assume this was personal. This lady was after Aaron. And I wasn't going to let her get my Aaron. Not mine, I corrected myself. Just Aaron. I wasn't going to let her get Aaron. The call for the next bid came, and before Angela's words were out, it was already mine. Lady in red sent me a look that could have frozen the sun on a heated New York summer day, and I was tempted to stick my tongue out, but after reminding myself that would be about 100 ways of inappropriate, I limited myself to smirking. Lady in red and I battled for about 5 or 6 more rounds. Each of them becoming brisker, our arms flashing up faster, the looks we sent each other growing icier. My breath quickened, and the skin of my face felt like I had just sprinted across Central Park like I was chasing the freaking ice cream truck. But so far, it was worth it because Aaron remained mine. Not mine. Just, whatever. I had been so absorbed by this duel we had going on that I had almost forgotten about the man on the stage. I had barely checked on him since the bidding bloodshed started. Just as I was about to turn my attention to Aaron, my hand rose in the air one more time as high as the ridiculous amount of money we had reached, and this time, it did alone. Angela waved in my direction. Going once for the lady in midnight blue, she called. My heart thumped against my chest harder. I caught a glimpse of a grey-haired man beside a tight-lipped lady in red, who stood with her arms crossed in front of her chest. Going twice, Angela continued as I watched the man whisper something in Lady in Red's ear, to which she just sighed and nodded. Reluctantly. Come on, come on, come on. Aaron is almost mine. And sold to the very lovely and very passionate lady in the midnight blue gown. Angela closed the bidding with a wink. I felt the celebratory holler climbing to my throat as my head finally turned in Aaron's direction. I wanted to do a little victory dance. To throw my hands in the air too. I also felt the urge to shout a couple of inappropriate words, which, in hindsight, I would have realized was extremely stupid and I would have immediately regretted it. But as Aaron came into view, that whirling emotion that had been too loud a moment ago, fell silent on its own. He wasn't even smiling. He simply looked at me. The disappointment at not finding that grin I had gotten a glimpse of earlier returned, and I wondered if it would be this way from today on. Me searching for Aaron's smile and him keeping it locked away again. I swallowed that up, shoving those stupid thoughts out of my head. My lips tugged up regardless of all that, and I gave a half-hearted cheer. To which Aaron simply nodded, looking like he did when he had something in his mind. Something that bothered him. Frowning, I watched Aaron's long legs climb down the stage and walk to my side, all the while ignoring how the way he wasn't even celebrating with me made me feel. Instead, I focused on keeping what I hoped looked like a genuine smile in place. The blue-eyed man I had just bought for a date that would never happen stopped in front of me. He dipped his head, his chin almost touching his collarbone. I waited, but he didn't say anything. I reached for something to say and came up empty-handed, returning the silence. That awareness I had been familiarizing myself with far too rapidly for my own good and comfort came rushing back, raising the short hairs on my arms. It hit me then how weird, how strange, and how shocking in many different ways it was that we'd found each other in this situation. How tonight didn't even seem real. Shifting on my feet under the weight of Aaron's gaze, I swallowed. One more time, I wasn't capable of taking in this heavy silence that settled between us. "I hope you come with a boat, Blackford," I finally said, my voice sounding a little off. "Otherwise, I might regret not sticking with Patrick." Aaron's eyes didn't waver. They held mine. And just as they did, I watched how they warmed up for just a heartbeat. The skin around them wrinkling only slightly with the smile I now knew he refused to give me. I felt something shift in my chest. Something very subtle and small that I almost missed, but it didn't help the pace of my breath still all over the place from the auction to return to normal. He took one step closer. "Sometimes, I'm convinced you enjoy making me suffer." His usually deep voice sounded hushed, giving to his words an afterthought quality. "Oh." I frowned. My mouth opened, but I still struggled for a few more moments. "Okay, you have every right to be pissed, but in all fairness, we are even because you should have warned me it would get that intense." I laughed awkwardly. If I had known, I would have added a ninja star or two to my outfit. They would have definitely come in handy with Lady in Red. Aaron towered over my short height, quiet and still gazing at me in that way that made me shift on my feet again. Silence settled between us once more, bringing to my attention that we were no longer surrounded by the crowd that had gathered in front of the stage. Instead, the murmur of voices accompanied with a mellow tune came all the way from the other side of the rooftop. Aaron broke the silence, saying, "Dance with me." Chapter 9. He offered his hand, letting it hang in the small space between our bodies. "Dance?" Gaping at his hand, I hesitated. Not really sure whether I had a reason to doubt his offer or if it was just the way I automatically reacted to Aaron. "Is this part of the deal?" I heard myself ask. Aaron frowned. "Us dancing, I mean. Just for show, right?" I explained. I wasn't blind or stupid and I was pretty sure that dancing wasn't something we needed to do. But a big part of me was effectively confused, and I was growing more so by the moment. So, by saying that out loud, I was simply throwing myself a lifeline I could grab onto until I could clear up the mess in my head. "Right," Aaron answered, that frown disappearing and his hand still waiting for my decision. "Just for show." I accepted his offer, letting his large palm wrap around mine, unsure of how good of an idea it was. Aaron pulled me gently behind him, and my legs shook with a weird mix of anticipation and unease. His hand was warm and firm against mine, making me feel good and tingly even though I could tell it weighted down that lifeline I was trying to hold onto with teeth and nails. I was still unsure of how good of an idea this was when he softly dragged me where a small group of people had gathered to dance. But it was when he stopped walking, turned, and stepped close, so very close that my mind finally flagged this as a bad idea. So much that a part of me started debating whether I should run away or pretend I fainted right there and then so I didn't have to face what we were about to do. Dancing. Together. As in Aaron Blackford, the man I had been antagonizing for so long, and me. Oh sweet baby Jesus. Aaron draped his arms around my waist, and I felt a shock of electricity spreading across my body from the points where his hands rested on my back. My breath caught, and something heavy and solid dropped to the bottom of my stomach. Swallowing hard, I tilted my head back. I thought I saw dare and wariness in his gaze. All at once. And that sent an unsolicited spur of anticipation through me. I placed my hands on Aaron's chest, noticing how hard and toned it felt under my fingers, but unlike earlier tonight, when I had accidentally touched him, this time, I let my hands rest there. Only then did he bring me to him. My small frame immediately cradled in his much larger one. A heartbeat later, we were moving, almost every part of our bodies from our chests down pressed together. Aaron's motions were sure, directing, while mine was stiff and incompliant. Releasing a breath through my nose, I tried to relax my limbs. To focus on the mechanics of dancing. To calm that red-hot awareness raging inside of me. But the knowledge of how close our bodies were was blowing up alarms inside my head and making it impossible for me to think about much else besides that. Dancing. We were dancing. Bodies flushed. And that was something we weren't supposed to be doing. A situation in which Aaron and Lena, who barely tolerated each other, shouldn't be finding themselves in because this wasn't something that people who couldn't stand each other did. Aaron spun me in a circle with a swift motion and pressed me against him one more time, making my heart quicken in a way it had no business doing. The music was slow, perfect for swaying and forgetting about everything outside the smooth rhythm. Ideal for getting lost in the peace that being in someone else's arms could bring. But the more we swayed, the further I was from feeling anything that resembled peace. Not when Aaron was so big and hard and warm against me. That was probably why I tripped. Before I knew what was happening, my feet had messed up the beat and tangled together, and they would have probably sent me straight to the floor if not for the pair of strong arms wrapped solidly around me who held me in place. "Thank you," I muttered, feeling my face heat up and my body tense up further. "And sorry." God. I had never blushed so much in one single night. I didn't recognize myself. Aaron's arms tightened around me. "Just for precaution," he said, bringing me even closer. Each and every nerve ending in my body turned into the end of a live wire. My skin tingled, my heart raced, and my mind whirled. "Oh. Okay." The words reached my ears, strangled, as if it had come out of me in a gurgle. "Thanks." The skin on my face heated up further. Aaron hummed, just as his thumb brushed my back very lightly, drawing one single circle that left a tiny trail of goosebumps behind. Goosebumps that traveled to all corners and nooks of my body. As much as I told myself that this was a simple physical reaction to being held against a male body, being held by a man's arms, it was Aaron's male body and Aaron's arms after all. So, either I had been alone for too long or I was losing my mind. Because this felt good. Really good. Too damn much. Those ocean blue eyes shifted to my lips briefly. So quickly that I was convinced I had imagined it. It didn't matter though, because then his face dipped, getting as close as it had ever been and making me forget all about that. Making me notice instead details that I had never paid attention to before. Like how full those lips were, which I saw pressed in a line so often. Or how his eyelashes were long and dark and framed the blue in his eyes so perfectly. Or how I could see the lines of the soft creases adorning his forehead, right above the spot where that frown that was almost a fixed feature rested. I was so lost in all that one of my feet tripped again, but Aaron's arms tightened their grip around my waist as he shifted his head to one of my sides. "Aren't you supposed to be good at this, Catalina?" he asked a few inches from my ear. I felt the air leaving his mouth on my temple. Trying not to pay any extra attention to how close his mouth was from my face, I focused on my feet and answered almost absently, "What do you mean?" Aaron's diligent and smooth motions spun us one more time to the soft tune. "I thought you were supposed to carry the beat in your blood," he explained in a low voice, his head not giving up an inch of space. "Or was it the music in your veins?" I hoped my ears were not red with embarrassment. "This is not my style," I lied. I'd never done a worse job at dancing, and it had nothing to do with the music and everything to do with the man I was currently flush against. Or maybe it's my partner that's not the best fit. Aaron chuckled. It was low and short-lived, but it reminded me of the way he had laughed earlier, leaving me a little out of breath. And so, I inhaled through my nose, trying to restore my breathing and immediately regretting it. Because what an awful idea that had been. The worst idea. All I had accomplished was filling my lungs with Aaron's scent. Aaron's very nice and very heady and very, very masculine scent. Could I unsmell it, please, universe? Please. Was that you admitting something you are not good at? Aaron asked, pulling me out of my head. To me? I never claimed to be a spectacular dancer. Not when my partner was someone who certainly succeeded in distracting me so damn much. Plus, all that rhythm in your blood stuff is nothing more than a stereotype. There are more than a few hundred Spaniards who can't follow a beat to save their lives. I bet there are. I'll keep leading then. His voice was low, a little closer to my ear than before. But just in case you belong to those few hundreds. If you must, I muttered, because what was the point of denying something that was so obvious? I was doing a poor job at it. I didn't know you danced. Just when I thought it was physically impossible for Aaron's body to fold around mine anymore, for our bodies to come any closer, he dipped his head further. Impossibly low. His lips hovered directly above the shell of my ear. There are a few things you don't know about me, Catalina. My body went even more rigid in response. A flutter taking flight in my stomach. I forced myself to remember that I was here to pretend I was his date of sorts. That I had put on a little show at fighting that woman over him at the auction. So, fake or not, to everybody else, I was supposed to be someone who would welcome this kind of closeness and not someone who would jump back, startled. So, I settled my hands on his hard chest with a little more decision. Unfortunately, the gesture only managed to turn that flutter in my stomach to a full-on flapping and waving and whirling riot. "What's on your mind?" Aaron asked, sounding genuinely curious. Being caught off guard by the question and the interest, I blurted the first thing that came to mind: "You said this had nothing to do with a woman." I shifted my palms across his chest. But it looked to me like it had everything to do with one. "I've never seen Mrs. Archibald so riled up," he admitted. I adjusted my hands on his chest again, trying not to get lost in how warm his skin felt, even beneath all the layers of fabric. "So, you are familiar with this Mrs. Archibald, huh?" I felt his head nod once, his jaw brushing my temple. "Let me guess. Tonight was not her first time getting into a little charitable quarrel over you." "It wasn't." Aaron Blackford, the cougar magnet. I laughed lightly, the sound coming out a little shaky. A soft puff of air hit my ear, rousing a wave of shivers. It wasn't only Mrs. Archibald enthusiastically bidding, if memory serves me well. "Smug," I muttered. But Aaron was right. There had been many other people younger, attractive, interested in him. "Is this why you asked me to be here?" Aaron didn't immediately answer, so I continued, "I guess it all makes sense. What Angela said earlier and TJ kind of confirmed." "And what's that?" "That Aaron Blackford is scared of a bunch of overly motivated wealthy ladies who want to buy his company." His palms shifted on my back, spinning us into the changing rhythm of a new song. "Are you teasing me?" he said right into my ear. I was. But I would never admit to such a thing out loud. I felt myself relax just the splinter of a hair in his arms. "Does it happen often?" "What exactly, Catalina?" he asked very slowly. Almost being exchanged for a man with a boat or having a questionable dancing partner. "Neither." Feeling the smile tugging at my lips, I went on, "Women flaunting themselves at you. I saw how tense you were on the stage. You looked ready to jump out and get out of there." I thought about that for a second. Him bringing me here, it kind of made sense now. Does that kind of attention make you uncomfortable? Not always. I felt the brush of his jaw against my cheek, the simple and light gesture causing an electrifying wave of sensation to trail down my neck. I'm not scared of a woman's interest in me, if that's what you're asking. I don't send them all away. "Oh, okay." My voice came out breathy and unsure. Of course he didn't. I was sure he had needs. And those needs were something I wasn't willing to think about with his arms around me. Aaron's right hand shifted on my back, trailing down an inch or two. Meanwhile, the skin of my face, no, my whole freaking body burned. His arms tightened around me one more time. "Thank you," he said. And I felt those two words like soft puffs of air against my hair. What for? My voice was barely a whisper. For not stepping on my foot. I opened my mouth to apologize, but he continued, but also for not being deterred by Mrs. Archibald. Last year, things got a little uncomfortable when she found out our date consisted of cleaning dog kennels and spending a couple of hours walking and playing with them. I felt his sigh on the skin on the side of my neck. Not that it dissuaded her this year. Something that felt a lot like protectiveness flickered in my chest. I shook my head lightly, trying to make sense of myself. All this dancing and spinning was clearly messing with me. Well, as much as I am sorry for your wallet, considering the amount the donation reached, I am happy I got to see that sulky face when I beat her, I admitted, shocking myself at how pleased I had really been. I'm also sorry for those doggies and what they had to endure last year with that woman. What kind of hypocrite donates money for a charity that focuses on animal shelters and doesn't like dogs? Those poor guys. I'd adopt them all if I didn't live in a tiny studio apartment. Hell, I'd happily volunteer to spend some time with them any day. I can take you, if that's what you want. Aaron's words hung in the air. A part of me wanted to say yes. Yes to the chance of seeing a new side of him. Perhaps another smile too. You just bought a date anyway. With your money. Regardless, he countered. It's part of the package deal. That pang of unprecedented hurt hit me again, reminding me of what this was. Part of the deal. That was Aaron, a man of his word. Aaron's head reared back, revealing his face. His gaze was searching. I hesitated, feeling stupid for considering for just an instant that maybe he'd offered because he genuinely wanted to take me there. Shit. Everything that had happened tonight was spinning in my head. Aaron in a tux. All these new and different ways I was feeling around him. The auction. His smile. His laughter. Dancing. My body against his, flushed together. All of that, and then the fact that we would be going to Spain in a matter of a few weeks. Everything tangled together in knots that messed with my head. Aaron kept looking at me, a strange emotion behind his blue eyes. He was probably waiting for me to say something that wasn't mumbled words. Would that? I shook my head. I wouldn't want to get you in trouble, I finally managed to say. I guess that someone could check if the auction contract was fulfilled. I didn't know if this contract existed. Didn't even know if anybody would even check anything. The last thing I'd want is to hamper the good that the fundraiser has achieved tonight. I kept going, Aaron's features unchanging. Nobody needs to know that the date is fake anyway. Right? He kept looking at me in that searching way I didn't understand. No. Nobody needs to know. Or that we are going as friends, right? That had not sounded right. Were we even friends? Is that what you want to be, Catalina? Aaron shot back calmly. Friends? Yes, I answered. But did I? We had never been, and that had never had anything to do with me. That hadn't been on me. No, I rectified, remembering that one big obstacle that had stood between us since the beginning. One that Aaron had put there, not me. It had been him, the one who never liked me, not the other way around. It wasn't fair of him to ask me now. I don't know, Aaron. My palms felt clammy and my throat dry, and I was confused. What kind of question is that? Aaron seemed to ponder my words. Yes or no, he pressed. My mouth opened and closed. We had stopped dancing at some point. My palms, which had been on Aaron's chest, dropped down. Aaron's gaze followed the motion. Something locked tightly behind that unreadable mask that was his expression. Forget I said anything, he said, his arms, which had been still around me, falling down. This was a bad idea. That made me physically flinch, and I didn't really understand why I had done that or what he'd meant by this. Both of us stood in front of each other, unmoving. And as much as Aaron had been distant and dismissive in the past, he had never looked this, aloof. Almost as if I had said something that hurt him. The urge to reach out and place my hand on his chest resurfaced again. And I couldn't, for the life of me, begin to fathom why. Not when a small voice in my head, which I assumed was common sense, was telling me that I should be glad, that this was us getting back on track to where we should stand. But I wasn't any good at listening to sense these days. So, when my arm lifted because I was like that, and I couldn't help but comfort those around me with hugs or touches or whatever they needed, and Aaron stepped back, away from me, it actually stung. So much that I had to scold myself for being that stupid. "See?" I said under my breath. "This is why I don't know if we can be friends. Why we have never been." Tonight had been a fluke, and this was the reason. Everything always escalated out of control when it came to us. "You are right." His voice was unspeakably flat. "Being your friend has always been the last thing on my mind." His words, together with mine, felt like hail falling unrelentingly on me. On us, as we stood there in front of each other. Poking holes in the little bubble we had been in for the past few hours. The one we had been in while we danced. Right before the truce that had been silently established blew up in our faces. Just like I should have expected. I blinked at him, not knowing what to say. "If you'll excuse me," he said, "I'll be back in a few minutes and take you home." He turned around and left me right where I was. Rooted to the place. Standing on legs that I didn't trust without the support of his arms. My heart beating ruthlessly against my chest. Feeling the cold seep through my blood in his sudden absence, and my head questioning everything that had happened tonight, regardless of how much I reminded myself that it meant nothing. Nothing at all. We had never been friends. We were back to being the same Aaron and Lena we had always been, and that was something that would never change.